Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. The guest is so anxious, he's about to blow. It's been ready. It's right there. Hey, didn't you take it? Zhang Baobao looked confused, sweat pouring down his face. Just then, Lauer showed up. BBB big bro, oh over there. Zhang Baobao followed Lauer's finger and saw Zio heading toward Qi Zhao with a plate. The plate held the candied rebar. Fuck. He rushed out. Qi Zhao was cooking spinach when a server approached carrying a pitch-black plate of something. Hello sir, this is our... Before Zio could finish, Zhang Baobao darted in from the side and snatched the plate away. Without pausing, he turned and hurried off. Qi Zhao caught a fleeting glimpse of that face. It felt oddly familiar, but he couldn't place where he'd seen it. It's nothing, sir. Zio turned to leave. Wait, Qi Zhao called out, could you help me cook the shrimp paste? Rule 4, do not cook the shrimp paste yourself. Wasn't that big bro? Why'd he snatch the rebar? What's going on? No idea. Lao San and Lao Si looked at each other in confusion. What the hell is Zio doing, helping him cook shrimp paste? Fuck, what is she thinking? What are you two doing? The supervisor suddenly appeared behind him and kicked each of them once. Everyone else is busy, and you two are just slacking off. Get your asses to work. You. Go clean the bathroom. A guest puked in there. Fuck, this dumbass supervisor only knows how to be tough on us. Hey, what are you doing? It's full and you're still pouring? Sorry. Lao San quickly apologized to the guest. Humphrey, enjoy that sour plum soup. There goes your train coin. But seriously, that guy's really into orange juice. He's had several cups already. Is he just lucky or is he guessing? Lao San headed to the kitchen, swapped his apron for a red one, then strolled over to Qi Zhao. Hey handsome, want some more orange juice? Huh? A server in a red apron? Rule 7, if a server in a red apron offers to refill your drink, choose sour plum soup. Qi Zhao raised his hand and covered his cup. A cup of sour plum soup. Lao San kept his smile as he poured Qi Zhao a glass of sour plum soup. This guy. What's his deal? How come he picks right every single time? Qi Zhao took a gulp of sour plum soup. Tangy and refreshing, perfect to cut the grease. Hiss. Hot and cold together, his stomach started to feel a little off. Thought he could hold out until he finished eating without going to the bathroom. Guess not. In the restroom. Lao Si was scrubbing a toilet. Fucking hell, puking everywhere was bad enough, now they're shitting everywhere too. These people seriously deserve to die. He wiped his sweat and wondered how third bro was doing. Gotta hold this position. If Qi Zhao comes over, he'd trick him into using the far left stall. Store hidden rule number 8, do not use the far left stall in the restroom. Speak of the devil. Qi Zhao popped his head in. Hey, aren't you the sauce guy? What are you doing scrubbing toilets? In our store we believe the capable should do more. The more you work, the more you earn, ha. Lao Si scratched the back of his head. Use this one, this stall is clean. Lao Si pulled open the door to the far left stall. It really was clean inside. Then I won't be polite. A fat guy suddenly rushed in and dove inside without another word. Hey, bro, he was here first. Get lost, you filthy worker. The fat guy shoved Lao Si aside. Qi Zhao simply stepped aside, letting him pass. Rule 8, do not use the far left stall in the restroom. Rule 9, do not get into conflicts with others inside the store. The fat guy snorted coldly, slipped into the stall, and locked the door behind him. Explosive diarrhea. Damn, it stinks. Qi Zhao covered his nose, and Lao Si also raised his hand to cover his own. Qi Zhao pointed at Lao Si's gloves. There's some snack sauce on your gloves. Lao Si? After the fat guy left, Qi Zhao went to the middle stall and had a nice relieving session. When he got back to his seat, he noticed his chopsticks had fallen to the ground. Rule 6, if your chopsticks fall on the ground, do not pick them up yourself. Ask a server to bring you a new pair. How could the chopsticks fall for no reason? Someone must have knocked them down on purpose. Chi Zhao called over a server to bring him a new pair. Just like that, Chi Zhao finished his hot pot meal without incident. After taking a short break, he got up and went to the cashier to pay. Only one rule left. Rule 10, be sure to leave after paying the bill. Once he paid, he'd get the level 3 treasure chest. Chi Zhao pulled out a train coin and slapped it on the counter. Check, please. Just then, the supervisor suddenly burst out, shouting, "The store manager is here, the store manager is here. Quick, 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 line up. Line up. Store manager? Hurry, hurry, it's the manager." All the employees in the store, including the supervisor, instantly lined up neatly. "Good day, store manager." Chi Zhao looked toward the entrance. The person arriving was a tall woman. She wore a black fitted dress with matching heels and a shoulder bag. The most eye-catching feature was the wide-brimmed hat on her head. It was so large it completely covered her face. Though the dress concealed most of her body, the slender fingers, the graceful arch of her foot, and the faintly visible collarbone beneath the sheer black mesh skirt. All of it pointed to one thing: she was a top-tier beauty. Click, click, click. The sound of heels on the floor carried a distinct sense of elegance and nobility. Chapter 49, Black Sheep. As she walked into the elevator and her figure disappeared from view, the surrounding employees finally dispersed and returned to their posts. "That's your store manager?" Chi Zhao struck up a conversation with the cashier. "You all seem kinda scared of her." "We respect her." "Hey. Respect her so much you're shaking?" "Check, please." Chi Zhao pushed the train coin over. "Better pay and get the treasure chest before anything else." Just as the cashier was about to take the train coin, a hand pressed down on it. It was the supervisor. He pushed the coin back. "Sir, this one's on me. Consider it a friendly gesture." "Friends or not," Chi Zhao pushed the coin back again. "I still gotta pay for this meal." Chi Zhao smiled. "You can treat me next time, but not paying the first time we meet? That's just rude." "Yeah, right, trying to stop me from paying? Obvious setup to make me break a rule." The supervisor couldn't refuse any further. Chi Zhao successfully paid. The supervisor immediately switched to a smile. "Congratulations. You've finished the Red Hot Pot set without breaking a single rule. You've earned the level 3 treasure chest." The staff immediately gathered around, clapping and cheering. Someone even held up a banner that read, in 4 bold characters, "You're fucking awesome." Chi Zhao put on a surprised face. "Wow, really? I actually get a treasure chest? Wow, I'm amazing." "Of course. The treasure chest is in the store manager's office. This way, please." "Knew it. Nothing good comes for free." Chi Zhao had no choice. For the treasure chest, he followed him into the elevator. The other diners didn't seem to notice a thing and just kept eating like normal. What's going on here? Same thing when the store manager came earlier. Could they not see her either? They arrived on the 3rd floor. The elevator doors opened to a luxuriously decorated office. The store manager sat in a rose-red king's chair, back-facing them. The supervisor respectfully exited the room, and the elevator went back down. Since the other person stayed silent, Chi Zhao took the initiative. "Hello, store manager. I'm here to collect my treasure chest. How many years has it been?" Finally, a train conductor who didn't break the rules. "Huh, what's up with her voice? That's a serious nasal tone. No. Worse than those soft-spoken cutesy types or anime cat girls. Her voice really doesn't match her looks." The store manager turned around and removed her oversized hat. She let go, and the hat floated on its own to the solid wood coat rack. Chi Zhao sucked in a sharp breath. Under the hat was a black ram's head, with a pair of golden vertical pupils spinning eerily as they stared at him. "What, scared?" Chi Zhao shook his head. "Just didn't expect that." The store manager lifted her leg. The straps on her high heels unfastened by themselves and the shoes floated over to the shoe rack. It was kinda rude, but Chi Zhao couldn't help glancing over. They were a pair of fair-skinned human feet, toenails painted black, with a clearly defined arch. "What, checking if I only have 3 toes?" No, just a personal preference." "Why are you men always so into feet?" "Appreciating beauty is in our nature." The store manager let out a soft chuckle, then changed the subject. "No one's ever finished a hot pot meal without breaking a rule. Of course, you're not the first. There was another train conductor before, just like you. Ate the whole hot pot without violating a single rule." She stood up, and the zipper on the back of her black-fitted dress slid open on its own. He said it was all thanks to a module. What was it called again? It's been so long, I barely remember. Something like Station Forecast. The store manager's long dress slipped off, revealing a body as pale and soft as a lamb's. "So, did you rely on that module too? Thank you for dining with us again. This way, mind the stairs." Zhang Baobao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally got those robot uncles out. Please don't come back again. Serving you guys is way too dangerous. If he hadn't brought out that candied rebar in time, they might have gone berserk. Zhang Baobao returned to the private room to clean up. What kinda teeth do they have? Eating rebar like it's bananas. Train coins? Each seat the robots sat in had one. Zhang Baobao's eyes lit up. Tips. Seeing no one was around, he quickly shut the door. Can't let that damn supervisor see it, or he'll confiscate them again. Damn, those guys are generous. If they come often, I might finally get out of this slave contract. Speaking of which, I wonder how Lao San and Lao Si are doing. Bang. The door burst open. Zhang Baobao was still collecting train coins and was so startled, he dropped them. Boss, it's screwed, everything's screwed. Seeing it was Lao Si, Zhang Baobao let out a breath of relief. How many times have I told you? Calm down, calm down, calm down. Why can't you learn? He got under the table and reached for the coins. That Chi Zhao kid didn't break a single rule. Cleared the whole thing without a scratch. What? He even got a level 3 treasure chest and went to the store manager's office just now. I bet she's handing over the chest right now. Fuck. Zhang Baobao shot up in excitement and smacked his head on the table. In the office, Chi Zhao sat in the store manager's king's chair. The store manager was wearing only a set of black lingerie, sitting on Chi Zhao's lap, curled up in his arms, sobbing non-stop. Tears soaked through Chi Zhao's clothes. Saying you were going to the New World to find a way to rescue me from here, saying you'd come back and take me with you. Liar, liar. All you men are liars. Chi Zhao was trapped by her and couldn't move. After sitting there for a while, he finally figured it out. It was just a cliché love story about a man breaking a woman's heart. In the last cycle, there had been a man just like him who had the station forecast module, ate the hot pot without breaking any rules, and along the way won the store manager's heart. Later, the man left and never came back. What he was facing now was simply a heartbroken woman. Store manager, how about this? You tell me his name and what he looks like. When I get to the New World, I'll find him and bring him back for you. Even if he's dead, I'll find his son, or his grandson. Seeing her eyes grow fierce, Chi Zhao quickly changed his tone. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. A man like that? No one would ever have his kids. Alright then, even if he's turned to ashes, I'll bring back that pile of ash and stick it on your wall so you can vent. I don't need that. The store manager put on a pair of black lace gloves and gently ran her fingers across Chi Zhao's cheek. You're just as good looking as he was. Stay. Stay and keep me company. I can give you anything you want. Chi Zhao stayed silent for a long time, then. Did you get what you wanted? The store manager's golden vertical pupils turned cold. She suddenly grabbed Chi Zhao by the neck. His face flushed bright red. Store manager, why did you put gloves on? Just to touch my face? That one sentence completely enraged her. She flung her arm and threw Chi Zhao across the room. Cough, cough, cough. Chi Zhao got up from the carpet. The restraint on his body was gone. I don't trust you. The store manager walked over and squatted in front of him. With a hook of her right index finger, a piece of parchment glowing with green light floated over from the table. Sign this contract, and I'll let you go. Find him for me in the New World. Contract? It didn't look like anything good. Chi Zhao lifted his head and smiled. I'm guessing. He didn't sign this contract either, did he? The store manager took a deep breath. A twisted black ram's horn sprouted from her forehead, firing a beam of black light that pierced the floor. You'd better stop trying to piss me off, kid. Downstairs, a prep cook had his head pierced by the black light. Brain matter splattered onto the chopping board. Oh shit, the store manager's pissed. Run. Chapter 50, the details in the photo. Big bro, what do we do now? What do you mean what do we do? He is already off claiming the treasure chest. In a bit, the bastard's gonna make a run for it. What the hell else can we do? How about we cut him off? Lao Si made a throat-slitting gesture. Are you fucking stupid? Store rules say we can only use hidden rules to trick guests into breaking them. We can't do anything outside the rules that harms the guests. Big bro, you've really got those store rules memorized, huh? Bang. The door was pushed open by the supervisor. The guest left ages ago. How the hell are you still not done cleaning up? He glanced at Lao Si. What are you doing here? Did you scrub the bathroom clean? Slacking off again, huh? No dinner for you tonight. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot down from upstairs, piercing through the supervisor's heart. He looked down at his now empty chest, then collapsed backward with a thud. Holy shit, what the hell just happened? Zhang Baobao looked up, grabbed Lao Si's hand, and ran outside. That's the store manager's office upstairs. She's pissed. They tumbled down the stairs. Downstairs, all the staff were gathered at the entrance, looking panicked. Zhang Baobao helped Lao the last one to come out. You okay? Why yeah. Old Wang is. GG gone. Zhang Baobao patted him on the shoulder. As long as you're fine. Where's Lao San? Big bro, I'm over here. Lao San stood on the outer edge of the crowd, waving his arms. That punk. He ran faster than anyone else when shit hit the fan. Big bro, what happened? Don't tell me Qi Zhao got killed? What the hell did he do? Wasn't he just claiming a treasure chest? How'd it turn into this mess? You're asking me? Yeah. Yeah my ass. Use your damn brain. Should I go ask the store manager for you? Lao Si muttered under his breath, that won't be necessary. Not long after, the elevator went up. Everyone stared at it nervously. Ding. The elevator doors opened. The store manager walked out. She still wore the same outfit as before. Composed, elegant, and dignified. No sign of Qi Zhao. Suddenly, someone behind them yelled, "Fuck you, you unreasonable bitch." Zhang Baobao and the others were stunned. They turned around. Qi Zhao was standing in his train behind them. What the hell? What just happened? The store manager walked out the door. The people at the entrance quickly stepped aside. She approached Qi Zhao's train and reached out to touch it. Only to touch nothing. She couldn't touch the train. She was trapped here. Though her hat covered her face, Qi Zhao could tell from her body language. She was disappointed. She'd said that man went to the New World to find a way to help her leave. So she didn't want to stay here either. Was it because she didn't want to be confined? Or did she just want to be with that man? Which mattered more? The store manager silently withdrew her hand. Your escape trick is quite interesting. No joke. Ever heard of module cards and anchor point rewind? Those ignore all your damn rules. That's exactly why Qi Zhao dared to stay with her so long. If you trust me, tell me his name. I promise I'll go look for him. No guarantee I'll find him though. If you don't trust me, I'll leave right now. You just keep waiting. Who knows, maybe one day he really will come back for you. I want you to sign a contract. Goodbye. Qi Zhao shut the train door, and the train began glowing white. The store manager froze, instinctively raising her hand to stop him. Didn't expect him to be this heartless. Qi Zhao smirked. That white light? Just a dynamic concealment simulation. Not the real departure light. He opened the door again. So? Ready to have a proper talk now? Realizing she'd been played, the store manager wasn't mad. Instead, she laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. She waved her hand, and a level 3 treasure chest appeared on the ground. You too, carry it in for him. The employees looked at each other. Eventually, Zhang Baobao and Lao Si were pushed forward. Qi Zhao took a good look and was surprised. Zhang Baobao. So it was him who'd snatched that weird dish earlier. No wonder he looked familiar, but Qi Zhao couldn't place him. Because he'd never met him in person. Only seen his profile photo. Zhang Baobao noticed Qi Zhao recognized him and quickly spoke up, Brother Zhao. One day apart feels like 3 years. I've been busy on the 2nd floor, didn't see you. How could you forget me so fast? It's me, Baobao. Zhang Baobao. The store manager let out a soft toe. You know him? He your friend? Zhang Baobao swallowed, forcing a smile while blinking frantically at Qi Zhao. Qi Zhao smiled, never met him. Don't know him. Zhang Baobao instantly pulled a face like his mom had just died. After receiving the treasure chest and confirming the contents were correct, Qi Zhao said to the store manager, I helped you out, so shouldn't you do me a favor too? Speak. I need some grease money for the road, to gather intel and all that. He rubbed his thumb and index finger together in a classic money gesture. The store manager waved her hand, and train coins flew out from the pockets, sleeves, and shoes of nearby employees. Zhang Baobao could only watch his train coins fly away helplessly, unable to do a damn thing. These aren't logged or on record. I can't touch the ones that belong to the store. Qi Zhao squinted at her, unsure whether she was telling the truth. He frowned and reluctantly accepted the 14 train coins. A little short, but whatever. One more thing. I'm out of food on the train. Ingredients in the store require train coins and are all accounted for. Fuck. Qi Zhao, not ready to give up, kept pressing. How about the slop then? That's not on the books, is it? Go bring him the slop. At the store manager's command, Zhang Baobao and the others went to carry the slop. Hold on, Qi Zhao stopped them. Bring over a water hose too. Qi Zhao summoned a screen, spent 5 train coins, and modified another bathroom. He gained a 5th external water tank, increasing his max water storage to 15 tons. Qi Zhao plugged the dragged-over hose into the water inlet. Seeing the number on the water meter steadily rise, he let out a sigh of relief. Looks like that 8 tons of water last time was enough to satisfy the peach tree sapling for now. This time it didn't suck it all up. Qizhao opened the door of an empty carriage and told them to move the slop inside. No idea how much of that magical multi-purpose fertilizer this stuff could make. Water filled, slop delivered, Qizhao shut the carriage door and prepared to depart. The store manager took out a photo and personally handed it to Qizhao. Qizhao took it and smiled, no promises on getting the job done. The store manager said nothing and turned to leave. Hey, wait a second, what now? Do you know what happens when you collect all 12 zodiac silver coins? I don't know. She paused for a few seconds. But I have one. The store manager turned back, holding a silver coin between her fingers. With a flick, the coin flew into the photo. Find him, drip his blood onto the photo, and the seal will lift on its own. Inside the office, Zhang Baobao stood at the door, head down. You did a decent job serving the guest today. The supervisor's gone. I need a new one. The previous hidden rule is void. This is the new one. Go announce it to the other staff. Yes, store manager. Zhang Baobao took the note and left the room. Qizhao sat on the sofa, flipping through the photo the store manager gave him. She doesn't know what happens when all the silver coins are gathered? Or she just doesn't want to tell me? In the top left corner of the photo was a clearly out-of-place pig silver coin. That must have been the one the store manager sealed inside. She's still worried I'll take off without helping her find that person. If it weren't for that silver coin, Qizhao might not have bothered. He already had more than enough on his plate. Where'd he find the time to go hunt someone down? In the photo, there was a man and a woman. The man had sharp brows and bright eyes, looking noble and charismatic. The girl beside him was lively and spirited, with a tear-shaped mole under her left eye. Her head tilted slightly, resting against the man's shoulder, while she playfully held up a peace sign. Her smile was radiant. That's the store manager? So she didn't always have a ram's head. Qizhao turned the photo over and saw a line of text, to be with Zhang Xuan forever and ever. Zhang Xuan. Qizhao rubbed his chin and kept looking through the photo, trying to find more clues. The photo was taken in a bedroom. They were sitting on a bed. On the bottom left of the nightstand sat something. What's that? Qizhao leaned in to look. Its shape seemed familiar. He pulled out the badge Xia Yuan had given him. It was exactly the same shape as the thing in the photo. Chapter 51, a few more days and she'll be going solo, huh? Qizhao let out a long breath. No wonder something had felt off before. According to the store manager, Zhang Xuan was just a newbie from the 4th cohort at the time. But he had told the store manager that he would go to the New World to find a way to save her and would come back to take her with him. How could a newbie have known about the New World? Before meeting Conyu and Xia Yuan, Qizhao himself had never even imagined the existence of a New World. Now, seeing that badge, Qizhao's doubts were finally cleared up. He was just like Qizhao. He must have met someone from an earlier cohort. That badge probably came from someone in the orderly heaven. That's how he learned about the New World. So, once Zhang Xuan got to the New World, did he join the orderly heaven? Previous cohort. That's right, Conyu was from the previous cohort too. Next time they meet, he can ask how long she's been in the New World. That way, he'll know how many years Zhang Xuan has been gone. The store manager never said exactly how long she'd been waiting, but judging by her demeanor, it had to be at least 3 to 5 years. He'd figure it out once he got to the New World. No rush. After sorting through his thoughts, Qizhao stored the photo and badge in his boundary bracelet, then pulled out the face-changing man item. 1000-face human skin mask. Wear it on your face to freely adjust facial features. The mask felt light, smooth, and soft to the touch. Just like a young girl's skin. Qizhao put it on. It fit perfectly and felt nice and cool. He walked over to the water tank and looked at his reflection. With just a thought, the reflection's lips thickened, nostrils widened, double eyelids turned into monolids, and heavy eye bags appeared, turning him into a middle-aged uncle. Then, with another thought, the reflection sprouted pointed elf ears, transforming into a female elf. Pretty amazing. The face morphing worked great. Shame it couldn't change hairstyles too. If it could, the transformations would be even more versatile. After trying it out, Qizhao quickly took it off. A great item. But unfortunately, not permanent. When he wore it, a kind of energy bar appeared in his mind. Once it's on, the energy bar begins to deplete. Every time he changes his appearance, it drops, and the bigger the change, the faster it drains. He'd need to use it sparingly. Save it for key moments. Putting the item away, Qizhao summoned the screen. Last night, he'd collected enough supplies for Zijian to level up to 10, and he sent them to her this morning. A total of 450 kg of metal, 225 kg of plastic, and 150 kg of wood. Zhao looked at the numbers next to Zijian's avatar and nodded. Quick and efficient. She'd already reached level 10. Oh, my dear level 10 bestie. Why hasn't today's train coin shown up in my account yet? Is it stuck? I refreshed it several times and nothing's come through. Zijian. I used it all modifying my train. You used my train coin to modify your train? Shit, that's bold of you. Mine weren't enough, okay? Besides, I'll get 10 train coins tomorrow. I'll pay you back then. Zhao was silent for a few seconds. Did you at least keep the one you need to depart today? Fuck. I forgot. Big bro help, I need 3 train coins to leave this station. Zhao was speechless. After sending her 2 packs of instant noodles, he closed the private chat. Anyway, that station wasn't dangerous. She could just stay put for now. Zhao headed to the planting carriage and moved the automatic compost bin into the slop storage carriage, then poured the slop in. Ugh, the stench. Even the black wind monster refused to enter. Way too pungent. This bucket had about 50 to 60 kilograms of slop, full of veggie scraps, meatballs, vermicelli. Whatever you could think of. 2 buckets in, and it reached the compost bin's max fill line. Pinching his nose, Zhao slammed the lid shut. The compost bin began processing the slop into magical multi-use fertilizer. After a quick nap, the compost bin had finished working. It produced a little over a jin of magical multi-use fertilizer. Still had 30 buckets of slop left. So at most, he could make 16 jin. That amount? Barely enough to get stuck in the peach tree sapling's teeth. Zhao opened the trading platform and searched for magical multi-use fertilizer. He'd seen it listed before, but the prices were steep. 5 train coins for a 5-kilo bag. Totally daylight robbery. Still, there were a few listings up, all with the same high price. Zhao spent 5 train coins to upgrade the eye-catching pack. He hadn't wanted to waste the coins, but on second thought, this upgrade was actually super useful. Pink messages, so whenever someone enters the chatroom, the first thing they see is his message. Plus, message count goes up to 20. Once the upgrade was done, Zhao entered the chatroom. Welcome VIP user to the chatroom. Whoa, the whole interface had changed. The chat box was now glittering gold. Zhao posted 2 messages, 1 train coin for 10 kilograms of magical multi-use fertilizer, add me if you want to trade. No haggling, yup, definitely pinned. Stuck right at the top of the chatroom, the flashing gold box super eye-catching. Ignoring the flood of replies underneath, Zhao exited the chatroom and checked the station he'd stop at tomorrow. Next stop, Nightlight Island, single-player station. Departure from this station requires 1 train coin. This station is a sea island, no danger. There is a level 3 treasure chest in the attic of the lighthouse on the island. Possible drops, 12 train coins, 1 ever-bright night lamp. On Nightlight Island. That Zijian girl, seriously lucky today. She actually stopped at Sanshan Station. The very same mega supermarket Zhao had scored big at with his $0 shopping haul. Supermarket, hee, big supermarket. Don't act like a creepy freak. Is that how you talk to your sis's eye? Damn, she's got some backbone now. At this rate, give it a few more days and she's gonna go solo, huh? Zhao closed the screen and stepped off the train. A winding road stretched upward, leading to the island's peak. The lighthouse was right at the end of the road. Zhao got on his motorcycle. Energy level was still at 52%. Not bad. Pretty durable. As he rode, the scenery zipped past in reverse. This kind of empty mountain road really gave Zhao a satisfying motorcycle ride. Every other time, it had either been rocky wild trails that bruised his butt, or roads jammed with wrecked cars and obstacles. No way to get any speed. In under 10 minutes, Zhao reached the base of the lighthouse. If he'd been on foot, it would have taken at least 2 hours to climb up here. He parked the motorcycle and took off his helmet. Then he started up the winding stairs and climbed to the top of the tower. Inside the attic, Zhao opened the treasure chest. Ever-bright night lamp, increases plant growth speed and allows them to grow at night. Maybe because it was daytime, the light wasn't very bright. Calling it a lamp wasn't quite accurate. It looked more like a glowing orb the size of a fist. Judging by the name, he'd thought it was just a light that stayed on forever. Didn't expect it could actually accelerate plant growth. Peach tree sapling's a plant too, right? Should work on it. Better hurry back to the train and test it out. Just then, a clamor came from the base of the lighthouse. Whoa, big bro, what is this thing? So cool. Never seen it before. Looks kinda like the bike Grandpa made. Look. 2 wheels. This thing looks way cooler than Grandpa's crappy old bike. Should we bring it back for Grandpa to see? Zhao stuck his head out and saw 2 kids poking and prodding all over his motorcycle. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Zhao yelled, scaring the two kids out of their minds. Ah! It's the train conductor. Run! The two kids bolted. But halfway through, one of them turned around, grabbed the motorcycle with both hands, lifted it over his head, and sprinted off. Chijiao's jaw dropped wide open. The fuck? Chapter 52, a home bare of everything. Isn't this a deserted island? Where the hell did these kids come from? That motorcycle weighs over 350 kilos. What the hell, are these fucking gourd babies? Chijiao quickly got down from the lighthouse, switched to his running shoes, and took off after them. Gotta admit, the kids may have short legs, but their sprint frequency was off the charts. They were practically leaving after images. But Chijiao wasn't someone who trained under triple gravity for nothing. With the help of his running shoes, he caught up to them in no time. Stop! I said stop! You little shits, don't run! Fourth bro, fifth bro, block him! With a shout from the little brat carrying the motorcycle, two more kids jumped out from the roadside grass. One spewed fire from his mouth, the other spat water, blocking Chijiao's path. Seeing their big bro getting farther away, the two vanished back into the grass. Are you kidding me? Did I just get robbed by the fucking Gourd brothers? The brief delay widened the gap between them again. In front of a thatched hut, the four kids finally stopped. Grandpa, 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 grandpa. Grandpa, 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 grandpa. Grandpa, big bro and third bro caused trouble again. The hut door opened, and out came another kid, holding the hand of a hunched old man wearing sunglasses. Grandpa, 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 grandpa. Grandpa, 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 grandpa. The kids bounced excitedly and pounced on the old man. Chijiao's motorcycle was casually tossed to the ground. Chijiao arrived just in time to witness his motorcycle drawing a perfect arc through the air and smashing into the dirt. Fuck me. Chijiao was about to blow a lung. The old man patted the kids' heads lovingly and said to Chijiao, sorry about that, train conductor. They're just kids, playful and ignorant. This old man apologizes. You, go help the man pick up his bike. Yes, Grandpa. The eldest kid stretched out a hand and easily lifted the motorcycle upright. This is too bizarre. Gourd babies and Master Roshi, seriously. Chijiao took a deep breath and went over to check the bike. It wasn't broken, but there was a scratch on it. A million grass mud horses galloped across Chijiao's heart. The second kid noticed where Chijiao's hand was resting and turned to the old man. Grandpa, big bro scratched the man's bike. The eldest immediately got riled up and was about to argue, but the old man stopped him. Go bring that box from the inner room. The eldest pouted but obediently brought out a wooden box. Really sorry. This home's bare of everything, not much we can use to compensate you. He opened the box. Inside lay a dozen or so train coins. Please, take these. Damn, where did this old man get train coins from? Says he's got nothing, but sure knows how to flex. Chijiao coughed into his fist. Well, seeing as you're all old, weak, sick, and disabled, I'll let it go. He took all the train coins. 18 in total. Chijiao put on a scowling face. Geez, not even sure if that's enough to fix my bike. Jackpot. That's enough to mod 2 bikes. Chijiao mounted the motorcycle, ready to leave. But then paused, got off again, and walked up to the old man, pulling out the photo the store manager had given him. Old man, have you seen this person? The old man took the photo, lifted his sunglasses with a hand, and examined it carefully. Looks familiar. He handed the photo back to Chijiao. He came 10 years ago. 10 years? That long ago? The old man stroked his white beard. Every 10 years, you train conductors all show up on this island within the span of a month. You're the 4th wave. So there's a 10-year gap between each wave, huh? Wait a second, didn't Kong Yu say I was part of the 5th batch? Shouldn't that make this the 5th wave? Though puzzled, Chijiao didn't think too hard on it. He started the motorcycle and turned to leave. Better get back and test whether the ever-bright night lamp actually works. The second kid looked up at the old man. Grandpa, if I remember right, 10 years ago that guy in the photo was the one who looted the treasure chest that spawned, right? He made a beeline for the lighthouse as soon as he got here. Like he already knew the treasure chest was there. This guy did the same today. Maybe that guy told him about the attic chest? The old man shook his head, unsure. Grandpa, why don't you just grab the treasure when it spawns? Why always wait until no one's around to open it? It's the rule. Rules can't be broken. The kids didn't get it, but didn't argue either. Back in the day, I was a train conductor too. One of the first batch. Basically a beta tester. The old man smiled and stroked his beard. These train conductors, they come and go like the wind. Never care about the scenery around them. Look at this island. Beautiful, isn't it? Look at this sea. Gorgeous. Every journey has an end. I just hope this kid finds his destination soon. Grandpa, Is that why you never went back to your train? Ahem, of course. The old man recalled how he once explored too long and missed the train's departure. Grandpa, I want to be a train conductor too. Yeah, right. It's not all fun and games. Super dangerous. Grandpa, I want a motorcycle. Go play with a bicycle. Grandpa, sixth bro is missing. What? The old man rushed to the backyard. In the yard, a vine as thick as a thumb was coiled around a wooden trellis. Hanging on it was a purple gourd, and above the vine were 3 ever-bright night lamps. The old man picked up 2 broken blue gourd fragments from the ground and trembled as he said, "Sixth? Was born? No way. If I counted right, there should still be 3 days left. How the hell did this one get born early?" Back on the train, Qizhao first figured out how to hang the lamp in the planting carriage. Whether it was psychological or not, he felt like the veins on the flat peach sapling's leaves were more distinct. It worked. Nice. One step closer to eating those peaches. He closed the train door and used a train coin to start the train. Got everything, time to dip. That NPC combo of gourd babies and Master Roshi was creepy as hell. No way I'm sticking around. Just as Qizhao's train vanished, a giant hand reached out from the sky. It was Big Bro. Holy shit, he can get that big? Knew those guys weren't up to anything good. Thank God I left fast enough. Grandpa, the train's gone. The old man collapsed like a deflated ball. Second, you sure sixth is on that train? The golden light in Second's eyes faded. He even smiled at us on his way out. Chapter 53, I have a name, I'm called Lao Yu. What a bunch of idiots. If you want to go traveling, just leave. Why bother telling the old man? Liu Hua leaned against the train window, standing on tiptoe, looking out into the endless darkness. So this is the train the old man talked about. He'd listened to the old man and his older brothers bragging about it every day in the gourd, but turns out it's just whatever. He jumped up and opened the door between carriages, entering the second carriage. Huh? No windows. Different from the last room. But also totally empty. Liu Hua opened the refrigerated carriage door. There's stuff in this one. He was butt naked, barefoot, as he walked into the cold storage. Qizhao was making lunch. Black Wind Monster had been barking non-stop at the refrigerated carriage. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Seeing Qizhao ignoring it, it panicked and darted around in circles, pawing frantically at the carriage door. What the hell, are you having a seizure? Shut up. Suddenly, the door opened by itself. A naked little brat ran out, hugging his arms and shivering. Damn, why was that room so cold? A pair of feet came into view. He looked up. And locked eyes with Qizhao, who was holding a kitchen knife. He gave an awkward grin. And vanished in a flash. Half an hour later, Liu Hua stood on Qizhao's bed, bare-assed. His body was tense, a bruise under his left eye. Clearly got a solid beating. Still thinking of running? No, not running anymore. Liu Hua looked at Qizhao and old Master Ren, trembling. That silver carriage was terrifying. He couldn't even lift his feet once he was inside. And that dog. He could still find him even when he was invisible. Was that nose really that sharp? I get your thoughts and what you want. I can make an exception and take you on as an intern team member. Liu Hua's eyes lit up. Really? You'll take me traveling? What did I just teach you? Liu Hua raised a hand and saluted Qizhao. Hello, train conductor. Very good. Full of spirit. Come, let me introduce you. This is the train guardian beast. Black Wind Grand Marshal. Black Wind Monster lifted its head high, looking proud as heck. G Grand Marshal, sir. This is one of our dynasty's founding elders. Old Master Ren, General Ren. G General, sir. Qizhao patted Liu Hua on the head. Do a good job, I've got high hopes for you. One day, I wanna be able to point at you in front of others and proudly say, look, that's my vice conductor. As soon as Liu Hua heard vice conductor, his eyes lit up. He saluted Qizhao again right away. Yes, train conductor. I promise to do my internship well. Qizhao nodded and left the bedroom. Phew. He wiped off his sweat. Kids are still easy to fool. So in the end, Big Bro was here to grab this brat. I thought he came for me. Qizhao was overwhelmed. An outsider had actually snuck onto his train. Good thing Black Wind Monster was around. If the kid had stayed hidden using invisibility, Qizhao really might not have found him. But in the end, he's still a kid. Pure and simple-minded. Train him well, and he could become a great helper. Qizhao thought for a second, then brought up the screen and sent a few messages to Zijian. Lunchtime. Liu Hua sat stiffly, wearing children's clothes transferred by Zijian. It was his first time wearing clothes. He was super uncomfortable. When Qizhao helped him get dressed, He had him activate invisibility to test it. Result, the clothes didn't vanish along with him. After teaching him how to use chopsticks, Liu Hua scarfed down 3 bowls of rice in one go. Qi Zhao's eyebrows twitched. This little shit eats even more than Black Wind Monster. What's gonna happen when he grows up? Can't keep calling you Liu Hua. Let's give you a name. I already have one. Grandpa gave it to me when I was still in the gourd. Liu Hua licked the rice grains off the corner of his mouth. My name's Lao Yu. After lunch, Qi Zhao taught Lao Yu how to wash dishes. Said it was part of his internship duties. Lao Yu stood on a wooden platform Qi Zhao made just for him, scrubbing the dishes with all his might. Use water sparingly, got it? Roger. Qi Zhao, meanwhile, went to the planting carriage and scattered the magical multi-use fertilizer he'd traded for over the past 2 days. 30 kilos in total, costing him 3 train coins. The several kilos of fertilizer made from slop had long been fully absorbed by the flat peach sapling. The multi-use fertilizer worked wonders. The sapling had grown another section, now over 20 centimeters tall. Even the stalk was as thick as a pinky finger. Train conductor, the dishes are done. Lao Yu's voice came through the train door. Qi Zhao had instructed him to only move around the first 5 carriages during his internship. Qi Zhao also mentally directed old Master Ren to stand guard at the door. The flat peach sapling was too important. No accidents allowed. That fast? Let me check how clean they are. That night, Qi Zhao taught Lao Yu how to use the toilet. Like this? Lao Yu mimicked him, standing in front of the toilet to pee. Yeah, that's right. Gotta lift the toilet seat first before peeing. Good. Lao Yu turned around. His pants soaked. You're supposed to pull your pants down first. After giving Lao Yu a bath, they didn't finish until the middle of the night. At last, Lao Yu fell asleep on a sofa where Qi Zhao had laid out a blanket for him. Black Wind Monster lay beside him, keeping watch. This was the first time Qi Zhao really felt what it was like to take care of a kid. Lao Yu was relatively well behaved, and even so, it was exhausting. Taking care of a kid was more tiring than fighting monsters. Qi Zhao let out a sigh of relief, pulled out the screen, and checked the next station. So you can revisit stations you've already been to. Qi Zhao's lips curled up. Someone's gonna cry tomorrow. Zhejian poked her head out from a pile of clothes and dolls. After climbing out, she stretched lazily. She got up and headed to the initial carriage. 800. No train coins in the carriage. Looks like you really only get them at new stations. She poked her head out, listening for any sounds outside. Nothing. Seems like no one stopped here. Oh yeah, another $0 shopping haul kind of day. Zhejian tapped the screen and opened a private chat with Qi Zhao. I'm not in danger, no one came. I'll stay another day. Speaking of which, that guy asked me yesterday for kids' clothes. What for? I asked but he never answered. Had a baby or something? Humming a little tune, Zhejian went back to get dressed. After freshening up in the bathroom she modified yesterday, her self-heating hot pot was ready. Took a sip of soda water. Ah, having this in the morning. Pure bliss. After breakfast, Zhejian took out the upgrade supplies she'd traded food for and tossed them into the material input zone. Work, work. Even with just 3 carriages, she had to try her best to fill them all. Too bad, such a huge supermarket and not a single shopping cart. Ridiculous. She even had to haul stuff herself. Those water bottles were heavy as hell. Zhejian took a deep breath, raised her hands, and shouted, time to get to work. Still humming, Zhejian headed to the snack section to stock up on more snacks. Only to witness something unbelievable. A kid zoomed past her, clutching 2 pillows. A kid? Wait, isn't he wearing the clothes I transferred to Qi Zhao yesterday? Zhejian rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things, then hurried to follow. Hey, wait up. Turning a corner, she saw Qi Zhao taking the pillows from the kid's arms and tossing them into the carriage. Qi Zhao wiped some fake sweat from his brow and said, just starting now? I've been at it for half the day. Chapter 54, You've taken a big step toward the vice conductor position. Zhejian curled her lips but held back the curse at the tip of her tongue when she saw there was a kid around. This is my ally, call her Sister Zai. Lao Yu turned around and gave Zhejian a salute. Hello, Sister Zai. I'm Lao Yu. Zhejian gave an awkward smile and replied politely. Alright, get to work. Lao Yu set off to keep moving supplies. So you asked me for kids' clothes yesterday because of him? That your son? Qi Zhao shook his finger. Just recruited him as an intern team member. Where'd you snatch him from? He's just a kid, this is child labor. Totally illegal. Are you jealous someone's helping me out? Idiot. Zhejian rolled her eyes at Qi Zhao and turned to leave. I remember you've got a shopping cart in your train. Lend it to me. After getting the shopping cart, Zhejian headed straight to the snack section. By 7:50 8:50 this morning when the train arrived at the station, Qizhao had already made a full round. Less than a third of the food on the shelves was left. Compared to before they left last time, food and water had decreased the most. Everything else wasn't as scarce. After Zijian left, Qizhao opened up all 7 empty carriages at the back. Thanks to the boundary bracelet, the efficiency of gathering supplies was way higher than the first time they came. Qizhao first selected some suitable shelves and set them up inside the carriages. This would make stockpiling stuff easier. After getting the shelves up, Lao Yu ran over. "Conductor, there were no clothes left over there, I brought them all over." "Well done. Lao Yu, your first internship duty is here." Lao Yu hoisted a bag of rice into the carriage. Qizhao nodded in approval. The kid's got potential. He's already moving stuff into the train without being told. "Conductor, give me the order." Qizhao waved his hand dramatically. 2 days. Empty this supermarket. Qizhao arrived at the fruit section. Almost nothing left here. He picked up a peach from the ground. Only the part that hit the ground was bruised. "I've been gone over 20 days, and this fruit hasn't gone bad." Qizhao casually stored it in the boundary bracelet. "Gonna take it back for fertilizer." Even though traveling during wind season cost strain coins, the perks were showing too. When you find a good station, you can stay longer without departing. But the issue is, other trains might stop by too. It's a gamble. Betting no one else shows up. Or banking on your own strength to hold the place and not fear anyone trying to snatch it. Honestly, when Zijian saw people, she panicked a little inside. But the moment she saw Qizhao, especially his shameless face, she instantly felt grounded. Zijian pushed her shopping cart, tossing snacks into it wildly. "This bastard is like a bandit. I gotta grab more stuff too. I'm gonna pack my train full." The $0 shopping haul flew by. That night, they had a group dinner in Qizhao's carriage. Zijian insisted on showing off her cooking skills, but her cola chicken wings came out blacker than a black wind monster, becoming the only dish left untouched on the table. After the meal, Qizhao told Lao Yu to go to bed first. Lao Yu opened the bedroom door, and just as Zijian glanced sideways, she saw old Master Ren at the door. "Ah. Why you? A zombie?" "That's General Ren," Lao Yu said seriously. "He's a founding elder." Zijian's face was full of question marks. After Qizhao explained that it was his puppet, Zijian finally calmed down. "I'm not sleeping here tonight. Bye." Watching her leave, Lao Yu looked confused. "Conductor, you invited her to stay in our room?" Qizhao spread his hands. "Nope." No one noticed a faint pink mist barely visible to the naked eye drifting from Zijian's body to old Master Ren. Thud. 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 At 7:30 in the morning, old Master Ren leapt from one end of the supermarket to the other. Zijian got up super early today, just to grab more stuff. Qizhao had basically cleared out all the other sections yesterday. Same as last time, whatever he touched just mysteriously vanished. Today, his evil claws were headed for the snack section. To keep Qizhao from noticing, she tiptoed and didn't even use the shopping cart. Seeing that Qizhao hadn't started working yet, Zijian felt a burst of joy inside. Sleep, sleep, sleep in longer, better yet sleep forever. She was hugging several bags of chips, and just as she turned the corner on her way back to the train, she bumped into old Master Ren. Zijian's eyes rolled back and she fainted. The chips in her arms scattered all over the floor. A wisp of pink mist floated off Zijian again, slowly drifting toward old Master Ren's left ear. Deep inside his ear was a gray cocoon, about the size of a peanut. As it absorbed the mist, the cocoon slowly turned pink. When it was fully pink, it cracked with a nearly inaudible snap. From inside, a pink worm crawled out. It slithered out of his ear canal and landed on his shoulder. Then it kept crawling forward until... plop. It fell to the ground. Maybe it hurt itself falling, because it started thrashing wildly. Once it calmed down, the worm began inching its way toward the unconscious Zijian. Young people, huh? Fall asleep the moment they hit the ground. While brushing his teeth and washing up, Qizhao was also controlling old Master Ren on patrol. In the end, Zijian ran right into him and scared herself unconscious. He ignored her and continued controlling old Master Ren to patrol. Until 8:00, after confirming no other trains had stopped by, old Master Ren jumped back into the carriage and returned to his role as the gatekeeper general. During the day, they were still feverishly hauling supplies into the train. At the same time, they put some unnecessary items on the trading platform to exchange for upgrade materials. 9:00 p.m. Qizhao stayed here for 2 days and pulled off a miracle. He actually emptied out a whole supermarket. The last 6 carriages were stacked full of food. The 7th carriage was packed with various daily necessities. The refrigerated carriage also had shelves added, now loaded with drinks, improving vertical space usage. The second carriage was filled with clothes, quilts, and pillows, still waiting to be sorted. Any extra shelves were tossed by Qizhao into the material input zone, converting them into upgrade materials. Qizhao and Lao Yu stood with hands on hips, proudly looking at the nearly empty supermarket. Next to them, Zijian's face was lifeless. For some reason, she had this weird feeling like her house had been raided. "Conductor, how'd I do?" Lao Yu really had worked hard the past 2 days. No wonder he was one of the gourd babies. Bursting with energy. If Qizhao hadn't stopped him, the kid would have stayed up all night working under a lamp. "Not bad. You've taken a big step toward becoming vice conductor." Lao Yu beamed with joy. That old man was a liar. This journey wasn't dangerous at all, it was actually super fun. Qizhao looked at Zijian. "I'm leaving. You coming or not?" Zijian rolled her eyes at Qizhao. "You've already looted this place clean. Why would I stay?" "So that means you can return my train coins tomorrow?" "Go to hell." Qizhao brought Lao Yu onto the train. After shutting the train door, he said to Zijian, "By the way, don't go reselling that cabinet-style air conditioner." "What do you mean?" "I mean, take good care of it. Now job." After Qizhao left, Zijian swung a fist at the air. She sighed and went back to her own train. With a flash of white light, she departed too. Chapter 55, Elevated Road. Maybach conductor, why is our train so long while Sister Zijian's is so short? Because men have to be long. Women don't need to be. Oh. Lao Yu nodded with a look of partial understanding. Hurry up and go wash up for bed. You know how to use a toothbrush, right? Yeah, I know. Brush properly, or you'll get cavities. After Lao Yu finished washing up, he climbed into bed. Qizhao summoned the screen. In the chat room. Fuck, those bastards can go to hell. Might as well feed my stuff to a dog. You actually dared to randomly transfer upgrade supplies to someone else? There are scammers everywhere now. I'd rather die at this station than transfer to someone casually, unless they give me the train coins first, and if you take the train coins and run, the other guy cries his eyes out. People like that deserve to get scammed. At this point, who's still willing to fork over train coins? Supplies are fucking useless. Upgrading just gives you a shitty carriage, no new features at all. Normal trades are done through the trading platform, a middleman platform. You might get something not quite as advertised, but overall it's not a big issue. At the very least, you'll actually get something. But supply transfer is a different story. Once you throw upgrade supplies into the material input zone, you can't get them back. They're only for your own upgrades or directly transferring to another account. There's no middleman platform between both parties to ensure safety. You transfer the supplies, and the other person might ghost you, or unfriend and disappear. So up till now, everyone defaults to using the trading platform. Because no one trusts anyone. Looks like a lot of people are stuck at some sketchy stations. Guess they're desperate for train coins. Qizhao exited the chat room and checked the station for tomorrow. Upcoming stop, Station 26 Elevated Road, single-player station. Departure from this station requires 10 train coins. This station is the Nibel engine created by Odin. Danger level 7. There's a level 5 treasure chest in the trunk of the Maybach driven by Chu Tanjiao. Possible rewards, 36 train coins, one of the 7 deadly sins. Lust, fuck. Dragon Clan it is, and I get dropped straight into this plotline. They threw me right into the Nibel engine. This world where you can hunker down just about anywhere. Maybe I can still scavenge some supplies. Will I run into a death servant? Or Odin? Great. Now I don't even know if this train can survive Odin's Gungnir. I'm screwed. A level 5 treasure chest. Will I even live to get it? Qizhao searched the trading platform for books on the Dragon Clan. There really were some. They even documented the Dragon Clan reboot. After the trade, Qizhao burned the midnight oil reading. Conductor, why aren't you asleep yet? Catching up on anime. The Maybach sped down the empty elevated road, slicing through sheets of white rain. Music played inside the car. Alton's daily growing from an Irish band. The trees they grow high, the leaves they do grow green. Many is the time my true love I've seen. Many an hour I have watched him all alone. He's young but he's daily growing. The man turned off the music. The conversation earlier hadn't been very pleasant. In fact, every father-son chat ended in silence. The car quieted down, so still you could only hear their breathing. Chu Zhang leaned his head against the car window, staring out in a daze. It was already very dark. Streetlights were on. A white streak cut through the sky. Branching lightning struck down. Chu Zhang was stunned for a second. A train? A red train? Thunder roared. As the lightning vanished, the train disappeared with it. Swallowed by the rain. Was it a hallucination? Chu Tanjiao was the first to break the silence. How's your mom doing lately? Same as always. Plays with her cats in the morning, goes shopping in the afternoon, hits the bars with a few aunties at night. The next second, Chuzahang lurched forward as the car came to a sudden stop. Once he steadied himself, he saw a red train blocking the road ahead. So it wasn't a hallucination after all. There really was a red train. A door on the train opened. A young man stood at the carriage entrance, waving at them. Son, sit tight. Your old man's gonna check it out. Chu Tanjiao opened the car door, held up an umbrella, and walked toward Chi Zhao. Bro, what's this all about? Chu Tanjiao handed Chi Zhao a cigarette. Filming a movie? You guys sure got the production value for it. Chu Tanjiao lit his own cigarette, then passed the lighter to Chi Zhao. Chi Zhao said directly, Chu Tanjiao, this is the Nibel Unjin. Pa. The cigarette in Chu Tanjiao's mouth fell to the ground. He turned back to the car window. In the darkness, a pair of golden eyes lit up. He tossed the umbrella aside and rushed back to the Maybach, kicked that death servant flying, opened the door, and drew Muramasa, slicing off its arm in one stroke. Dad, what is that? Son, sit tight. Don't be afraid. Dad. Around them, more pairs of golden eyes lit up. Including the first one, there were 5 total. Son, welcome to. Chu Tanjiao took a deep breath, the real world. A transparent air curtain parted the rain. Inside the dome, time slowed. Like everything was submerged in thick liquid. The falling rain slowed down. The death servants slowed. Even the wind slowed. Only Chu Tanjiao was unaffected. He swung Muramasa. In the dark, the flashes of his blade looked like silver swallows darting through the air. A moment ago, the death servants had lunged at him. A moment later, their heads and bodies were already separated. Word spirit, time 0. He swiftly eliminated the death servants and sheathed his blade, his expression serious. TSK TSK TSK. So this is what S-rank power looks like. Chi Zhao had only blinked, and the death servants were already gone. Conductor, did you see that? He swung so fast. Keep it up. You can do it too. Really? Lao Yu's eyes lit up again. Keep an eye on the Black Wind Grand Marshal. Stay in the train and don't go out. I'm heading over. Chi Zhao picked up the umbrella Chu Tanjiao had dropped and ran toward him. Chapter 56. You are not a god. Chi Zhao handed the umbrella back to him. No time to explain, turn around and drive back the way you came. You should still be able to get out. Thanks. Are you from the headmaster's side? No thanks needed. I'm here for the thing in your trunk. Seeing Chu Tanjiao immediately put on a guarded look, Chi Zhao explained, don't get me wrong. I don't want your chest. Just open your trunk. You'll see. The extra item in there is what I'm after. Chu Tanjiao signaled Chuzahang to open the trunk, while he kept an eye on Chi Zhao, cautiously backing up to the rear of the car. Sure enough, there was an extra treasure chest in the trunk. He gestured for Chi Zhao to take it himself. Once Chi Zhao had the chest in hand, he let out a breath of relief. Good, that went smoother than expected. Just as Chu Tanjiao turned the car around to drive back the way they came, a bright white light flared up in that direction. From within the white light, Odin appeared on his 8-legged steed, followed by a swarm of death servants. The steed was clad in metal armor, its white fur glowing faintly. Every time it neighed, thunder echoed, sparks of lightning sprayed from its metallic nostrils beneath its mask. Odin, riding atop it, was also clad in dark gold armor, holding a curved spear. The legendary Gungnir. Behind the iron mask covering his face, a single golden pupil gleamed with dazzling brilliance. Fuck, that was fast. The death servants beside Odin lunged toward the Maybach. Chu Tanjiao unbuckled Chuzahang's seatbelt and forcibly dragged him from the back seat into the passenger seat. Son, listen to your dad. When I tell you to go, you go. He grabbed Muramasa, activated his word spirit, and charged into the downpour. Darting through the rain, the death servants were sliced to bits. But more death servants surged forward in endless waves, their golden eyes glowing red. Son. Drive. Go. Chuzahang froze. Odin ahead, the train behind. Which way was safe? Chi Zhao swallowed hard and stepped back. The treasure chest was in hand. Time to bounce. Chu Tanjiao, hang in there a bit longer. Best case scenario, you stall until I can depart. But Odin didn't go after Chu Tanjiao. Instead, he turned to Chi Zhao. Human, why are you in my divine kingdom? I got lost. Totally accidental. Chi Zhao kept backing up, speaking quickly. I'll go now, you guys carry on. Don't mind me. The surrounding rain began to converge. Rain wrapped around more rain, forming a spherical space. Beyond it, only endless darkness. TSK. Knew it wouldn't be that easy to leave. 10 minutes until the earliest departure time. He had to stall for those 10 minutes. After trapping Qi Zhao in the water sphere, Odin continued, anyone who enters this realm must belong to the god. Only servants of the divine may return to this land. Qi Zhao suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Qi Zhao held his stomach, doubling over with laughter. God? You're a god? Don't make me laugh. You're a god? Odin, quit clowning around. This is just a novel. This isn't some real world like you think. You're just a character in this story. You're not a god at all. Everything about you. Your powers, your personality. It's all written by the author. The author can strip it away anytime. If the author wants, they could kill you off next chapter. Or delete you altogether. Madman. Seeing Odin unmoved, Qi Zhao kept bluffing. Did you know? The author's new book already revealed your real identity. Qi Zhao locked eyes with Odin, his gaze blazing. King of sky and wind, right? The second those words came out, Odin stiffened. How does he know my identity? Impossible. He must be bluffing. But Odin hesitated. Chu Tanjiao also froze when he heard that. Think about it. How could I enter your Nibelungen? And do you really think I can't leave? The next second, Qi Zhao vanished from the water sphere. And reappeared inside his train outside the barrier. Odin immediately expanded the water sphere, this time engulfing Qi Zhao's entire train. Fuck. That was my only use of anchor point rewind. While stalling Odin, Qi Zhao glanced at his watch. 10:45. 5 more minutes until departure. Just 5 more minutes. Odin was genuinely rattled now. The man had escaped his constructed barrier like it was nothing. Who is he? He's not one of my kind. There's no dragon aura on him. Odin began to waver. What's the matter? Still think you're a god? Aren't gods supposed to be omnipotent? Your spear. Wasn't it said to pierce anything? Well, try this. Qi Zhao pulled out a level 8 treasure chest from his boundary bracelet. The one he got from Monkey Bro. And placed it on the ground. Come on. Seeing Odin hesitate, Qi Zhao pressed further. You're hesitating. You're stalling. Your provocation won't work on me. Odin raised Gungnir and aimed it at Qi Zhao. Fuck, this old bastard ain't taking the bait. Think. What else could piss him off? Quick. But, Odin said, I'll show you why this is called the Eternal Spear. Odin confidently hurled Gungnir, the weapon said to always hit its mark and pierce anything. It streaked through the air like a meteor, tracing a deadly arc toward the level 8 treasure chest. Odin was sure. This strike would shatter the man's lies. As the spear tip touched the chest, only a soft clink was heard. Behind the mask, Odin's expression finally cracked. Yes. Nailed it. Damn Monkey Bro, swinging that golden staff so hard it left after images but didn't even dent this thing. I knew this dumb bird spear wouldn't work on it. And if it had broken it, I'd have thanked him. Would have saved me the trouble of finding the level 8 treasure chest key. Watching Gungnir return to his hand, Odin's faith was shaken once again. He threw it again. Same result. He murmured, no. Impossible. Fake. All fake. Admit it. You're not a god. And your plan failed. The author already wrote you out. You're offline. Qi Zhao flipped him the middle finger. No. I am. I'm the god King Odin. The king of sky and wind. Odin hurled Gungnir one last time. This time aiming straight at Qi Zhao's heart. 10:50. Time's up. Qi Zhao instantly stored the chest back in the boundary bracelet, used 10 train coins, and in a flash of white light, the train vanished on the spot. With its target gone, Gungnir returned to Odin's hand on its own. He stood frozen, the mask on his face cracking. The spherical barrier shattered, turning back into rain that poured down. Chu Zhang was now in the driver's seat. When he saw the red train blocking the road was gone, he whipped the wheel with a perfect drift, stomped the gas, and floored it. Dad. Get in. Chu Zhang had already opened the passenger door. Chu Tanjiao chopped off the head of the death servant behind him and used Time Zero's extreme speed to leap into the car. The 12-cylinder engine roared to max power, and the Maybach shot out of Odin's broken barrier. The chasing death servants were left far behind. Son, look at you. Pulling off a tail drift and everything. You really did inherit your old man's top-tier genes. The man was back to rambling again. Chu Zhang drove the Maybach with a deep frown. Dad, was that guy telling the truth? Are we just characters in a book? Chu Tanjiao gave him a look. Son, did you study yourself, stupid? You actually believe that crap? He turned the music back on. That half-finished song Daily Growing played again. The rain finally let up, and a toll station glowing with white light appeared up ahead. The Maybach exited the elevated road and merged into traffic on the main road. Just as Qi Zhao finally let out a sigh of relief after escaping, a splitting headache struck him. In his mind, Strange, unintelligible whispers echoed non-stop. Qizhao clutched his head in agony, curling up on the floor. Chaotic, purplish-blue veins emerged on his forehead, as if worms were wriggling beneath his skin. Nightmarish, surreal images flashed before his eyes one after another, blinking in and out like a twisted slideshow. Conductor. Conductor, what's wrong, conductor? Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Lao Yu and the black wind monsters circled anxiously, seeing Qizhao in such pain. Is it spiritual vision? Fuck, I've got dragon blood too? But why? Why did it only awaken when I was leaving? Eventually, Qizhao lost consciousness. Chapter 57, Word Spirit, Time Zero. Darkness. Endless darkness enveloped this land. Countless corpses, bones, and undead appeared in the dark. Their presence brought an endless blue-black fog. Anyone shrouded in the fog would be infected and become one of them. Qizhao had emptied all his bullets, but those things were already dead. They couldn't die again. Qizhao kicked away a lunging skeleton and turned to shout at Lao Yu, this isn't working. Go, go, go. Qizhao dragged Lao Yu back into the carriage and slammed the train door shut. But the screen still wouldn't come up, and Qizhao was drenched in sweat from the panic. Luckily, the black fog couldn't enter the train. Thud. 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 Someone was knocking on the train window. Qizhao turned and saw. It was Kong Yu. Crack. The window was violently shattered open by Kong Yu. The black fog had an opening now and flooded crazily into the carriage. Lao Yu and the black wind monster were instantly swallowed up by the black fog, their bodies rotting rapidly. Qizhao jolted upright, cold sweat soaking his pillow. Another nightmare? Zhejian got up, turned on the bedside lamp, and pulled a tissue to wipe the sweat from Qizhao's forehead. Must be a lot of stress lately, the higher-ups keep pushing you. Zhejian comforted Qizhao while snuggling into his arms. Don't push yourself too hard. If it's too much, we can always change jobs. Smelling the fragrance on Zhejian, Qizhao's tense nerves finally relaxed. He held her hand as it reached toward his inner thigh, tired. Let's sleep. Not tonight. Zhejian obediently pulled her hand back. Qizhao lay down again, but he felt something squirming under the blanket. He yanked the blanket away and saw a mass of pink tentacles between Zhejian's legs. Terrified, he fell off the bed and scrambled backward. At that moment, the door opened and two kids crawled in, also with tentacles for lower bodies. They spoke in unison, "Daddy, we're hungry." Qizhao sat up with a start. He looked around. He was still in the initial carriage. Conductor, you're awake. Woof woof woof. Lao Yu and the black wind monster had been watching over him the whole time. Qizhao glanced at his watch. I was only out for 5 minutes? 5 minutes. And I had a dream within a dream? And they were all nightmares. Was it spiritual vision showing me the future? What the hell was that endless black fog? Why wasn't Kong Yu affected? And Zhejian? Why did she have the same kind of tentacles as that monster? Qizhao rubbed his temples and summoned a screen. Feeling unwell lately? How do you know my stomach hurts? Qizhao immediately tensed up. Oh, you predicted I'm about to get my period, huh? I stocked up myself this time. You won't fool me again. You think I only grabbed snacks? Humphrey. Judging from that sass, she seems fine. Qizhao relaxed and got up to go to the bathroom. He lifted the toilet lid and pulled the lever to flush. No idea how that father-son duo is doing now. Did they make it out of the Nibelungen? Sigh, my dear senior brother. Lao Yu, I'm hungry. Make lunch. Got it. Lao Yu climbed up the wooden rack and started chopping vegetables. Qizhao pulled out the level 5 treasure chest. The chest looked like a silver metal briefcase with a combination lock. Except there was no actual lock. Qizhao had already opened it back in the Nibelungen. Everything was still inside. He put 36 strain coins into his boundary bracelet and pulled out a short blade. It was a wakizashi, mid-length. An alchemical weapon capable of harming dragon kings. One of the 7 deadly sins, lust. The ripping blade among the sins. Its blade violently vibrates at a micro level when cutting, tearing apart the target. It was also the easiest to draw out among them. How do I activate it? Qizhao gripped lust and tried to trigger its ability. He swung it casually a few times. No response. A layer of invisible force wrapped around Qizhao. To him, everything around him slowed down. Even the black wind monster's barking became choppy. Whoa. 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 Lao Yu's chopping also slowed. This state lasted about half a second before Qizhao snapped back. It's a word spirit. Same as Headmaster Chu Tanjiao and the others. Word spirit, time 0. The user creates a domain centered on themselves. Inside this domain, time slows down, but the user continues to move at normal speed, so to others, It looks like their speed increases by several times or even dozens of times. Since the user is always at the center, this word spirit has no boundary concept. It puts an enormous strain on the body and can usually only last a few seconds. But that's enough time for an assassin to land a kill. Masters of this word spirit are usually top-tier assassins. With physical training, their speed can exceed 100 times that of an ordinary person. They move like they're teleporting. I actually have a word spirit now. I still don't know how lust works, but I accidentally triggered the word spirit. Chi Zhao tried again and entered that state. He stood up, walked to Lao Yu, and used lust to cut the potato on the cutting board into pieces. Time 0 deactivated. Huff, 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 huff. Chi Zhao held on to the carriage and slumped to the floor. Only used the word spirit twice, with a total duration of less than a second, and it drained him completely. It felt like sprinting 10 kilometers under triple gravity. The strain really is high. You need serious physical strength to handle it. Back then, when Chu Tanjiao used it, he looked totally fine. And his speed boost was way beyond mine. To Lao Yu, it was just a blink. And Chi Zhao appeared right beside him like he'd teleported. 2 seconds later, the potato on the board fell apart into chunks. Conductor, you know that move where you suddenly become super fast too? Wanna learn it? Lao Yu nodded like crazy. Work hard. Once you become vice conductor, I'll teach you. Roger that. Lao Yu raised his hand and gave Chi Zhao a salute. You cook. I'm gonna nap some more. Chi Zhao climbed back into bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and fell asleep again. An hour later. They were eating lunch. Lao Yu made 2 dishes Chi Zhao taught him yesterday. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised beef with potatoes. Conductor, that 8-legged horse today was so cool. Get lost. Didn't you see it came to kill us? I mean, you'd look awesome riding that horse. If you had that horse, does that mean I could ride the motorcycle? Hee hee hee. Dream on. Could you even hold the handlebars? Chi Zhao summoned the screen to check info on the next stop. Next stopping station, Jiao Family Village, single-player station, departure requires 2 train coins, there's a water ghost in the river west of the village. Danger level, 3, there's a level 3 treasure chest under the bridge. Possible loot, 12 train coins, 1 bottle of toad potion. Lao Yu, can you swim? Huh? Me? I probably can. Good. Time to shine again tomorrow. Chapter 58, Can't even recognize a monster. Help, help, help. In the small river west of Jiao Family Village, a long-haired woman was struggling in the water. The bridge was crowded with villagers, all chattering noisily. Anyone here who can swim, hurry up and save her. Hey, don't you know how to swim? Go now. I can only swim for myself, not save people. If you wanna go, then go. What's wrong with you? No sense of responsibility as a man. F off, isn't your man a fisherman? Why not have him go? Ugh, doesn't matter who, just hurry up or she's gonna die. Wait a second, isn't that the girl from the Zong family? Didn't she fall in the river last year too? She got saved, but the guy who saved her didn't make it. I remember now. Heard she did it on purpose. She actually knows how to swim. Didn't everyone say it was an accident? She's just a little girl, what does she know? What if your kid falls in the water someday and no one helps? I don't have kids. The villagers were arguing non-stop, each with their own opinion. What's all the fuss about? Chi Zhao and Lao Yu walked up one after the other, squeezed through the crowd, and leaned on the railing to look down. The woman in the water saw more people coming and cried out to Chi Zhao again for help. Help, help, help me. Chi Zhao turned to a woman nearby. How long's she been in there? Still got the strength to shout. I don't know. I just got here too. The villagers looked at each other, puzzled. Probably like 10 minutes, I think. Chi Zhao rubbed his chin. Could this woman be the water ghost? Lao Yu, is this woman a water ghost? I don't know. You gourd babies can't sniff out monsters. I can't smell anything. Useless. Lao Yu. Just then, a man in the crowd couldn't take it anymore and started taking off his jacket. I can't just stand here, this is about saving a life. What's the rush? Chi Zhao crossed his arms. If you really wanna save her, wait till she drinks her fill of water. Otherwise, you might drown too. What kinda nonsense is that? What if she dies? Then go ahead, Mr. Good Samaritan. You can't stop someone who's begging to die. Chi Zhao didn't bother holding him back. The man snorted, stripped off his jacket and pants, and dove in headfirst. Chi Zhao gave Lao Yu a glance. Lao Yu got the message, quickly stripped and activated stealth, then jumped into the river from the other side of the bridge. Just as the man swam to the woman and grabbed her to drag her to shore, something suddenly changed. Her head turned green, and her hair turned into rotting river weeds. Her skin turned green, and she looked like a corpse dredged up from the bottom of a pond. She's a water ghost. Ghost. GG ghost. The villagers screamed and scattered. In the blink of an eye, only Chi Zhao was left on the bridge. The man hadn't realized what happened. When he looked back, he finally saw he was holding not a person, but a water ghost. The water ghost dragged the man underwater. He struggled wildly, splashing everywhere. Boss, got it. At the same time, with a thud, Lao Yu surfaced, dragging a fishing net in his hand. Inside were over a dozen train coins and a bottle of red potion. Chi Zhao quickly threw down the rope he had ready. Lao Yu swam hard against the current, dragging the net toward it. The water ghost noticed the commotion and stopped toying with the man. Without hesitation, she twisted his neck 180 degrees and tossed him aside. Thief. The once calm river instantly turned into a current. Lao Yu grabbed the rope with difficulty while Chi Zhao pulled from above. Chi Zhao was just about to grab Lao Yu's hand when the water ghost spat out a corrosive fluid that melted the rope. Lao Yu fell back into the rushing water. F. Chi Zhao spun around and emptied a Halak magazine, but blue-green scales appeared on the water ghost's body, and the bullets clanged off like they were hitting metal. Bullets can't get through? Those damn fish scales are that tough. The water ghost immediately turned and swam toward Lao Yu. Give back the treasure. You thief. Just as she was about to grab Lao Yu, Chi Zhao summoned all his strength and flung the rope toward her. Word spirit, time 0. To Chi Zhao, everything slowed down. The still twitching rope in the air, the splashing water from the ghost, the hand reaching for Lao Yu. He drew lust, stepped onto the rope, and in a few quick strides reached the water ghost. Cut. 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 Lust responded to Chi Zhao's thoughts with high-frequency vibrations. The bullets couldn't penetrate those scales, but under Lust's vibrations, they shattered. If it can slice through dragon scales, what's a tiny water ghost? Die. The fish scales broke apart as Lust drew a graceful arc. The water ghost's head and body split in two. Even her neck was torn into a mush of meat. The water ghost was eliminated. Chi Zhao reached out his other hand toward Lao Yu. Faster, faster. Hang in there, just a bit more. Hold on, once we're back on the bridge we'll be safe. I can make it. I can do this. Splash. Chi Zhao lost balance on the rope and fell into the river. Time 0 lasted only half a second. On the riverbank's shallow end, Tang Tang was desperately pressing on the stomach of the man lying on the ground. Cloudy river water gurgled out from the man's mouth. Tang Tang wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's working. PFFT. Chi Zhao spat out a mouthful of river water, his whole body convulsing like a seizure, curling up like a shrimp clutching his stomach. Pain. So much pain. It felt like his whole body was falling apart. His muscles, bones, tendons, organs. Even his brain. We're screaming, it hurts like hell. The strain from time 0 was too intense. Second day since gaining it, and he could already use the word spirit and activate lust to kill a water ghost. Even Headmaster Angers would call this pure talent. Unfortunately, this genius's body couldn't yet handle the intense strain of using a word spirit. Tang Tang frowned. He looked like he was in pain. Did he hit a rock at the bottom of the river? You okay? It's almost dark. Water ghosts come ashore to eat people. Water ghost? The water ghost isn't dead? Chi Zhao's eyes shot open at those words. Ignoring the pain, he propped himself up on his elbows and forced himself upright. Somehow, it was already almost nightfall. My sword. Where's my sword? Chi Zhao crawled in circles on the ground like a dog, but didn't see it. Lust. Gone? Lao Yu. He's gone too. DM it. Chi Zhao looked up at the two girls, gesturing with both hands to show a length. Sword. Did you see a sword about this long? Tang Tang shook her head. What about the naked kid? Did you see him? Tang Tang shook her head again. Chapter 59, Tang Tang. This girl looked around 10 years old. She had a mushroom haircut, wore a gray t-shirt and shorts, with a slingshot tucked at her waist, the typical tomboy look. Tang Tang asked, "Are you an outsider?" Seeing Chi Zhao's confused expression, Tang Tang explained, "I mean, did you come here by train?" Chi Zhao thought for a moment and said, "I floated down the river from Jiao Family Village." Isn't this Jiao Family Village? Jiao Family Village? Never heard of it. This is Jinyai Village. Not Jiao Family Village? No, the anchor point rewind still works, so it's the same world. Looks like he got swept pretty far away. Can't rewind directly back now, makes finding Lao Yu even harder. It's not safe near the water at night. Water ghosts come ashore and eat people. Come to my house. My mom's cooking is really good. There are water ghosts here too? The calm water surface gave no sense of depth in the dark. Chi Zhao took a deep breath and stood up. Whether there were water ghosts or not, he needed a safe place to recover. In this condition, even firing a single shot would probably be too much to handle. Tang Tang helped Chi Zhao as they walked into the village. At the village entrance, a few kids who had just eaten were playing marbles under a tree. When they saw Tang Tang at the entrance, one kid started yelling, "The outsider's brat is back." But when they saw Chi Zhao behind her, especially his furrowed brows and that somewhat fierce face, a chubby kid trembled and said, there really is an outsider. She brought an outsider into the village. Run. The kids scattered like a flock of birds. Chi Zhao looked at Tang Tang, who bent down to pick up marbles. People here seem pretty hostile to outsiders. Is it because the outsiders who come are always bad? Tang Tang pulled out the slingshot from her waist, loaded a marble, and shot it with a snap right at the butt of the chubby kid at the back of the group. He yelped and face-planted into the ground. Tang Tang put the slingshot away and said coolly, "My mom says not all outsiders are bad, just like not everyone in the village is good." Genii village is divided into east and west. The east side is on higher ground, the west on lower. Tang Tang's house was in the west, near the river bank, basically on the edge of the village. Lowest elevation. Every time the floods came, her home was always the first to suffer. "Grandma." Tang Tang cheerfully greeted an old woman with graying hair sitting by the road. "Ayo, it's Tang Tang back again. Grandma, here, gardenias I picked on the way." The old lady reached out with trembling hands to take the flowers. "Thank you, Tang Tang. You're such a good girl." Tang Tang's house was right next to the old lady's. Calling it a house was generous, it was more like a crumbling mud wall and straw roof hut. "Mom, I'm home. Perfect timing, go wash up and eat." "Wow, smells so good. What yummy thing did you make today?" Tang Shantao was busy at the stove. But when she saw the stranger, Chi Zhao, a flicker of caution crossed her face. At the dinner table, Tang Shantao brought out a bowl of wild veggie soup, a plate of shredded potatoes, and some steamed buns. She'd also made a special dish for Chi Zhao, scrambled eggs with chili peppers. The dishes were simple, but they tasted great. During dinner, Tang Tang explained everything to Tang Shantao. "I see, as long as Brother Chi Zhao doesn't mind our humble home, that's fine. Brother Chi Zhao can sleep in my bed tonight. I'll sleep with Mom." Tang Tang pounced into her mother's arms. "It's been so long since I slept with Mom." Tang Shantao affectionately stroked Tang Tang's hair. "You're getting so big, still wanting to sleep with Mom." She sniffed her daughter's hair. "You stink. Did you go hunt ducks for money again today?" "Yep. Mom's birthday is coming. I wanna buy you new shoes. Once I save enough, I'll bring back the duck I catch. You can make braised duck for me." Okay, Tang Tang such a good girl. Go take a shower. Change your clothes, I'll wash them. You stink." Tang Shantao teased her with a playful frown. "Going now." After Tang Tang left, Tang Shantao looked at Chi Zhao and nodded with a gentle smile. Even though she was a mother, she still looked quite young. You wouldn't believe she had a 10-year-old kid. Chi Zhao smiled politely in return, "Sorry to trouble you." After dinner, Chi Zhao carried a bucket of hot water to bathe. The shower area was a simple shed in the backyard, very basic. After washing, Chi Zhao cleaned himself, took out a fresh outfit from the boundary bracelet, changed, and packed up his dirty clothes. Tang Tang's bed was a bit small, Chi Zhao couldn't even stretch his legs straight and had to curl up slightly. The thin blanket was old and full of patches, obviously used for years. The room only had a small bed and a short table. On the table was a vase, with the gardenias Tang Tang had just swapped in. Breathing in the floral scent, Chi Zhao's nerves gradually relaxed. The side effect of word spirit, time zero began to kick in. An overwhelming fatigue hit him, and as his head dropped, he fell fast asleep. Conductor, where are you?" Lao Yu was dragging a fishing net in one hand and holding lust in the other, shirtless as he searched along the riverbank for Chi Zhao's trail. His shouts startled a flock of birds out of the reeds. Thinking back to Chi Zhao slashing the water ghost's head off earlier that day, Lao Yu sighed. The conductor never stays cool for more than 3 seconds. Number not even 1. Lao Yu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Conductor! Where are you? Conductor! Hey, there's a light." Lao Yu's eyes lit up, "Looks like a village." Chapter 60, Disciples of the Dog-Taming Sect, Zhuzi on the eastern side of Jinyi village, at the higher elevation. A black train stood parked on the wasteland outside the village. The train had a total of 9 carriages, which meant its owner had to be at least level 9. The train door was wide open, and dogs with things in their mouths were coming and going. Zhuzi sat atop the train's front engine. He wore a black open-chest shirt. His lean torso faintly revealed a six-pack. Didn't expect the village to be this big. Good thing it's wind season, otherwise, how would I have time to gather so many dogs? Wind season's the best. I love wind season. Seeing his dog pack had grown several times larger, Jose was overjoyed. He came from a Xoanhuan world, a disciple of the dog-taming sect. Any dog he touched would be instantly tamed and fully obedient to him. The more dogs he tamed, the stronger his physical abilities became. Back at a pet store, he had tamed over a dozen dogs, although one little black dog had run off. Of course, most of those pet dogs he tamed later died in battle. The dogs here are trash, nothing like the ones in my original world. Thankfully, I still have my 3 soul-bound dogs with magical powers. What a strange world, filled with things I've never seen before. I have to find a way back. For now, the only thing I can do is keep getting stronger. Kuiwa is still waiting for me to marry her. At that thought, Jose's eyes filled with even more resolve. Huh? Firelight. A village in the distance? Perfect, more dogs to tame. He jumped off the train at once, bringing along half of his dog pack, over 40 dogs, and set off for the western side of the village. The remaining dogs kept hauling supplies into the train. The village was littered with corpses, the ground soaked in blood. Jose looked at the scene without a hint of concern. Because he was the one who caused all of it. What a poor village. No gold or silver to speak of, but every single household owned a dog. Well, suits me just fine. Jose parked his train here and added all the village dogs to his army. More dogs meant more upkeep, that meant a need for a lot of food. So he started hoarding food, burning, killing, looting. The entire east side of the village had become a sea of corpses and blood. After sweeping through the east village, he reached the west. Jose's dog army continued to grow, and behind him, villagers dropped one by one. So noisy. Can't you shut up? You're just fake vessels, stepping stones on my road home. Jose showed no mercy in slaughtering the villagers. His motto was simple, leave no one behind. In one household, a chubby kid stared in horror at his dog, Da Huang, who they'd raised for over 5 years. One touch from that man, and the dog turned on them and joined the enemy. He trembled as he shouted, "Oh, outsider, another outsider." Jose naturally knew the outsider the kid referred to was himself. Because the villagers killed by his dogs had all exclaimed the same thing right before dying. "Chubby boy, what do you mean by that? You've seen other outsiders?" The dog pack parted to make way, and Jose walked up to the chubby kid, lifting him up effortlessly with one hand. If there's another train conductor, that's perfect. Kill him, steal his supplies and train, that would boost my strength even faster. These villagers are nothing. Killing a conductor gets resources way faster. You know where he is? I do. He was brought back by that brat from the village. He's probably still at her place. Jose lit up at the news. Lead the way. Take me to him. Just then, the chubby kid's father rushed over. He kowtowed repeatedly to Jose, pleading, "Immortal. Immortal. I know where her house is. I'll take you there. Please, I beg you, spare my son. I'm begging you. Doesn't matter, either one of you. Fine, you then." He casually tossed the chubby kid aside and walked out the door. The man trembled as he led the way, while Jose followed behind at a leisurely pace. 2 men and a pack of dogs marched toward the village's westernmost edge. This is the place. The man's trembling hand pointed at a shabby straw hut. "All right, you're done. Scram. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. What are you shouting for?" A flicker of annoyance flashed across Jose's face. He kicked the man flying with one strike, then followed up with another kick. The rotten wooden door of Tang Shantao's home burst open. Then, under his command, a pack of dogs charged in. Woof 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 woof. Baring their teeth, their momentum terrifying. Just then, a grenade exploded, the leading dogs were blown sky high. Chi Zhao's figure appeared behind Jose, a shotgun pressed to his back. Bang. Chapter 61, Come on, doggy, keep going. A massive impact sent Jose flying. With a thud, Jose crashed to the ground, his back a bloody mess. The marksman's ult at close range was devastating. Chi Zhao followed up with 2 shots, then kicked him. After confirming he was dead, he let out a breath. Even though Chi Zhao was resting, the unfamiliar environment didn't let him fully relax. So the moment he heard a noise outside, he sprang into action. He hadn't rested long, and using the word spirit again brought faster backlash. Chi Zhao felt sore all over, and before he could catch his breath, Jose, lying on the ground, pushed himself up with both hands. "Fuck, you sneaky little bastard." Chi Zhao frowned. "Still not dead?" In the pool of blood lay a gray dog. "My life-saving dog. You just wasted it like that. You killed my gray silk, I'll make you pay with your life." Right after that, all the dogs that had rushed into the house turned and charged back out. At his command, the dogs pounced on Chi Zhao, fearlessly facing his shotgun. This guy could control dogs. Was it some kind of item? And what the hell was a life-saving dog? Chi Zhao was shocked. So was Zhu. How the hell did this guy appear behind me without a sound? Teleportation? That's a dangerous ability. Wait, he looks kind of familiar. Seems like I've seen him in the chat room. Chi Zhao? Right, that's him. Chi Zhao. Zhu remembered now. The guy in front of him was the number 1 ranked in their chat room. No wonder he's number 1. He's got the skills. What sugar mama? Without real strength, why would a rich woman even let you stick around? This guy's train must be loaded with supplies. If I kill him, I'll get even stronger. Zhu raised his head and let out a wolf howl. He was calling the dogs stationed at his train. Quick battle, kill him. As the howl ended, Zhu charged at Chi Zhao with the dog pack. His right hand turned into a black dog's claw, slashing down. Chi Zhao immediately pulled out his longsword to block. Time slow. Zhu's movements slowed, and Chi Zhao easily blocked the claw with his blade. 2 times slow. His body could handle it. He managed a finer control over the time slow. That's it. I have to control the slow multiplier, can't max it out all at once. He pulled away to create distance, sheathed the sword, switched to his gun, and unleashed a burst of bullets. Zhu crossed his arms in front of him, blocking all the bullets. What the hell kind of body is that? He can tank bullets. And he can control dogs? This dude must have had some crazy encounters in the previous world. As more dogs surrounded them, Zhu gradually caught up to Chi Zhao's speed. His claws grew sharper. The corners of his mouth stretched back to reveal sharp fangs. He looked more and more like a dog. No time to reload. The claws were already in his face. Bang. Bang. 3 times time slow. With time slowed 3-fold, Chi Zhao pulled out his shotgun and blasted him 4 times in a row. Zhu's pounce slowed again. Chi Zhao ducked and twisted to the side, dodged the strike, and kicked him flying. He got faster again? What the hell? Seeing more dogs rushing in, Chi Zhao roughly figured it out. The more dogs there are, the stronger he gets. Chi Zhao figured out Zhu's ability and switched tactics. Kill the dogs first. Weaken his power. Chi Zhao pulled out a grenade, bit off the pin, and tossed it into the pack on the right. A boom erupted in the dog pack. 7 or 8 dogs were blasted into the air, vomiting blood. Zhu twisted around and yanked out a tooth loosened by the shotgun. Interesting, interesting. He's fast again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Scatter. At his command, the dogs scattered in all directions. Scatter? Too late. Triple time slow. Chi Zhao pulled out a rifle. Those dogs now looked like they were casually strolling. 1 shot each, Chi Zhao picked them off with precision. Gunshots. Lao Yu perked up his ears. That was definitely gunfire. The intermittent gunfire came from a certain direction. Lao Yu confirmed it and sprinted toward it. Is it the train conductor? He's in a fight. Wait for me, train conductor, I'm coming. As Lao Yu dashed, the train coins in his fishing net clanged together. The dogs around them kept decreasing, and their blood pooled into a huge puddle. With fewer dogs, Zhu's speed dropped again. What's with this guy? Not only is he fast, he keeps pulling out different weapons. Does he have some kind of storage artifact? If I can't keep up, I can't kill him. I can't drag this out. Black silk. White silk. At Zhu's furious shout, 2 dogs burst out from the pack. 1 pure black, 1 pure white. Zhu grabbed 1 in each hand and absorbed them into his body. His face fully transformed into a dog's. Half black fur, half white fur. Black fur grew all over his body, his spine extended, and a tail sprouted out. Ha 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 ha. Fighting feels fucking amazing. Zhu slashed wildly with his claws. Chi Zhao was forced to retreat again and again. Shit, he confused with them. Suddenly so fast. Even 3 times the speed isn't enough to keep up. Zhu's claw struck Chi Zhao's blade, sparks flying everywhere. His claws were hard as hell. If only Lust were still around. It could definitely cut those claws. Snap. Chi Zhao's blade couldn't hold up in the back and forth and broke. Chi Zhao seized the moment. 10 times slow. Zhu's movements slowed drastically. Chi Zhao shifted his stance, lifted his leg for a side kick, channeling strength from his waist. Wham! The broken blade's edge shot forward and stabbed into Zhu's abdomen with a thump. At the same time, Zhu's claw raked Chi Zhao's shoulder, launching him through the air with brute force. Zhu shook his head, grabbed the remaining bit of the blade sticking out, yanked it out, and tossed it aside. He stuck out his long tongue and licked the blood from his claw. It actually pierced my black-white dog hide. Now that's a satisfying fight. But this is the end. Zhu raised his claws and slowly walked toward Chi Zhao. Next strike. Crush his heart. Hey. You baddie. Get away from brother Chi Zhao. Just then, a pebble smacked the back of Zhu's head. It was Tang Tang's slingshot. It didn't hurt, but the disrespect was real. Zhu turned his grotesque black and white dog face toward Tang Tang. Inside the house, Tang Shantou was holding Tang Tang, listening to the gunfire, explosions, and barking outside. Even she couldn't stop her body from trembling. Especially when Zhu kicked open their door and a bunch of dogs rushed in. She was ready to die. But soon the dogs left, and the fierce fighting began outside. Mama. It's okay, Tang Tang, don't be scared. Tang Shantou gently patted Tang Tang's back to comfort her. I'm sorry, brother Chi Zhao. I know he's an outsider. Mama doesn't blame you. Things quickly quieted outside. So quiet it was like none of that ever happened. No, Mama, I have to go check. Tang Tang wriggled free from Tang Shantou's arms, grabbed her little slingshot, and ran outside. Tang Shantou hurried after her. Outside, dog corpses were everywhere, blood all over the ground. Mother and daughter carefully avoided the dead dogs as they followed the trail. Until Tang Tang saw Chi Zhao get knocked flying. Then she raised her slingshot and let Zhu have it. But Zhu stayed calm. He licked his tongue, turned, and kept walking toward Chi Zhao. Kill him, then kill the other two. Die, Chi Zhao. Zhu's claw slashed down hard at Chi Zhao's heart. Just as it was about to hit, Chi Zhao, who had been lying motionless, suddenly scrambled forward on all fours like a cockroach, dodging the strike. He got to his feet, pulled out an adrenaline shot, bit off the cap, and jabbed it into himself. Chi Zhao was buzzing with energy. Thanks to the immaculate fruit kicking in, he didn't completely pass out. The few seconds Tang Tang had bought him were crucial. Enough for him to use the high-grade life potion he got from Dawn City. No doubt about it, that potion was top tier. One dose and his wounds started healing fast. With the adrenaline too, he felt like he could wrestle a bull. Come on, doggy. Keep going. Chapter 62, You Won't See the New World 5 times slow. Chi Zhao could already keep up with Zhu's speed, but he still couldn't break through those tough dog claws. Another blade snapped. He couldn't create distance, and even if he could, bullets couldn't get through Zhu's defense. At this rate, he'd be worn down eventually. Chi Zhao's last resort was anchor point rewind to retreat. But that couldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. Come on, let's see how much longer our little dog can last. After clashing again, the two backed off, catching their breath. Train conductor. Train conductor. Lao Yu? Sure enough, Lao Yu came running from afar, completely naked, dragging a fishing net in one hand and gripping a blade in the other. Finally found you, my train conductor. Word spirit, time 0. Chi Zhao instantly appeared beside Lao Yu and took the wakizashi. Lost. So Lao Yu had picked it up. Lao Yu, go protect them. Chi Zhao pointed toward Tang Shantou and Tang Tang in the distance. I'm going to kill a dog. After being activated once, Lust could now be used at will by Chi Zhao. One slash. This time he'd take that dog head clean off. Zhu's heart was pounding like crazy, tongue hanging out, panting heavily. No good. This body was fast and tough, but the heat dissipation sucked. All he had was his tongue? Wait, where'd that chubby kid come from? And that short blade? Why did his eyes suddenly light up with confidence after picking it up? His heart and lungs were going into overdrive. This had to end quickly. One claw. Just one more to end this. Kill him, seize his train. Like two players returning from halftime, they charged at each other in sync. Zhu reinforced his claws to their hardest state and tried blocking Chi Zhao's slash. Lust vibrated fiercely as it sliced clean through his claw, shattering it at the break. Zhu yelped in pain and jerked his arm back. This blade was no joke. Just a graze, and 2 fingers were gone. What a terrifying blade. Chi Zhao's slashes rained down like a storm. Zhu scrambled to defend. Each time the blade struck, his claws went numb from the shock. Chi Zhao fought harder, growing increasingly frenzied. All his focus was on severing those claws. There it was. An opening. Zhu grabbed Chi Zhao's blade. His tail suddenly extended from below, lightning fast, stabbing toward Chi Zhao's heart. Didn't see that coming, did you? That was my real trump card. Zhu looked confidently at Chi Zhao, waiting to see that fear-twisted face. But in that split second, the guy was smiling. Bang. A jade treasure chest appeared out of nowhere and blocked Zhu's ultimate hidden strike. No. In the next moment, his right claw holding the blade was completely severed. Chi Zhao kicked the level 8 treasure chest, launching Zhu to the ground along with it. Another slash. And Zhu's left claw flew off too. Zhu screamed, shattering a few teeth from the force. His body instantly reverted to its original form. The black and white dogs separated from his body and collapsed in the blood pool. Watching Qi Zhao slowly approach with the short blade in hand, Zhu's eyes finally showed fear. His trump card had been seen through. The other guy had even more tricks up his sleeve. No. I still have one last card. My final trump card. Wait. Stop. You can't kill me. I'm with Orderly Heaven. Zhu, using his severed hand, pulled out a badge from his pants. Identical to the ones Yuan had given him. Qi Zhao. I know you. I know you've met players from previous matches. You must know about the New World. This is just the newbie village. We're all destined to go to the New World. Orderly Heaven is the biggest faction in the New World. I'm a specially recruited newcomer this year. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you're going against all of Orderly Heaven. Qi Zhao stowed the treasure chest back into his boundary bracelet and slowly walked up to him, crouching down. Zhu instinctively flinched back. You mean this one? Qi Zhao also pulled out an Orderly Heaven badge. He took Zhu's badge, compared the two, then looked up at him with a smile. Well now, turns out we're from the same family, huh? Qi Zhao reached out and helped Zhu up from the ground. Brother Zhu, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhu stood there stunned, emotions written all over his face. There was shock, a bit of relief, and even a hint of envy. You're also a special recruit? Qi Zhao gave him a look like, what do you think? Zhu let Qi Zhao help him to his feet. The two stood side by side, chatting and laughing. Anyone who saw them would think they were best brothers, ha ha ha. Like they say, no fight, no friendship. Brother Zhao, even in the New World, you'll still be my brother Zhao. We'll have each other's backs in Orderly Heaven. Brother Zhu, there's one thing you got wrong. Qi Zhao leaned in close to Zhu's ear. You won't see the New World. Zhu froze. The next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His head slumped down. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest. 3 seconds ago, Qi Zhao had activated his word spirit. 20 times the speed. He drove lust and shredded Zhu's heart piece by piece. It happened so fast, Zhu didn't even react. Death came before the pain. Consider yourself lucky. Hey. Orderly Heaven is just a mess, taking in any kind of trash. Once Qi Zhao confirmed Zhu wasn't getting back up, he finally exhaled. So that life-saving dog really was a one-time deal. Zhu was dead. The remaining dogs, without their master, all returned to normal and wandered off. Exhausted. So damn tired. As expected, small-scale time slow doesn't burden the body too much. But using lust drains stamina like crazy. Using word spirit, time zero and lust together is strong, but physically unsustainable. Still can't rest yet. The adrenaline's still kicking. There's more to do. Lao Yu. Train conductor. At Qi Zhao's call, Lao Yu ran over immediately. Qi Zhao pulled out a t-shirt and handed it to him. You gonna keep running around with your DCK out? Lao Yu scratched his head. I went invisible whenever I saw people. The t-shirt fit just right, covering his butt. Lao Yu scratched his butt, tugged the shirt out from between his cheeks. Oh right, train conductor, here. Qi Zhao stashed the treasure chest Lao Yu dragged in via fishing net into his boundary bracelet. Let's go, time to loot. Loot? What's looting? After Qi Zhao explained it, Lao Yu lit up and ran excitedly toward the scattered dog corpses. I love looting. These dogs could be turned into fertilizer back on the train. Especially the 3 special ones. Gray silk, black silk, white silk. Qi Zhao pulled out the motorcycle, freeing up carrying space in the boundary bracelet. Perfect for loading the dead dogs. He searched Zhu's body, but found nothing useful. Wait, Zhu's dead. What about his train? After collecting the surrounding dog corpses, Qi Zhao quickly stood up. Lao Yu, let's go find the train. Huh? What? Before leaving, Qi Zhao walked over to Tang Tang. He reached out and patted her head, smiling as he said, sorry for lying to you. Hee hee, I knew brother Qi Zhao was an outsider. I'm not dumb. Qi Zhao thought for a moment, then handed her a pistol. If you ever run into another bad outsider, use this. Your aim with the slingshot was pretty good. This works almost the same. After showing Tang Tang how to use it and leaving her a few bullets, Qi Zhao took Lao Yu and hurried off. Locals nearby had heard the commotion. A few peeked through cracked doors, peering this way. Heads popped up from behind low walls, secretly watching. But no one dared approach. Old Wang, what's going on? Should we go check it out? You out to your mind? Can't you tell that guy's a killer? All the village dogs ran over, and he killed them all. That outsider could turn into a dog. Scared the SHT out of me. Turn into a dog? I didn't see that. I didn't even catch how he died. They were way too fast. Especially that guy with the gun. It was like he was teleporting. These outsiders are terrifying. They show up every few years. When will it end? Chapter 63, The Biggest Gain, Level 6 Treasure Chest. Zhu's train wasn't hard to find. In the darkness, his train with lights on was quite eye-catching. A black train. Qi muttered. He recalled what Kong Yu had said, the train is black, and so is the heart. Qi shook his head and stepped into the carriage. When he saw on the screen that the train was unclaimed, he felt relieved. The first two carriages were almost completely empty, with nothing useful. Qi pulled open the door to the third carriage. There was a wooden shelf inside. 7 treasure chests were placed on it. Under each chest was a note, recording in detail at which station it was obtained and what was found inside. A collecting addiction? All the items had already been opened, yet the empty chests were still kept. Pretty pointless. Why is there even a suitcase here? Kinda out of place. Requires level 6 treasure chest key to unlock. This is a level 6 treasure chest? What the hell? It was a silver metal treasure chest, about the size and shape of a suitcase. Level 5 treasure chests didn't need keys, but starting from level 6, they did. So level 6 was the dividing line, huh? Wonder if this could be forced open. Let's try. Qi activated Lust and slashed down with his blade. Using all his strength, Qi left a groove less than a millimeter deep on the chest. It worked. Looks like it could be broken open with brute force. If Monkey Bro were here, he'd probably smash it open with one hit. Even though it's just 2 levels below a level 8 treasure chest, the value gap is huge. No idea what the highest treasure chest level is. Qi put the chest into his boundary bracelet and opened the next carriage. Ugh, what a stench. Qi covered his nose. This carriage was stacked neatly with wooden boxes, filled with all kinds of dried meat. There were also drying racks hung with frogs, snakes, rats, and other kinds of small dried meat. Everything sorted by type, skewered neatly. This guy seriously has OCD, huh? On to the next carriage. This one was a shabby bedroom. Qi dug out a costume card from the box at the head of the bed. It was a gray costume card, which he casually stashed into the boundary bracelet. He found 37 train coins in total. To carry more items, Qi spent 40 train coins to upgrade his boundary bracelet to level 7, increasing his load capacity to 500 kilograms. He felt a bit of a pinch, but there was no other way. He didn't want to risk logging into this train. Doing so would disable his current anchor point. Even though today was the last day of the wind season, meaning no more trains would stop, he had still docked yesterday, and it was uncertain if another train might show up there. If he logged in here and the other train's door opened for someone to loot it, it'd be a huge loss. In the next carriage, the walls were covered with dog pelts. Various colors, sizes, and breeds. There had to be over 100 of them. Holy shit, did he really kill that many dogs? No idea where he got that ability to control dogs and enhance his own body through them, or if there's a way to learn it. That life-substituting dog, gotta admit, was incredibly useful. From there on, the rest of the carriages didn't have much. Mostly worthless junk. After combing through the whole train, Qi returned to the initial carriage and tapped the screen. Dismantled a regular carriage, gained 1,680 kg of metal, gained 840 kg of plastic, gained 560 kg of wood, transferred 1850 kg of metal, transferred 1,010 kg of plastic, transferred 700 kg of wood, to train number 19,990,526 under conductor Qi name. In all of East Village, the number of survivors could be counted on one hand. Train searched, time to head back. Today was the last day of wind season, after all. Qi hopped on his motorcycle, brought Lao Yu, and headed back. Conductor, are we going the right way? I came looking from that direction. Qi slammed the brakes and turned the bike around. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you knew the way. Chapter 64, All Parties. A black gate was embedded into the mountain. The gate looked ancient and solemn, as if it bore the weight of endless years and history. It was covered with strange symbols and patterns. In front of the gate, a black-gray little dog held its head high, pacing back and forth. It was the loyal guardian of this gate. Kinda cute, huh? Come on, let Big Bro give you some head pats. The dog leaned into Anoka Young's arms, rubbing its head against him. A silver coin hung from its collar. Good dog, be good. I'll bring you 2 lady dogs later to keep you company. Anoka Young petted its head with one hand and slowly unfastened the collar with the other. He smiled as he lifted the collar with the silver coin attached. Got it. Wasn't that easy? The once docile dog suddenly opened its massive jaws and swallowed Anoka Young and a silver coin in one bite. Burped down by the dirt slope in the distance. The puppet in Anoka Young's hand burst into flames, and he casually tossed it to the ground. Cerberus, the hellhound from Greek mythology. Theogony says it has 50 heads, though most later artworks show it with 3, so it's commonly called the 3-headed hellhound. So how many heads does it really have? 50? Konyu nodded. But isn't that just one head? Cut one off, and it grows back. Plus, every time you cut off a head, it gets stronger. TCH. No wonder we need this blade. No matter how many heads it has, there's only one soul. Relax. Leave it to me. Anoka Yun crawled out from the slope. Anoka appeared out of thin air, and he grabbed it in one hand. Hello there, doggy. Big Bro's back again. Yeah, it's kinda tough to deal with. Anoka Yun's clothes were torn, his upper body bare, muscles like tempered steel. He squatted down, picked up the G-silver coin from the ground, and tossed it to the approaching Konyu. Did you hear anything? Konyu shook her head. Anoka Yun pressed his ear to the gate, listening intently. Sounds like someone behind the door is calling. Hey handsome, come play. Konyu chuckled and turned back toward the train. So is hell really behind that door? Just open it and see for yourself. Anoka Yun curled his lip and followed after. Forget it, I'm heading to heaven, thank you very much. Anoka Yun pulled out a small mirror and smoothed his hair in the reflection. We've got the G-silver coin. Now where the hell do we find the high pig silver coin? Our mission was only to get the G-silver coin. The high pig silver coin's not our problem. So now we just head back and report? Good timing. I can return the sword at the transfer station, or my dumb little brother's gonna cry. Transfer station. Anoka Subaru followed the aura of the demon blade Anoka into a forest. Anoka was stuck in a tree, and hanging from its guard was a box of Japanese sweets with a note attached, for Sister Ziyuan. Dumb little bro not allowed to eat. Ziyuan took the sweets down. Wow, how did Brother Yuns know this is my favorite flavor? Anoka Subaru scowled. Careful, it might be poisoned. Ziyuan opened the box, picked up a cherry blossom flavored one, and took a bite with a blissful face. After a few chews, her expression suddenly changed. She grabbed her neck with one hand and let out some weird oh sounds. See? I knew it. Poison. I've been poisoned. I'm dying. She reached for Anoka Subaru. Kill. Kill Brother Yuns. Avenge. Avenge me. Lame. Anoka Subaru grabbed the blade and turned to leave. Ziyuan popped a matcha-flavored one into her mouth, cheeks puffed out. PFFT, Drama Queen broke on. On the train. Ziyuan flipped through a stack of documents. These were all her shortlisted candidates for Orderly Heaven's early recruitment drive this year. Tomorrow, they'd reach the new world, and she wanted to review everything again before submitting it. Chi Zhao, top level in the 2000 zone. Ranked first at the end of the internship period. Good performance in Dawn City 2. Smart, brave, slick, but with clear boundaries. Definitely fits our recruitment standards. Anoka Subaru was doing push-ups while chatting with Ziyuan. In the end, isn't it just because he used a silver coin and got qualified? Anyone with qualification has to be brought into our Orderly Heaven. Ziyuan countered with irritation. Don't take it out on him just because you didn't complete your mission. Chi Zhao is genuinely excellent. I really like him. Even without the qualification, I'd still recruit him. Anoka Subaru snorted and stood up. If Konyu made it into the inner realm, that means she does have the station travel module. Should we report that? Ziyuan touched his forehead and said doubtfully, you don't have a fever, so what's with the nonsense? If you report that, aren't you basically admitting you met Konyu in the inner realm? You mean we shouldn't include that part in the report? Of course not. Otherwise what, you think if you only write met Konyu and don't mention your brother, it's all good? Besides, tracking down the Freedom Organization isn't our job anyway. Let's just focus on doing ours well. Anoka Subaru's face stayed blank. No one knew what he was thinking. After a moment, he hurried out. I better rewrite the report then. Ziyuan shouted after him, don't worry. I won't say a word about Brother Yuns. I'll keep it secret for you. We'll investigate together. Chapter 65, Transfer Station. Seeing the train still parked safely in place, Chi Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Chi Zhao stopped the motorcycle and patted Lao Yu on the head. Wake up, we're here. As soon as he opened the train door, the black wind monster leapt out impatiently. Then it stuck its butt out and started pooping, clearly had been holding it in way too long. The carriage was still clean. Didn't expect the black wind monster to hold it for this long. Chi Zhao drove the motorcycle into the carriage and parked it. Lao Yu was yawning like crazy from exhaustion. Wash the dishes, then we'll make dinner. As soon as Lao Yu heard the words dinner, his eyes lit up and he perked right up. Copy that. Chi Zhao patted the dog's head and took the black wind monster to the back carriage to grab food. Black wind monster, did you grow up or something? Chi Zhao lifted the black wind monster up to eye level, Didn't notice anything before, but after not seeing you for a day, you look bigger. After all, it's been nearly a month of raising it. He brought the food back to the kitchen. Chi Zhao tore open the roasted chicken's packaging, placed it on a plate, and tossed it into the oven. He threw the picked vegetables to Lao Yu and summoned the screen. After accepting the upgrade supplies and the train coins transferred by Zijian, he noticed an unread message in the bottom right corner. To all train conductors, the wind season has ended, and you're about to embark on a new journey. Your next stop will be the transfer station. Departing this time will not consume train coins. This is a peace station, and you may stay for up to 48 hours. All remaining train conductors from the 10,000 zones of the newbie village will gather here. From the transfer station onward, you'll enter the new world. Transfer station? So there's a midpoint between the newbie village and the new world. So there are 10,000 zones. 10,000 times 10,000. That's 100 million people. Chi Zhao entered the chat room and saw only 30-something people online. So this is just the newbie village, huh? Folks, I'm heading out first to scout ahead. See you in the new world. Didn't expect it wouldn't cost train coins to go to the transfer station. Nice touch. They knew I was broke. Out of 10,000 people in our zone, only about 90 left. You guys are all awesome. Grandpa here is 1 in 100 too. Let's all add each other as friends, so we can look out for each other in the new world. As more people departed, that number kept shrinking. Zijian, why didn't you reply for so long? I thought you were dead. You curse your ally like that? We'll reach the transfer station tomorrow morning. I'm excited. Don't reveal your module. I'm not an idiot. After dinner, Chi Zhao took stock of his current train coins, 108 in total. He had enough materials to level up 4 times, but was reluctant to spend 40 train coins all at once. Metal, 600 kg out of 2,467 kg. Plastic, 300 kg out of 1,338 kg. Wood, 200 kg out of 971 kg. Train coins, 10 out of 0. Level up once and see if any good upgrades pop up. Delayed departure, link to account, allows a 10-minute delay when leaving a stopping station. 8 train coins. Reinforced steel plates, carriage steel plate thickness increased from 5 mm to 10 mm, 1 train coin per carriage, hands-free, adds a train-specific dishwasher, 3 train coins, delayed departure. Chi Zhao would always go for any upgrade tied to his account. Reinforced steel plates, he had 13 carriages now. A bit hesitant. Dishwasher? Chi Zhao glanced over at Lao Yu, who was diligently scrubbing dishes, and ignored that one completely. Guess I'll leave it for now. No upgrade. Anyway, Yu didn't say there'd be rewards. Can upgrade anytime. Better to save some train coins for now. Tomorrow we reach the transfer station, with people from other zones showing up, there's bound to be lots of good stuff. Since food wasn't a problem, Chi Zhao just tossed all those dog corpses and jerky into the automatic compost bin to make fertilizer. Black silk, white silk, and gray silk didn't look any different from regular dogs. If anything stood out, it was how their fur was completely pure, no other colors at all. Better keep these 3 for now. The automatic compost bin kept producing fertilizer non-stop, and the peach tree sapling had grown taller over the past couple of days. Looking at the potted plants. Maybe it was because old Master Ren was a zombie and not a corpse, or because he was his puppet. Either way, the plants didn't attack old Master Ren. If I could catch a zombie and cage it, and have the plants keep attacking it to bug the system, wouldn't I get endless vegetables? Main thing is, it'd make good fertilizer. No idea if this plan would actually work. If I run into another zombie, I'll try catching one and set up an automatic veggie grinder. Toad potion, internal use, stimulates mental alertness, increases agility and recovery. External use, causes poisoning. Damn, dual purpose? So if I'm in a fight, I chug some and smear it on my blade, I get faster, they get poisoned? That's actually kind of clever. But what if I have a mouth ulcer or something? Chi Zhao shook his head and put away the red, clear potion. Then there was that gray costume card, on it was a warrior holding an axe, wearing silver armor. Useless for now. 7:50 the next morning. The train stopped at the transfer station. You have entered the transfer station public chat room, current online train conductors, 59, at exactly 8:00, that number skyrocketed. Current online train conductors, 998,765, dang, only the best of the best made it here. They must all have some good loot. Probably a lot of them have module cards too. Wonder if anyone else has the station forecast like me. Chi Zhao suddenly felt like a fish jumping from a fish tank into a creek. And the new world. Must be the ocean. Chi Zhao sorted the chat room by level. The top was level 16. His own level 13 put him at tied 4th place. Level 10 was clearly a dividing line. Only about 5,000 people were above level 10. After all, upgrade materials double each level, and you also need 10 train coins. OAO. Hello train conductors from other regions, I'm Kenshi Wang. V me 50 train coins and I'll take you on a heroic tour of the new world, sucking a middle finger up. Looking for brave souls to judge, beginner succubus for sale. Used less than 5 times. Can't handle her. Urgent sale. PSA, weak men stay away, assassin potion available. Trade only. I said trade only, no selling, looking for storage type items. Price negotiable, selling full future tech mecha set, code JDBBJD. $56. Missing power core, don't come crying about it, 1 train coin per session, 10 train coins overnight. Guaranteed satisfaction, the chat room was poppin', even VIPs with flashy eye-catching packs were trying to bump each other's pinned messages. Qizhao couldn't wait to open the trading platform. Sure enough, way more stuff now. All sorts of powerful items, guns, even full-body wearable mechas, drones, and miniature nuclear reactors. There were also all kinds of beast corpses, elixirs, weapons, talismans, and cultivation manuals. Prices were insane, all sky high. Qizhao searched for magical multi-use fertilizer. Lots of listings came up. 3 train coins for 5 kilogram? Fuck off. Some were even selling treasure chests, opened and unopened. There were listings for live creatures, in-person trades only, and even people selling themselves. Literally everything under the sun. A little fire dragon? Isn't that just a fucking Pokemon? They're selling that too? And this isn't even the new world yet. Once we get there, what, Ultraman gonna be on sale too? Qizhao typed treasure chest key into the search bar, and sure enough, one result popped up. Level 6 treasure chest key, 1,000 train coins, shit, you're fucking bold with that price. Chapter 66, Level 6 treasure chest opened, Peace Station rules, any form of harm you inflict on others will be nullified, and a portion of your train coins will be deducted as compensation, if your companions, be it people, pets, or non-living entities, attack someone, it will be considered your attack, no acts of snatching. Violations will result in deducted train coins, and the snatched items will be returned to the victim, no spitting, urinating, or defecating in public. Do not damage public facilities. Violations will result in deducted train coins and compensation with materials. A whole bunch of rules. Basically, just behave and don't cause trouble. Qizhao read them carefully, gave Laoyu a couple of warnings, then walked out of the carriage with him. Qizhao stepped forward, and his figure appeared in a plaza. This was a teleportation platform. Through it, he could return to the train at any time. There were 12 platforms like this. Qizhao had arrived at platform 1. He had arranged to meet the person with the level 6 treasure chest key here. It was also the most crowded platform. In the center of the plaza was a spinning angel fountain. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed rich kid was perched on the fountain, and every time a pretty girl passed by, he'd call her over and hand her a train coin. Soon the fountain was surrounded by all kinds of beautiful women. He sat there, basking in the royal treatment of being fawned over. Conductor, is this heaven? Laoyu stood still, wiping a nosebleed. Keep bleeding like that and you'll really end up in heaven. Who the hell was this rich guy? An NPC? Nope. Where's security? Someone help. Uyoyu? Zaiji. Zijian squeezed out of the crowd of beauties and patted Laoyu's head. Why are you having a nosebleed? Did Qizhao abuse you again? The kid's young and fired up. A little overheated is normal. The group wandered around, while Qizhao waited for the trader to show up. It felt like he had walked into a giant Comic-Con. There was literally everything here. Qizhao immediately spotted that little fire dragon. It was about the size of a Shiba Inu, orange body, buttery yellow underbelly and tail tip, with a signature flame burning on its tail. Blue eyes gleaming, 4 small teeth on both upper and lower jaws. Its limbs were short, with 4 fingers and toes. Cute as hell. It really was a live little fire dragon. So cute. It's a real fire dragon. Zhejian ran over and started rubbing its head like crazy. Can you breathe fire, little guy? The shop owner proudly gave a command, Zhao Huo, go, hit him with some fire. The little fire dragon stood up on 2 legs, puffed out its cheeks, and blasted a stream of fire at a passing goblin. A golden barrier shimmered over the goblin's body, blocking the flames. The goblin turned around, bared his teeth, and glared at the little fire dragon, scaring it so much it ran off. But it was still breathing fire. The flames brushed over Qizhao and Laoyu, and both of them got 2 train coins as compensation. The owner quickly pressed the fire dragon's mouth shut with both hands. What the fuck? Whose ugly-ass goblin is running wild? Made me lose 3 coins. Fuck your uncle, I'm a trained conductor. The goblin gave him the finger, then walked away. Your little fire dragon's got a weak heart, huh? How much? The owner hugged the fire dragon and raised a finger. 10,000 train coins. No bargaining. Chi Zhao patted Lao Yu beside him. Let's go. This guy's clearly not too bright. He turned to leave. And bumped right into a girl. It was the one who had the level 6 treasure chest key. Anita watches how Desaka. Li Huizi was wearing a Kansai-style JK uniform, neatly cut Haim haircut, and a butterfly ribbon matching her blue and white short skirt. She had on knee-high white socks, uniform shoes, and carried a long blade in a white scabbard, about a meter long. From this distance, he could smell a faint cherry blossom scent on her. Damn, little Sakura? Thanks to the auto-translation chat feature and her name, Chi Zhao realized she was from Sakura country. Zijian, who was still rubbing the fire dragon, walked up to Li Huizi. Care watchish how desu, anata wakare ni nani osegashik masaka? Chi Zhao was surprised. He looked at Zijian. You speak Sakura speak? Zijian put her hands on her hips. Your big sis knows over a dozen languages. Sakura speak is nothing. Chi Zhao explained about the treasure chest and the key. Help me translate and ask her to knock off 2 zeros. Zijian. She says, at most 1. Alright, then tell her this. Once we open it, we split the loot 50 out of 50. What about my cut? Why would you get a cut? For translating? You translate first. If it works out, we'll talk. Zijian rolled her eyes at Chi Zhao. She says deal. Coins will be split evenly, but she gets first pick of the items. If there's only one item, she gets priority. Fine, ladies first. Chi Zhao smiled. Now that the deal was sealed, Chi Zhao said he'd go get the chest. He pretended to return to the train. Really, he just didn't want to expose that he had the boundary bracelet. The fire dragon seller shouted after them as they walked off, Hey! You sure you don't want the fire dragon? I'll knock off 2 zeros. Hey! In a relatively secluded corner, Li Huizi was holding a yellow and white toad. She says she wants to verify the goods first. Perfect, I want to verify too. Chi Zhao carried the treasure chest in one hand. They both touched the items in each other's hands. The toad was cold and slippery, its legs kicking non-stop. Perverted toad kun. Its tongue kiss can remove certain restrictions. Can open a level 6 treasure chest, Chi Zhao. Once Li Huizi confirmed it was a level 6 treasure chest, she nodded. Chi Zhao set the chest down, and Li Huizi placed the toad on top. The toad bounced a couple of times, stuck out its tongue, and latched onto the chest. With one passionate kiss, a transparent ripple spread out. 3 seconds later, the toad vanished. The chest opened. Word spirit, time 0. Time slowed by 30 times. Chi Zhao quickly opened his suitcase and, without hesitation, dumped all its contents into the boundary bracelet. It only took 0.16 seconds. The suitcase opened. Inside lay an axe and a long blade with only half the length remaining. Everyone was stunned. Chi Zhao, Zijian, and Li Huizi all wore expressions of disbelief. She says, where are the train coins? How come there aren't any? She's asking me? Who should I ask? Chi Zhao stared hard at the 2 items in the chest. I get it. It's because 2 items came out, so there were no train coins. These 2 must be valuable treasures. Well, this works too. 1 item each, no fighting over it. Chi Zhao politely gestured. Miss Huizi, as agreed, you choose first. Li Huizi. She picked up the broken blade and examined it carefully, her expression serious. Then she set it down and picked up the axe, looking even more serious afterward. Kimi no takurabeko wa nice manoda yo ni, she says your treasure chest is fake. Don't give me that. She checked it before we opened it. My chest's fake? I haven't even blamed her toad key for being fake. Who uses a damn toad for a key? If she can't decide, I'm picking first. Chi Zhao grabbed the axe, reluctant to let go. What a gun. What a gun. No wonder it came from a level 6 treasure chest. Look at the finish. 99% pristine. Rare stuff. Conductor, let me see. Let me see. Lao Yu reached out eagerly. Hold it steady. Don't fire it by accident. Still skeptical, Chi Zhao turned the suitcase upside down. Nothing else fell out. He sighed and spread his hands. Seriously, no train coins. With the items split, Chi Zhao packed the gun back into the suitcase and tossed it for Lao Yu to carry. Translate for me. Pleasure doing business. Conductor, that little Sakura's still following us. Ignore her. We're just shopping. Li Huizi, holding the broken blade, silently followed behind Chi Zhao and the others. Chapter 67, Nano-bugs and combat suit. The crowd bustled with people. The deal's done, where's my translation fee? There were no train coins in the drop. What am I supposed to give you? That's weird. A level 6 treasure chest with no train coins? Did you get this chest from a bargain site? Is it bootleg? Have you ever opened a level 6 treasure chest? No. Then there you go. People learn through experience. Don't apply past experience to unknown situations. Maybe all the level 6 and above treasure chests don't have train coins, just top-tier items that you can resell for a ton of train coins. You kind of have a point. Zijian pondered for a while, then nodded in agreement. Wait, that still doesn't give you a pass to skip out on paying. Qizhao pulled out a train coin and handed it to Zijian. Boss move. Zijian, now holding the train coin, instantly switched expressions. A large group had gathered up ahead. As typical of Dragon Country folks who always watch when there's a crowd, they also joined in. Turns out someone was opening a level 6 treasure chest. Just like Qizhao and Li Huizi, one provided the chest, the other the key, and they split the loot evenly. Right as the chest opened under the crowd's watchful eyes, the first thing they saw was a massive pile of train coins. At a glance, there were at least over 50. As expected of a level 6 treasure chest, that's a lot of train coins. Not just train coins. Look, there are also items underneath. So jealous. Seeing this from afar, Li Huizi's face turned even darker. Before she could react, Qizhao spun around, excited, and rushed over to Li Huizi. Translate this for me. Why did their level 6 treasure chest have so many train coins? Is it because of that perverted toad kunki of hers? Did it mess up my train coins? After Zijian translated, Li Huizi glared at Qizhao and slowly said, then she turned around coldly and walked away. Don't go. You little Sakura, are you running away because you're guilty? Qizhao turned to Zijian. What did she just say? Zijian snickered. She said, just unlucky. Damn it. Lao Yu, don't hold me back. I have to teach this little Sakura a lesson today. Conductor, stop shouting, she's already far gone. Qizhao wiped his nose, trying to hide the grin creeping up on his face. Because he had more or less finished going through the items from that level 6 treasure chest. First were the train coins. 60 in total. That number far exceeded Qizhao's expectations. The level 5 treasure chest from before only had 36. Next were 2 items. One was a black square-shaped piggy bank, with a transparent middle showing something that looked like mercury inside. The other was a black trench coat. He'd have to study these more carefully back at the train. Qizhao looked at Li Huizi's retreating figure. Split evenly. Keep dreaming. Let's go check if Little Fire Dragon sold or not. Conductor, are we recruiting new teammates? No, just seeing if we can leech off someone else again, score some train coins to splurge. Conductor, look. That guy actually has a tail. It's heart-shaped. A succubus. An actual living succubus. He had golden hair and a pair of black ram horns on his head. And he was a male succubus. Around his neck was a black leather collar, with a silver chain held by a woman. The woman wore a nun's habit, a silver crucifix necklace, and had sleek, long hair. Her look, combined with holding a succubus on a leash, created a striking contrast. The nun clearly enjoyed the attention. She even ordered the succubus to remove his shirt, showing off his 8-pack ABS, which made nearby women stop and gawk. Hands all over him. Holy shit, ABS. Zijian's eyes sparkled. This was her first time seeing a hot guy with ABS in real life. Plus, he was a blonde succubus. She joined the crowd and gave a quick grope too, then gave Qizhao a thumbs up. Yeah, feels amazing. Qizhao couldn't even look, dragging Lao Yu onward. Zijian hurried to catch up. What they didn't notice was that the succubus and the nun had their eyes subtly fixed on them since the moment Zijian laid hands on those ABS. The male succubus leaned forward and did a butler's bow. He whispered in his master's ear, this woman has 2 souls inside her. The parasite within her. Its aura is very weak. The nun grasped the crucifix at her chest and murmured while looking at Zijian's back, so pitiful. Let's help her. Back at the Little Fire Dragon stall, both the shop owner and the dragon were gone. Was it sold? Or maybe they hurt someone again and had to move stalls. Little Fire Dragon's gone. I wanted to rub his head again. He felt so nice. Zijian looked disappointed. You guys keep shopping, I'm gonna hit the bathroom. He handed Lao Yu over to Zijian and teleported back to the train. Once back, Qizhao couldn't wait to check the items from earlier. First up, that black canister that looked like a Bluetooth speaker. Galaxy Nanobugs 3.0, a warfare weapon developed by Galaxy Tech. Consumes energy, immune to interference, an alternative steel tide, that wasn't mercury. It was a can of nanobugs. The can had a coin slot like a piggy bank. You could feed it train coins to recharge the bugs. Current energy level, 60%. The lid screen showed it needed to link for authentication. Once authenticated, Qijiao's consciousness linked with the nanobugs. The lid popped open, and a stream of nanobugs, like liquid mercury, burst out. Qijiao directed the bugs to surround Black Wind Monster's stainless steel dog bowl. In moments, it was completely devoured. Black Wind Monster looked totally baffled. Qijiao patted his dog head. Good boy. You've grown up, that bowl doesn't suit you anymore. I'll get you a bigger one tonight. Qijiao then controlled the bugs to gather around his fist, forming a glove that fit perfectly to his hand. Holding lust during battle with this on would greatly reduce impact force. It could also rapidly morph into a thin film to protect vital areas during combat. If gathered under his feet, he could even achieve low-altitude flight. The only downside, too few in number. Just 1 kilo. Plus, the control range was only 10 meters. No long-range deployment possible. He retracted the bugs back into the can, then pulled out the trench coat. Galaxy Tech Combat Suit, basic model, waterproof, windproof, self-cleaning, temperature and humidity regulated, disguise simulation. Qijiao put on the black coat. Automatic link successful. The suit came preloaded with over 300 outfit combos for different scenes and seasons. Aside from presets, it could scan and replicate target clothing on the spot. A flash of blue light. And Qijiao was in snow gear. Another flash. Beach swimwear. Minimal energy used, and can be recharged with train coins. Pair this with the 1000-face human skin mask, and Qijiao could even transform into someone else. No wonder it was a level 6 treasure chest. Compared to a level 5, it was a total game changer. While lust was great too, it required dragon blood to activate, limiting who could use it. These two items, though? No special requirements. Anyone could use them. That still left Qijiao puzzled. Wasn't dragon blood just a game mechanic? So why did he really have it? Chapter 68, Abnormal Lao Yu needs the bathroom too, so I brought him back. Let's check out teleportation platform number 3 later, seems like there's quite a crowd over there. Since Lao Yu isn't a train conductor, someone has to escort him to teleport back to the train. Qijiao closed the screen. He changed the combat suit back into his regular clothes from earlier and selected platform number 3 for teleportation. Arriving at platform 3, Zhejian and the others were already there. Platform number 3 was located in a vast forest. It was made up of a huge red circular platform supported by 3 legs, looking just like a giant mushroom. Around the teleportation platform were dense trees, their leaves shimmering in vibrant green under the sunlight. Occasionally, birds flitted through the treetops, letting out crisp chirping sounds. At first, some people tried chopping the trees down, but after getting penalized with materials and train coins, everyone fell in line. They stepped down from the platform and strolled through the forest filled with fresh scents. A number of stalls had been set up under the shade of the trees. "Boss, how much is this?" An old man stroked his beard and pointed to the sign behind him. "Can't read? It says right here. Immaculate fruit, 3 train coins each, 10 train coins for 3. The young man put down the fruit, cursed idiot, and turned to leave. That vibrant green fruit. It really was an immaculate fruit. Qijiao picked one up. Yep, it was. Then he picked up another. Nope, not this one. After rummaging for a while, out of 10 fruits, only 4 were immaculate fruits. The rest just looked like them. Don't touch if you're not buying. The white-bearded old man looked annoyed. Zhejian wasn't having it either. She casually tossed one away. Look at this one, it's all wilted. And this one's gone yellow. Worst of all, this one's got a split skin. The old man huffed and puffed his beard in anger. You people touching everything. Don't touch if you're not buying. Qijiao got up and clapped his hands. Let's go. Just a pile of rotten winter jujubes, nothing special. You little punk, don't run your mouth if you're not buying. I could sue you for slander. The old man might have been angry, but he was also secretly shocked. This kid really saw through it. These fruits did have special effects when eaten in the world they were obtained from, but for some reason, they lost all effect once brought out. Now they were just ordinary fruits. He'd been hoping to scam a few people, didn't expect to get exposed so easily. I bet you haven't sold a single one, huh? How about this? 1 train coin for the whole pile. Just to top up some vitamin C, got a mouth ulcer recently. 1 train coin? Kid, you trying to bully an old man? You better behave yourself. Then keep them for yourself. Oh, and you better eat fast. Some of these are about to rot. Qijiao waved his hand and walked away without a second glance, taking Zhejian and Lao Yu with him. What a shame, not like train coins. Those don't rot. The old man looked hesitant. Watching their figures walk further and further away, he shouted, Hey, wait up. 5 train coins, take them all. Seeing they didn't turn back, the old man gritted his teeth. 4. I can't go lower. Qi Zhao walked back. 2. 3. Any less, and I'm not selling. Deal. The old man took the 3 train coins and carefully tucked them into his cloth pouch. Qi Zhao picked out 2 immaculate fruits, splitting the rest between Zijian and Lao Yu. Conductor, this fruit is so sweet. Yeah, really tasty. Qi Zhao munched on an immaculate fruit. With a crisp crunch, the sweet juice spread over his tongue. Zijian glanced at Qi Zhao scarfing them down and asked, puzzled, you don't spit out the pits? My throat's wide. I swallow them whole. 6. With 2 immaculate fruits in his belly, Qi Zhao felt the fatigue that had built up inside him completely melt away. His eyes were clear, his energy restored. The energy of the immaculate fruit was stored inside his body, waiting to kick in at a crucial moment. Huge win. A level 3 treasure chest only gave him one last time. This time he scored 4 directly. And for just 3 train coins. That evening, Zijian came along to Qi Zhao's train again. Lao Yu was doing the dishes, and Zijian, eager to show off her cooking skills again, was immediately shut down by both Qi Zhao and Lao Yu. Qi Zhao went to the back carriage to get food. Zijian followed. I want spicy turkey noodles. Gotta eat while my period hasn't started yet. Soon, a feast was laid out on the table. Qi Zhao made stir-fried pickled radish and beef, dry pot potato slices, spicy marinated chicken feet, savory eggplant, and mushroom egg drop soup. Zijian cooked extra cheesy spicy turkey noodles, and made a bowl for Lao Yu too. Try it, I promise it's delicious. You didn't unlock this mod when you upgraded? Qi Zhao showed Zijian the screen. Zijian shook her head while gnawing on chicken feet. She stuck out her sauce-covered hands, gesturing and trying to remember what mod she had unlocked. Bathroom, train color, hairdryer, water mist collector. With this screen, even if someone boards your train, they won't see what modules you've got. Though on this station, it's fine. Your module cards won't be exposed. No clue how it'll be in the new world. No biggie, I don't let anyone on my train anyway. Qi Zhao curled his lip. You don't let them on, and you think they won't get on? Can't tell if you're just careless or dumb. Phew, spicy. But good. Zijian had grabbed a few beers, but after just 1 can, her face turned bright red. You okay? Qi Zhao noticed something off and waved his hand in front of her face. Ugh. Zijian let out a retch and vomited all over the floor. Then she collapsed to the ground, squirming like a maggot. Fuck. 1 can and she's already like this, and she thought she could drink? Black wind monster. No licking. Lao Yu grabbed cleaning tools and started tidying up the mess. Qi Zhao dragged Zijian to the bathroom to clean off the vomit. That night, Zijian slept on a makeshift bed Qi Zhao had set up. Qi Zhao thought back to the dream he had when activating spiritual vision. He stared at Zijian for a long time but didn't notice anything unusual. Suddenly, Zijian twitched, then started sleep-talking. ABS. Hee. ABS. Qi Zhao was speechless and went back to his own bed. Late at night. With each breath, faint pink mist puffed out from Zijian's mouth. She opened her eyes. A flash of pink in her pupils. Then it vanished. Her eyes returned to normal, and she closed them again. In the darkness, Qi Zhao stood beside her, silently watching it all. Chapter 69, Orders Welcoming Officer. Qi Zhao pulled out lust, raised the blade, and slashed it at Zijian's neck without a moment of hesitation. Just as the blade cut through Zijian's skin and red blood oozed out, her eyes suddenly snapped open. Her pupils were pink. Darling, maybe dial it back a bit. Lust was pressed against Zijian's forehead as Qi Zhao said coldly, your scent is hard to forget. Zijian let out a soft moan and extended an arm from under the blanket. She slowly wiped the blood off her neck and brought it to her lips. Zijian gently licked her index finger, batting her eyes seductively. It's the middle of the night and you're not sleeping, just waiting here for me? In the darkness, her pink eyes gleamed. The skin Qi Zhao had slashed had already healed. I'm really touched, you know. As she spoke, her hand reached toward Qi Zhao's leg. Don't move. Qi Zhao pushed the blade an inch closer. Zijian let out a small grunt and reluctantly pulled her hand back. I need an explanation. When Xia Yuan brought back Old Master Ren, she clearly said Zijian had been killed. So how is she appearing now in Zijian's body? Was Xia Yuan lying? Did she never die in the first place? But Zijian had followed his orders and reported which station she stopped at. She never docked at Happiness Complex. So when exactly did this tentacle freak possess her? The first thing Qi Zhao thought of was Old Master Ren, who Xia Yuan brought back. Did she escape through Old Master Ren? Then took over Zijian during that supermarket incident? Zijian smiled and said softly, there's an organization in the New World called Orderly Heaven. You've probably already seen some of their people. They sealed me away there to guard the silver coins. When the one who sealed me died, they sent someone to silence me. I split off a part of my soul, cocooned it, and entered a fake death. I also set up a few conditions. When they're met, I'd awaken. Who would have thought your little girlfriend would be the one to fulfill them? Isn't that fate? Just thinking about using her body to be with you makes me all excited. After saying that, Zhejian lifted a pale leg out from under the blanket. Qijiao's gaze turned icy, and the blade nicked Zhejian's forehead. Humphrey, no sense of romance. Zhejian pulled her leg back. Qijiao retracted the blade slightly, and the wound on Zhejian's forehead visibly healed. Get out of her body. I can't. So you're just gonna cling on, huh? Qijiao's tone turned sharper. Just then, Lao Yu rubbed his eyes, climbed off the sofa bed, slipped on some slippers, and went to the bathroom. After relieving himself, he returned to the sofa bed, tilted his head to glance at Qijiao and Zhejian, said nothing, pulled up the blanket, and went back to sleep. Qijiao. Zhejian murmured, relax, I won't hurt her. I just want revenge on the people from Order. I haven't harmed her. In fact, I've protected her several times. Otherwise, do you really think an ordinary girl like her could have made it this far? Just yesterday, a few people were bullying her. Without me, you wouldn't have seen her again. Be real, a regular girl like her. How long do you think she'd survive in the new world? Don't worry. Once I recover enough to leave, I'll go. Human bodies are too limiting anyway. And until then, I can help protect your little girlfriend. Trust me, I'm usually asleep. I only wake up when she's in danger. Qijiao snorted coldly. I don't trust you. You tried to kill me back then. Only because you got away. I can feel it. You're a lot stronger now than you were then. Zhejian gave Qijiao a playful wink. Anyway, I can't beat you now. Kill me if you want. Too bad for your little girlfriend though. That's all. I'm sleepy. Zhejian huffed, lay back down. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Then she closed her eyes. He couldn't kill her. If Zhejian died too, the module reward for reaching the station would be gone. Qijiao frowned, mind racing. He needed a way to kill her without hurting Zhejian. After a pause, Qijiao asked, what are the silver coins for? Zhejian's eyes snapped open, the corners of her lips curling. Oh? Not killing me anymore? Better to have allies than enemies. But I won't forget you tried to kill me. Wow, you really hold a grudge. I was just sealed there's a guard. As for what the silver coins do, I don't know either. I'm telling the truth. That's it. I really need sleep now. She shut her eyes again, this time for real. In the darkness, Qijiao stood there with his knife, guarding Zhejian, lost in thought. Ding dong. Someone at me. Qijiao summoned the screen and tapped into the chat room. Connuit everyone, good evening, everyone, I'm the welcoming officer from Orderly Heaven. Everyone with a badge, please come to teleportation platform number 1 to claim your welcome gifts. Don't forget your badge when claiming. Both ID and badge are required. We've got train coins and team uniforms, 50 train coins up for grabs. Qijiao looked at the familiar name and couldn't help but smile. Conyu? The profile picture was a long-haired girl in black. Judging by the face, it wasn't a duplicate name. It was definitely Conyu. But the way she talked felt off. Qijiao checked the rankings. Conyu was sitting pretty at the top. Level 52. Hiss. Way higher than he'd expected. If not for the situation with the one inside Zhejian, Qijiao really wanted to go see what Conyu was up to. But in this state, he couldn't leave this one alone on his train. Wait. If she's here, the Order crew probably isn't far behind. He really didn't want to get involved with their mess. Nothing good ever comes of it. High-level VIP? Level 52? Holy shit. What the hell is Orderly Heaven? Aren't we the first batch of players? Fuck this, refund, what the hell? I thought I'd be the first to explore the new world, and now you're telling me people have already been here? Uninstalling. Bye. Trash server, I'm out. 50 coins? What kind of group gives out train coins just for joining? So people got recruited early. Why wasn't I picked? Am I not worthy? I don't have a badge, but I'm going to check out the hottie. Anoka Yunsen was furiously spamming the chat. Yui, what's with all this? HQ's orders. You keep posting, I'm going out for a walk. Conyu gave him a glare. Make sure to use up your free posts. Anoka Yunsen looked at his remaining 40 plus free posts and twitched his lips. High-level VIPs got 50 free posts per day. Pinned messages would bump regular VIPs down the list. Teleportation platform number 12 was a beach. Under the bright moonlight, the sand sparkled from the reflection. Conyu wore a simple white dress, holding her sandals in hand, barefoot in the water. In the dark, She looked just like a graceful and noble white swan. Chapter 70, Give You Something Good. Dream Palace, headquarters of orderly heaven. It stood tall atop a mountain, built from bottom to top with 13 distinct buildings. The only thing they had in common, they were all white. Inside a bright, spacious, and luxuriously decorated office. Elsa wore the order uniform, a white lace blindfold, and had a mole at the corner of her left lip. No matter the time or place, she always wore a pair of white lace gloves. She flipped through the documents sent by Xiayuan at an unhurried pace. After closing the last page, Elsa looked up at Xiayuan standing below. Not bad. The report is very detailed. Xiayuan smiled and said, just doing my job. About Qi Zhao being qualified. I'll report it to the king. Okay then. Elsa nodded. That's all for now. You can go. Xiayuan bowed and left the room. At the door, she turned back to look at Elsa. Tonight's family dinner. Are you going? Elsa gave a small nod. Xiayuan gently closed the door, hands clasped behind her back, footsteps light. Uncle Li's still working overtime. Yeah, I'm on duty tonight. You seem to be in a good mood, Wan. Hee. You get back to work then, I'm heading out. Not long after Xiayuan left, Anoka Subaru walked into the office. He saluted Elsa. Commander, you called for me. Subaru, I know you and Wan are close in private. Though Elsa wore a blindfold, making her eyes unseeable, looking into her face always gave people a kind of stripped bare discomfort. You're an honest kid. Has Wan hidden anything from me? Anoka Subaru stood up straight, his gaze firm. Report, Commander. Everything's in the report. Elsa's lips curled into a faint smile. There's new info on your brother. I'll let you know when I hear anything. Don't worry. His profile pic just went gray. Maybe he's trapped somewhere. Anoka Subaru's brow tightened, his mouth pressed into a thin line. That's all. You may go. Anoka Subaru performed the formal orderly heaven salute, then turned and left. Subaru doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Anoka Subaru ignored Lee, his face cold as he walked out of the building. He looked up at the deep, starless night sky, fists clenched tight. Anoka Yuns, why are you mixed up with those wanted criminals? What the hell are you doing? Teleportation platform number 1. Anoka Yun wore the orderly heaven uniform, standing tall and looking sharp. It was his original uniform, custom-tailored, fitting him perfectly. A stand was set up behind him, with stacks of train coins arranged neatly on it. Another stand held red team uniforms. This was the second task Kong Yu had assigned him, after using up all his post slots. Change into uniform, head to platform number 1, set up shop, and wait. By the time he arrived, a crowd had already gathered. Seeing Anoka Yun and recognizing the uniform, people quickly swarmed over. I'm today's welcoming officer. Anoka Yun. Officer Kong Yu has other duties, so I'll be hosting this welcome. Sign in over here, then queue up to receive your uniforms and train coins. Anoka Yun pointed to a box on the table, badge recycling. Drop them in here. We'll need them for the next recruitment. What the hell, wasn't it supposed to be a pretty girl welcoming us? Why is it some blonde dude? No idea. Keep your voice down unless you want trouble. They obediently dropped their badges in the basket and received their uniforms and train coins. Sir, weren't we supposed to get 50 train coins? Why are there only 5? Anoka Yun crossed his arms. You'll get the rest once you arrive in the new world. Can't have you taking the money and bailing. Sir, why are our uniforms red? Because you're still greenhorns. Blacks for officers. Oh. Their doubts were put to rest. Come on, suit up. Look sharp. They lined up by height, looking serious. Anoka Yun brought out a camera. Squeeze in, now. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Alright, once you're in the new world, make sure you wear this. It's your identity symbol. A chubby kid raised his hand. Sir, my pants are a little tight. Tight's good. Keeps you alert. Chubby kid. Ding dong. You have a new friend request. Qi Zhao opened it up. Sure enough, it was Kong Yu. Because you could only add friends within the chat room, and Kong Yu, as a previous Gen player, couldn't enter Qi Zhao's chat room at the time, she hadn't been able to add him back at Newbie Village. Now that they were sharing a chat room, her friend request had come quickly. Friend request note, don't accept. Come to platform number 12. Got something good for you. Qi Zhao hesitated for a while but eventually stationed old Master Ren by Zijian's bedside and headed to teleportation platform number 12. Whatever trick she was up to, he'd find out soon enough. It was a peace station anyway, no need to fear her pulling anything. Since it was late at night, there weren't many people around. Qi Zhao glanced around but didn't see Kong Yu. You got here fast. Kong Yu's voice came from behind him. She had just teleported in. Today, she wasn't dressed in her Ada Wong getup. She wore a simple white dress and open-toed sandals, her long hair soft and flowing. Her features also looked gentler. What, not used to seeing me like this? No, just. The contrast is kinda big. Kang Yu chuckled softly and walked toward the beach. Chi Zhao followed behind her. Kang Yu lifted her calf, unfastened the sandal straps, took them off, and without looking back, tossed them at Chi Zhao. Chi Zhao twisted and caught both sandals, his mouth twitching slightly. He looked at the barefoot Kang Yu stepping into the water and asked, "This your so-called good stuff?" Kang Yu ignored him and said to herself, "There's a public station in the New World called Yurden. If you depart from here, you'll reach Yurden in at most 3 stops. If you're lucky, maybe even the first one. Yurden is completely controlled by Orderly Heaven. Every train that arrives gets inspected by their investigators. They'll board your train under the excuse of ensuring your safety or others' safety. No discussion. They don't play fair. If they like anything you have, they'll confiscate it under the guise of an inspection. Don't expect to get it back. If you refuse inspection, they'll slap on a bunch of charges and arrest you. If you resist, congratulations. You're now wanted. They'll even check your chat history to see if you've contacted any wanted people. And they'll search your train to see if you're hiding anyone." Chi Zhao frowned as he listened. There was really such a thing? He thought it was like Newbie Village. Random stops. He didn't expect this. So Orderly Heaven had that much power? This was dictatorship. Wouldn't that expose his modules? Just as Chi Zhao was thinking, something flew at him. He raised a hand and caught it. It was a badge from Orderly Heaven. This badge marks you as a special recruit of Orderly Heaven. Show it during an inspection, and they won't board your train. Chapter 71, Infernal Affairs, huh? Chi Zhao's mind was a whirlwind as he looked at the badge in his hand. So when Xia Yuan said back then that after entering the New World, someone would come pick you up if you showed the badge. That's what she meant. Kang Yu had no idea that Xia Yuan came to me afterward and gave me this badge. Not only do I have one, I actually have 2. Zhu's badge is also in my possession. With the one Kang Yu gave me, that makes 3 in total. Chi Zhao smiled as he put it away. This really is good stuff. Got any more? Give me a few more, yeah? Giving you one is already generous. Don't act all innocent after getting a deal. Hee, who would complain about having too much good stuff? So, you got this from those people specially recruited by Orderly Heaven? Kang Yu nodded. Chi Zhao felt awkward. So that's why Kang Yu was posting all those messages in the group. And those people actually bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Seems like those special recruits don't exactly have the brightest heads. But then again, I only didn't fall for it because I know Kang Yu's true colors. I need you to do something. Chi Zhao rolled his eyes internally. Knew it. No such thing as a free lunch. I want you to join Orderly Heaven. Chi Zhao? I'll help you get into a high position within order, then when the time comes, I need you to step up. Chi Zhao curled his lips into a grin. So basically, you want me to be a mole, huh? Big sis, you're giving me way too much credit. I'm just an ordinary newbie, you know. Precisely because you're a newbie, you can get into Orderly Heaven. People like us, who are already registered, can't even sneak in if we tried. So this is Infernal Affairs, huh? Chi Zhao tossed the sandal back to Kang Yu. Being a mole never ends well, you know. Kang Yu caught the sandal and raised her index finger. I can give you 100 train coins up front. Once you enter Orderly Heaven, I'll add another 100. Holy shit? That's what a rich woman is capable of? She just throws out 100 like it's nothing. After saying that, Kang Yu tossed the sandal back to Chi Zhao, who hurried to catch it. Just join Orderly Heaven, don't even have to do anything else, and I get 200 train coins? However you look at it, this deal is insanely good. Ahem. Chi Zhao cleared his throat. I'm not that kind of person, okay? Kang Yu raised her middle finger this time. Add another 200. Deal. I'm at your service, Sister Yu. Chi Zhao scooted closer to Kang Yu. Since she was barefoot, Chi Zhao stood a whole head taller than her. He smiled shyly and said, hee hee. Sister Yu, will I get the first 100 train coins now? Kang Yu raised her hand, motioning for Chi Zhao to take it. Come to my place. I'll give them to you now. Chi Zhao grabbed Kang Yu's hand, and with a flash of white light, the two of them vanished on the spot. Inside Kang Yu's train. It was still the same carriage where Chi Zhao had tea last time. Kang Yu sat with her legs crossed, still reading that book without a cover. On the table in front of Chi Zhao was a pile of dazzling, golden train coins. 97, 98, 99, 100. After confirming the count, Chi Zhao stashed them. Box and all. Into his boundary bracelet. Fuck, this is too satisfying. 100 coins. My assets just doubled. Seeing that Kanyu was still reading and not reacting, Chi Zhao was the first to speak up. I've got a couple questions I'd like to ask you, Sister Yu. Speak. Chi Zhao pulled out the Grey Knight costume card. It's this costume card. I got another one. How do you actually use this thing? Chi Zhao hadn't asked before because, back then, he didn't think Kanyu would tell him with the kind of relationship they had. But now that she needs something from me, I better ask quickly. No telling what dangers lie ahead in the new world. Can't waste any chance to power up. Chi Zhao chose to pull out a knight card instead of the Esdeath costume card, in case Kanyu laid eyes on it and wanted to take it. Kanyu put down the book and patted the seat next to her, motioning for him to sit. Chi Zhao sat to her right. Kanyu raised her hand and summoned a screen of light. 11 modules in total. Besides the ones Chi Zhao already knew. Personal profile, train conductor chatroom, trading platform, train upgrade, free boarding and exiting. The remaining 6 were unfamiliar and read: station travel, rest, outfit master, puzzle game, auto repair, train flicker. Chi Zhao noticed that station travel was listed 4th, same as his station forecast. Kanyu took the costume card from Chi Zhao and held it up to the screen. Detected costume card, Silver Knight. Activate. Kanyu pointed to the outfit master module and said, this module unlocks at level 20. Use costume cards to change outfits, and gain the gear and abilities of the outfit. She handed the card back to Chi Zhao. Most costume cards are basic job types. Like chef, electrician, gardener, driver. But some give special powers. Like this one you've got. Each costume card has a dress-up value. Just changing outfits uses very little of it. But if you want to use a scare or skills. Like. Kanyu's white dress transformed into a red kapel, and her long hair turned short. She transformed into the familiar Ada Wong and conjured a rocket launcher out of thin air. If this rocket is actually fired, it'll use a ton of dress-up value. The rocket launcher vanished from Kanyu's hands. If you don't use it, only a small amount of value gets deducted. Once the dress-up value hits 0, the activated costume card becomes invalid. Chi Zhao nodded. So that's how it works. Of course, not everyone who hits level 20 can activate this module. Kanyu changed the subject. To activate this module, there's a hidden precondition. Sister Yu, stop teasing me and just spill it. Kanyu chuckled softly. When you reach level 20, you must have at least 10 follower account upgrades. If you don't, only the rest module will unlock. Outfit Master will never activate after that. So it's a hidden module? And it requires a hidden pre-task too, like some kind of Easter egg. 10 follower account upgrades. How many do I have now? Chi Zhao mentally tallied them up. Dynamic concealment, power boost, must have for lazy people, treasure hunter, early departure, this is art, eye-catching pack, delayed departure. 8 in total. I'm level 13 now. Surely I can grind out 2 more follower upgrades before level 20. Perfect? I'm definitely unlocking Outfit Master. Even Jesus can't stop me. Oh right, Sister Yu, these modules all unlock at later levels, right? Kanyu gave Chi Zhao a quick and efficient rundown of each module. Rest unlocks at level 20, allowing access to recorded public stations and long-term parking. The Easter egg module is Outfit Master. Puzzle game unlocks at level 30, allowing carriage rearrangement. Auto repair unlocks at level 40, letting you repair damaged carriages using upgrade supplies and train coins. You can also restore dismantled carriages, but total number of carriages can't exceed your level. Train flicker unlocks at level 50, allowing the train conductor to freely move between carriages. After hearing the unlock levels and functions of each module, Chi Zhao asked about the one he cared most about. Station travel. I got this module card when I was still a newbie. It came from my newbie gift pack. Kanyu gave Chi Zhao a quick explanation of the station travel module. Right now, this is the only module that allows you to travel from the new world back to newbie village. Every batch of newbies has a chance to get a module card. These special module cards are said to be limited to 12 types. They're rare and each has unique, mysterious functions. Anyone who owns one becomes a target. If you have one, whatever you do, don't let anyone know. Chapter 72, So many goodies. Chi Zhao joked, haha, if I had something this good, I'd definitely keep it to myself. No way I'd let anyone else know. Although Chi Zhao really wanted to ask if there was a way to transfer modules from activated follower accounts, he held back. Asking too much would just raise suspicion. Especially with an old fox like Kanyu. Chi Zhao shifted the topic without changing his expression. By the way, Sister Yu, how many levels of treasure chests are there? 10. Treasure chests above level 5 require a key to open. Kanyu's answer was simple and direct. Only 10 levels max? Then that level 8 treasure chest of mine is crazy valuable. Qizhao originally wanted to ask about silver coins, but remembering how they treated the topic, he figured Konyu wouldn't tell him now either. No need to look for rejection. Does the new world also have seasonal changes like that? Yes, just not as rapid as in Newbie Village. But there are 2 more seasons than Newbie Village. Konyu raised 2 fingers and said, rainy season. Food spoils quickly. Thunder season. The train's departure times become unpredictable, could be long or short. Sometimes it'll depart an hour after stopping. Sometimes it could stay for several days. Of course, once it hits the minimum stop duration, you can still choose to leave early. But thunder season is also the best time for the strong to pull ahead. The longer you stay, the more time to explore, and the higher your chances of finding good stuff. So what season is it in the new world right now? Thunder season. The new world's so dangerous, how the hell am I supposed to survive with nothing? Qizhao sighed and let out a long breath. Konyu's face remained expressionless. What do you want? Weapons, ammo, armor, meds, food, upgrade supplies, train coins. Anything really? I'm not picky. Qizhao rubbed his hands together like a fly and grinned. With that thick skin of yours, I think even without my help, you'll make it into the top brass of orderly heaven. Even if I become the boss of order, I'll still be Sister Yu's guy. I can't transfer upgrade supplies. There'll be a transfer log. But I do have some stuff I don't use. You pick. Konyu pulled out a pile of strange items, including but not limited to potions, clothes, guns, and food. No picking, I'll study them all later. Qizhao scooped up the lot and dumped it straight into his boundary bracelet without a shred of politeness. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Sister Yu, rest early. Konyu waved him off, and Qizhao left smiling. At the train door, Qizhao turned back. If we're not friends, how am I supposed to contact you if something comes up? Konyu was still reading that coverless book. Without turning around, she replied from behind, once you join order, I'll come find you. Back on his own train, Qizhao let out a sigh of relief. He went to the gravity carriage and stored away the level 8 treasure chest and train coins. Even though this was a peace station, Qizhao still kept all valuables inside the train. Thankfully, Konyu really did come to give him good stuff. Qizhao knocked over the nurse doll, sat on her, and dumped out everything he got from Konyu. First, the potion category. 4 bottles of basic healing potion, 2 bottles of intermediate healing potion, 1 bottle of intermediate antidote. Nice. Healing potions are great. As long as you're not dead, they'll help. Qizhao picked up the most eye-catching silver pistol from the pile. He gently caressed its metal surface, feeling the chill of the alloy. Its craftsmanship was incredibly refined, every detail perfectly handled. The design had a futuristic tech vibe. ZZ pistol, uses train coins for charging, bullets consume energy points. Other bullet types can be unlocked with train coins, currently, 4 bullet types available. Regular bullet, frost bullet, spirit purging bullet, healing bullet. Most likely it starts with regular bullets, and the other 3 were unlocked by Konyu. What a gem. No wonder someone at level 52 didn't care about this kind of item. 1 train coin gives 100 energy points. Max charge, 1000 points. 1 regular bullet equals 1 energy point. Frost bullet, applies freezing effect. 5 points per shot. Spirit purging bullet, deals damage to spiritual entities. 5 points per shot. Healing bullet, carries healing properties. Can disinfect, stop bleeding, and heal when shot at wounds. 10 points per shot. Holy shit, this thing really does it all. Can shoot enemies, crowd control, fight ghosts, and even heal teammates. Qizhao was obsessed with this uniquely designed silver pistol. The best part? It still had over 700 energy points left. Felt like he just got 7 train coins from Konyu for free. Scout gloves, enhances user's shooting stability, reduces weapon recoil, sweat absorbent, breathable, anti-friction. These were fingerless black gloves. When Qizhao put them on, they really did feel soft. But he'd need to actually shoot to notice the improvement in stability. He put the gloves away and continued checking the rest. Glowing silk stockings, prevents varicose veins, low defense, increases movement speed by 1%, Qizhao. These were purple thigh highs. Judging by how new they looked, Konyu probably never wore them. Only 1% movement speed increase though. Kinda useless. If it gave 5%, Qizhao wouldn't even think twice. He'd wear them instantly. But 1%? Energy preserving hunger blocking mega pill, 1 keeps you full for 7 days. Qizhao picked up this half bag of black pills, opened it, and took one out. DMN, it felt like a rock. Solid as HLL. You're supposed to chew this? Or swallow it whole? Qi Zhao shook his head and packed it away. He had food and water. No need to suffer. The rest were common stuff: short dagger, bulletproof vest, flashbang, expired spicy sticks, and half a bag of magical multi-use fertilizer. Qi Zhao just dumped that next to the peach tree. Seriously, it was a bit of everything. All the scraps those high-level players don't want, and Qi Zhao could enjoy for days. After sorting through all the items, Qi Zhao happily made his way to the initial carriage. Level 20 unlocks Outfit Master. Still needs 7 more levels. Qi Zhao checked his remaining upgrade supplies. Metal, 600 kg out of 1865 kg. Plastic, 300 kg out of 1038 kg. Wood, 200 kg out of 768 kg. Train coins, 10 out of 0. Even though steel plate reinforcement was meaningless when facing someone like Kongyu, it was still good for resisting station dangers. I've got enough train coins now. Time for an upgrade. After reinforcing with steel plate, Qi Zhao threw 30 train coins into the material input zone. Upgrade. Level 14. Gained 1 regular carriage, maximum stop time extended by 1 hour, current latest departure time, 15:00. You may still choose to depart at 10:50, stop time extended again. Level 2, 6, 10, 14. So it really is 1 extra hour every 4 levels. Qi Zhao nodded. So far, the pattern checks out. Next most important thing. Module refresh. Entertainment first, get the train exclusive PS5 with 1 random game, 3 train coins, relaxing moments, get the train exclusive heated bathtub, 2 train coins, rose purple, change carriage color to rose purple, 1 train coin, damn, no follower account upgrades. Qi Zhao went ahead with the PS5 modification, then leveled up again. Chapter 73, Setting Sail, New World. The next day, during breakfast time, Zijian picked up a slice of toast, spread a spoonful of blueberry jam on it, felt it wasn't enough, and scooped another spoonful on top. She topped it with another slice of toast, then spread on a thick layer of chocolate spread. Another slice went on top. Double flavor toast, done. Lao Yu brought over freshly fried eggs and grilled sausages to the table. Thanks to clearing out an entire supermarket, Qi Zhao's train now had no shortage of food and drink. After receiving the double flavor toast Zijian made for him, Lao Yu cheerfully thanked her. He really liked sweets and was happy Zijian remembered that. Lao Yu tore off a small piece of toast without chocolate and tossed it to the black wind monster under the table. The black wind monster munched away happily. He kept in mind what Qi Zhao taught him: dogs can't eat chocolate, grapes, onions. There were lots of things dogs shouldn't eat. Conductor, why do you look so out of it? Lao Yu chewed on his toast and looked at Qi Zhao. Zijian, eating the toast she made herself with chili sauce, eggs, and grilled sausage, commented, who knows, maybe he was out doing something shady last night. Qi Zhao was drinking milk, face dark. He speared a pure meat sausage and casually replied, bingo. I was out cheating last night. Qi Zhao leveled up 3 times in one night, with 9 modifications, none of them tied to a follow account. If you didn't count the level 21, then for levels 17, 18, and 19, he had 9 chances to roll for modifications. 9 times. Surely at least 2 would show up, right? He had originally wanted to ask her if there was a guaranteed method to get follow account modifications, but not long after he got back, Kongyu disappeared from the chatroom, which meant she had already left. Left in a hurry, too. Cheating? You mean your sugar mama? Zijian had a gossipy expression and couldn't help but marvel at women's sixth sense. Sometimes it really was spot on. So it was just overtime, huh? No wonder. My sugar mama dumped me. No more thigh to cling to. What happened? Couldn't satisfy her last night. Qi Zhao sighed, then told Zijian. Embellishing heavily. What Kongyu had told him the night before about the new world. Qi Zhao wasn't worried about the orderly heaven inspectors boarding the train upon arrival in the new world. After all, he really was a special recruit. But Zijian was a different story. Qi Zhao had 3 special recruit badges. He'd studied them the night before. Each badge looked exactly the same. No serial numbers or anything. He had thought about giving one to Zijian to help her avoid being inspected by the orderly heaven people. But he quickly gave up on that idea. One reason. The tentacle monster inside Zijian. The one that swore vengeance on the orderly heaven. If it suddenly lashed out and started a fight with them. If it won, she'd be wanted by orderly heaven, and in the end, either killed or captured. There goes the station reward module. If she lost, then she'd definitely lose the reward module. Win or lose, the one who got hurt in the end would be Qi Zhao. Qi Zhao had made up his mind last night. He was taking Zijian with him. He had to keep that tentacle monster close. With his current strength, Taking her out in one hit wouldn't be hard. Letting her run around outside? Who knows what kind of chaos she'd stir up. Better to keep the initiative in his hands. Even if he ended up losing everything, at least it wouldn't be because of someone else. The new world's that dangerous, huh? I really don't feel at ease letting you go alone. After all, we're allies. I don't want to see you get caught with special modules and turned into some science experiment. Zijian, do you trust me? Do you trust your dear ally? Come on my train. Let's go together. Really? Sister's Eye coming with me? That's great. Come on, Sister's Eye. Zijian was surprised by Qi Zhao's sudden invitation and clearly didn't know how to respond. Then what about train coins? It's 10 a day. It's worth it. You have to give to gain. Give a little to get a lot. At most, I'll just lose a few stations worth. If it really doesn't work out, I'll delete my account and log in on yours. You have to understand. If a person's gone, they're gone for good. Qi Zhao raised his eyebrow at Zijian. Think it over. Zijian frowned, looking a bit troubled. She lowered her head and stirred the milk in her cup non-stop with a straw. If I don't give you train coins, will you still feed me? Qi Zhao grinned. So that's what she'd been thinking about this whole time. He nodded toward Lao Yu, who was eating fried eggs. Do what he does. Work and you get food. No worries, Sister's Eye, you just come along. I'll do the work. Lao Yu patted his chest, looking all confident and proud. After breakfast, Qi Zhao took Lao Yu to Zijian's train to move supplies. Since they could transfer directly, and with Qi Zhao's boundary bracelet, it took less than 2 hours to clear out Zijian's train completely. The cabinet-style air conditioner he sold her earlier was back. Even the leftover water in the tank wasn't spared. They took it all back. Once everything was moved, Qi Zhao dismantled the second and third carriages, and transferred them along with the remaining upgrade supplies to his own. Zijian's room was temporarily set up in the second carriage. All the clothes and blankets piled up there were moved by Qi Zhao to a newly added carriage in the back. The more carriages there were, the more troublesome things became. But once he reached level 30 and unlocked free configuration, it should get better. By then, he'd be able to rearrange and recombine the carriages however he liked. In the afternoon, they wandered around various teleportation platforms. Even though they could stay for up to 48 hours, after just one day, many people had already chosen to depart. After all, the useful supplies here couldn't be taken back to the train, so a lot of folks just stayed a day and left. There were only about 400,000 users left online in the chat room. More than half were already gone. All the teleportation points suddenly felt a lot more empty. Around noon, Qi Zhao managed to buy 10 bags of magical multi-use fertilizer at a low price. 1 bag per train coin. 10 coins in total. Someone was also selling an automatic compost bin for 10 train coins. Qi Zhao haggled it down to 6 and bought one. Now with 2 compost bins, fertilizer production efficiency was doubled. Back at the train, Qi Zhao had Lao Yu wash dishes and cook. Zijian was tidying up her room. Qi Zhao placed the compost bin in the planting carriage, then sprinkled all the magical multi-use fertilizer around the peach tree saplings. A flash of brilliant light, and the peach tree sapling shot up from just over 30 centimeters to over half a meter tall. Its branches were now as thick as an adult man's thumb. Qi Zhao was overjoyed. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Life was really starting to look up. From the other carriage, Lao Yu's shout came through, "Conductor, why is there no water?" The peach tree sapling had absorbed the remaining 10 tons of water from the storage tank. Fortunately, there was still the infinite water tank that could cover daily needs. After a simple dinner, Zijian brought Lao Yu to play PS5. The randomly gifted game was It Takes Two, which happened to be a 2-player game. Anyway, Qi Zhao wasn't in a rush to leave. Who would be eager to dive into the murky waters of the new world when they could enjoy themselves a bit longer? It was just that going to orderly heaven was inevitable. Zai Yuan's invitation, the store manager's request, Kan Yu's mission. As long as he didn't summon the screen in front of outsiders, his modules shouldn't be exposed. The most important thing was, maybe he could find a way to kill the tentacle monster there. Even though it could protect Zijian, that was only for its own survival. Who knew when it might recover its full power? When that day came, he'd lose the upper hand. He needed to deal with it before it got strong again. No other choice. For now, he'd just have to burn some train coins. The real shame was that once the train departed, you couldn't switch accounts. Otherwise, he could have pulled off the trick, see which station the train would stop at, then switch to Zijian's account just in time to claim the station reward. Qi Zhao looked at Zijian's back as she waved the controller around playing the game. Watching the two of them stuck at a level for ages, Qi Zhao couldn't hold back anymore. Lao Yu, you suck. Move over, let me show you how it's done. Qi Zhao took the controller from Lao Yu. Stand back, watch and learn. After dinner, Chi Zhao headed to the gravity carriage to train. Those two were still gaming. And still stuck. After landing a punch on the nurse mannequin, Chi Zhao disabled the triple gravity and panted heavily. While resting, he summoned the screen. Do you confirm departure? Departing from this station will head toward the new world, Thunder Season, huh? Departures would become unpredictable. The latest departure time would no longer apply. I wonder if my station forecast can still predict things. Chi Zhao clicked, confirm departure. That familiar broadcast rang out again. Train departing. Please sit tight and hold on, first stop in the new world, here I come. As the train started moving, the station forecast updated with the next stop info. This stop, Room 6 Hotel, single-player station, latest departure time from this station, 91 hours after arrival, go upstairs via 12 steps, downstairs via 13 steps. If there aren't enough steps, turn back and walk again to make up the count. If there are too many steps, stay on the extra step and wait 10 seconds. Otherwise, you'll never be able to leave the floor. The hotel is filled with strange entities. Keep light around you at all times. Do not fall into darkness. Danger level 6. In room 666 of the hotel, you can obtain 1 level 5 treasure chest. Possible rewards: 36 strain coins, 3 crimson dice. The two stuck players looked up when they heard the broadcast. Sister's Eye, the train's moving. We're heading to the new world. Quick, let's beat this level tonight. I won't be able to sleep otherwise. Lao Yu was feeling awkward. He'd been stuck for ages. I'll go call the conductor. He's good, he'll definitely get us through. Don't call him. Believe in yourself. You got this. Encouraged, Lao Yu felt reinvigorated. He picked up the controller, full of confidence. 2.5 hours later. Zijian collapsed on the floor, tossed the controller aside, and wiped the sweat from her brow. They finally cleared the level. Chapter 74, 6 Hotel. Li Huizi couldn't read Chinese, but she could understand the Arabic numeral 6. She gently pushed open the hotel door with her knife sheath. After confirming there was no danger, she led Little Fire Dragon inside. The hotel lobby was covered in red carpet, and a luxurious giant crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. The entire lobby was eerily quiet. There was no staff at the front desk. Seeing there were no supplies to collect, Li Huizi headed to the elevator, planning to go upstairs. The hotel had 6 floors, but since the elevator wasn't working, Li Huizi had to use the nearby stairs. Thud. At that moment, the hotel doors shut automatically. Woo woo woo. Little Fire Dragon looked nervously at the closed door, letting out uneasy whimpering sounds. Li Huizi crouched down and patted his head. Don't be scared. Huo. I'm here. Soothed by her touch, Little Fire Dragon quickly calmed down. She reached the 2nd floor. At a glance, this long hallway stretched at least 100 meters. The bright corridor was lit with fluorescent lights. Rooms on the staircase side were odd-numbered. 201, 203, 205. On the opposite side were even-numbered rooms. 202, 204, 206. Li Huizi casually pushed open one of the doors. The rooms here didn't seem to be locked. This one was a standard twin, with 2 single beds inside. The bathroom had no water, and flipping the light switch did nothing. The pillows and quilts looked fairly clean. Li Huizi grabbed 2 pillows and headed back downstairs the way she came. But after stepping off the last stair, she realized she hadn't returned to the 1st floor lobby. She was back on the 2nd floor. The room numbers confirmed it. What the hell? She kept going down, only to find herself back on the 2nd floor again. Li Huizi frowned. She left 1 pillow on the spot and continued down. When she didn't see the pillow at the bottom of the stairs, she breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as she stepped forward, the pillow appeared. She was back on the 2nd floor again. Refusing to give up, she decided to go upstairs this time. But when she reached the last step, despair hit. She saw the pillow again. No matter which way she went, up or down, she always returned to the same spot. Jump out the window. Determined, Li Huizi immediately searched for a way out. She opened the window in room 201. Only to see another bedroom on the other side. Li Huizi climbed through and into that room. When she opened the door, she came out of room 202. Little Fire Dragon tilted his head in confusion when he saw his master emerge from a room behind him. Li Huizi, face cold, walked into room 203. Just like 201, it also led to another bedroom behind the window. She climbed through and exited from 204. After testing 3 rooms and seeing the same result each time, Li Huizi gave up. She gripped her blade and ran toward the end of the hallway. At the end was another stairway leading up and down. A glimmer of hope lit up her eyes. But after stepping off the last stair, she still didn't see the lobby. She was on the second floor again. She tried going up. Still, she couldn't escape the second floor. The little hope she'd just found was quickly snuffed out. She took a deep breath to calm herself. There had to be some hidden pattern. Was it the number of steps? No. That couldn't be it. She had already counted. Both stairways, up and down, had 16 steps. Exactly the same. So what was it? What hidden rule was she missing? Little Fire Dragon seemed to sense her frustration. He clung to her leg, letting out soft cries. Li Huizi crouched down and patted his head to soothe him. What if she didn't use the stairs at all? What if she jumped down? Li Huizi picked up Little Fire Dragon and jumped down to the landing between floors. She took a deep breath. This was it. Do or die. She made a big leap. And landed back on the second floor. No way out. No way out. No way out. Since the stairs were useless, Li Huizi kept checking the remaining rooms. Maybe one of them wouldn't be connected to the room opposite. Just as she was still looking for an exit, it seemed like a specific time arrived. Because the fluorescent lights in the hallway all went out at once. Darkness swallowed the hotel. On a distant wall, their silhouettes flickered in the firelight of Little Fire Dragon's tail. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but Li Huizi saw a bunch of grayish-white shadows emerging from the darkness. The shadows hovered around her but couldn't step into the area lit by the fire. She reached for her blade. She swung. Nothing. The blade passed right through the white shadow. Hee hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. The white shadows circled around her, twisting into various shapes, letting out ear-piercing giggles as if mocking her helplessness. Her blade was fast, but completely useless against these weird entities. Sensing her fear, Little Fire Dragon puffed out his cheeks and tried his best to make the flame on his tail burn brighter. The light spread a bit more, and the white shadows backed away. Yes. They feared the light. As long as the light reached them, they couldn't come near. In this darkness, only Little Fire Dragon's tail lit a small safe zone. Everywhere else, the shadows roamed freely in the dark. But it didn't last long. The flame on his tail grew dimmer. Li Huizi lit a pillow on fire to help ease Little Fire Dragon's burden. But since they were in a sealed space, the smoke from the burning pillow started building up. It wasn't a viable solution. She held Little Fire Dragon close, curling up in a corner. Who knows how long passed. Eventually, the hallway lights turned back on, and the strange shadows vanished. Just like that, Li Huizi survived the first night thanks to the fire from Little Fire Dragon's tail. She didn't sleep at all. Forcing herself to stay awake, she kept searching for a way out. She had checked every room. All of them were connected to the one across. Trying to escape through the window had also failed. She had been stuck in this hotel for a full day and night. Another day was nearly over. She was thirsty, hungry, exhausted, and sleepy. 36 hours without a drop of water, and her nerves had been stretched the whole time. Time was up. The fluorescent lights went out again. Endless darkness closed in. The white shadows returned, giggling and circling her. Little Fire Dragon, worn out, had an even weaker flame now. She patted his head, overwhelmed with emotion. I'm sorry, Huo. I shouldn't have brought you here. No. That's not it. Maybe I shouldn't have bought you at all. Then you wouldn't be stuck here with me. Is there really no way out? Am I going to die here? She regretted everything. If only she'd left a day later, maybe she wouldn't have ended up here. If she hadn't entered this hotel, maybe she'd already be on her way to the next station. And with that thought, Chi Zhao's face surfaced in her mind. If it weren't for that unlucky bastard, she wouldn't have been so pissed off that she left early. Right now, all she wanted was a drink of water. A hot bowl of char siu ramen. Extra green onions. She wanted to go back to her train. Back to that bright, comforting carriage. Thud. 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 Just then, a steady, unsettling sound echoed from outside. Creak. The door creaked open slowly, scraping painfully against the floor. Li Huizi swallowed hard. In the darkness, a figure leaped into the room. Under the weak firelight, she recognized the shape. It was something she'd seen in Dragon Nation's TV shows. A creature called a zombie. A zombie had jumped in. She drew her blade, stood up, pointed the tip at the zombie, and shouted, ! Grenade. Behind the zombie, a warm white light appeared. Yo, isn't that little Sakura-chan? Chi Zhao leaned against the doorway, holding the ever-bright night lamp, picking his ear and flicking away the gunk. What did you say? Didn't catch that. Should have brought my royal translator with me. Chapter 75, Crimson Dice at 7:50 in the morning, the train stopped. Chi Zhao looked out the train window and immediately saw a white train with 10 carriages parked next to 6 hotel. An old player? Chi Zhao immediately activated dynamic concealment, making the train invisible. Lao Yu, Go scout the area. At Qi Zhao's command, Lao Yu started stripping. Then he walked straight through the glass window and exited the train. Zijian, still half asleep, looked completely dumbfounded. You've never seen gourd babies. Don't you know sixth baby can pass through anything transparent? Once outside, Lao Yu activated invisibility and phased through the glass into the white train. He pressed the door button, and the carriage door opened plainly and quietly. Conductor, nobody's here. Lao Yu ran back and deactivated invisibility. Qi Zhao opened the carriage door and tossed Lao Yu his clothes. Nice work. I'll log a merit point for you later. Thank you, conductor. Lao Yu saluted with his clothes in hand. Hurry up and put those on, walking around with your dick out is a public eyesore. Qi Zhao swaggered into the white train, walked up to the screen, and clicked on personal profile. A familiar avatar popped up. Li, who is he? Qi Zhao raised an eyebrow. So it was her. Wait a second. I've got power boost, and I arrived at 7:50. The interface is in Sanskrit, so Qi Zhao couldn't read it. He needed Zijian to translate. Her follower account's train modification didn't include power boost. So she got here before me? Looks like she left the transfer station early. Operate it. Dismantle the carriages and transfer the supplies. That harsh? Qi Zhao gave her a side eye. You catching a case of the drama queen again? I mean, shouldn't we at least grab the stuff first? Qi Zhao explained Thunder Season to her. Departure times would get unpredictable. Who knows when her train might suddenly depart while they were still looting. Anyway, once the carriages are dismantled, everything drops on the ground. They could sort it out afterward. Zijian suddenly understood and started clicking through the operations. Hee, dismantling someone else's train feels pretty damn good. 9 carriages vanished. The items inside dropped all over the ground. Qi Zhao returned to his own train and clicked receive. Received, 1990 kg of metal, 998 kg of plastic, 720 kg of wood. After gathering the supplies, Qi Zhao opened up several empty carriages at the back. He glanced over the items on the ground and gave instructions. You guys move the stuff onto the train. I'm gonna grab something else. Qi Zhao arrived at the entrance of 6 Hotel. If his guess was right, Li Huizi was likely trapped on one of the floors. Qi Zhao pushed the door open and entered. Already familiar with the floor jumping rules, he smoothly reached the 6th floor and found room 666. He stored the treasure chest and train coins, then took out the 3 crimson dice. Red dice surface, black dots. Smooth and warm to the touch. Crimson dice, roll the dice to summon a crimson beast under your control. The higher the total rolled, the stronger the beast. Cool down, 24 hours, if all 3 dice roll 6s, the Crimson Lord will be summoned. Crimson Beast? Qi Zhao casually tossed the 3 dice. They landed with a click-clack sound. They stopped spinning. Faces showing 1, 3, 3. Total, 7. The 3 dice floated up and fused into a red crimson beast. It stood about 2 meters tall, hunched over, with mantis-like arms and a square face bearing 7 eyes. Qi Zhao commanded it to break down the wooden door of the room. The scythe-like limbs pierced through it easily. Qi Zhao suddenly felt a bit tired. This thing drains my stamina. Probably about 1/10 of what it would cost if I did it myself. Still manageable. Its body strength and power slightly surpass Old Master Ren. So this is the strength of a 7-point Crimson Beast. Then how powerful must the Crimson Lord be? 3 6s. That's 1 in 216, right? Low odds, but that also means the Crimson Lord is no joke. After securing the treasure chest, Qi Zhao started gathering supplies. He commanded Old Master Ren and the Crimson Beast to forcibly tear down all the wooden doors. He followed behind, collecting doors, beds, nightstands, and small desks. Everything went into the boundary bracelet, which he brought back to the train. Right now the boundary bracelet was at level 7, carrying capacity, 500 kg. Last time he upgraded it was while looting Zhuzi's train. In order to haul more supplies in one go, he gritted his teeth and spent 110 train coins to jump 2 levels. At level 9, the capacity rose to 700 kg. 6 floors in the hotel. Excluding the first floor lobby, the other 5 had rooms. 66 rooms per floor, each room yielding about 300 kg of wood. If he could haul it all, that'd be a massive score. Once the bracelet was full, Qi Zhao returned to his train, emptied it into the material input zone, then made round trips between the train and the 6th floor to ferry supplies. But he never saw Li Huizi. Weird. She's not in the hotel? Later, Qi Zhao returned to the train again. When he emptied the boundary bracelet, Li Huizi's train was gone. Just as expected. Everyone has a different latest departure time. A whole day, and still no sign of Li Huizi. Do I have to intentionally take the wrong path to enter the trapped floor? Doesn't matter. I've got anchor point rewind. I can't try. This time, Chi Zhao climbed the stairs and purposely made a wrong turn. As expected, he landed on the second floor. But this time, it was dark. Knew it. Chi Zhao pulled out the ever-bright night lamp and summoned old Master Ren to lead the way. And in a room lit by fate firelight, he saw Li Huizi. Chi Zhao looked toward the light source. That's Little Fire Dragon? So she's the one who bought it. Judging by this, she's got plenty of train coins. And she's got a level 6 treasure chest key too. Definitely a little rich woman. Seeing the white weird entities drifting around Li Huizi, Chi Zhao pulled out the ZZ pistol. No wonder I didn't encounter any weird entities. They're all gathered here. Perfect time to test the spirit purging bullets. Bullet type. Spirit purging bullet. Chi Zhao raised his gun, aimed at the weird entity behind Li Huizi, and pulled the trigger. A beam of white light shot out. It struck the weird entity in the forehead. It burned like fire and quickly disintegrated. Li Huizi thought Chi Zhao was attacking her and quickly raised her blade in defense. But when she saw the gun firing white light and targeting the strange figures, she relaxed. Then, as she watched the weird entity get shot down, her pupils dilated. That was it? That easy? What kind of gun was that? How could it actually hurt them? As the weird entity vanished, a train coin dropped to the ground with a clang. Chi Zhao's eyes lit up. Damn. So you guys drop train coins too? Now Chi Zhao was hyped. So many weird entities. How many coins could he farm? White beams of light shot out non-stop, lighting up the entire room like it was daytime. Chapter 76, Looks smart, turns out to be a DMBSS. Li Huizi raised her hand to shield her eyes. Too bright. As the clinking sound of train coins falling finally stopped, the room quieted down. Once every weird entity in the room was gone, Chi Zhao took out his nanobots and had them gather the train coins on the floor. One by one, the train coins flew into Chi Zhao's palm like they had a mind of their own. Li Huizi stared, dumbfounded. 9, 10, 11. Hey, lift your foot, you're stepping on my train coin. Chi Zhao glared at the little fire dragon, scaring it into whimpering as it leapt toward Li Huizi, hugging her calf clad in white knee-high socks. Li Huizi put away her knife and crouched down to comfort the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon kept trying to burrow its head under Li Huizi's skirt. This wasn't a little fire dragon. It was a little perv dragon. Counting the one the little perv dragon stepped on, Chi Zhao collected a total of 13, more than what you'd get from opening a level 3 treasure chest. There were still 4 more floors above. Jackpot. Once the little fire dragon was calmed down, Li Huizi stood up, faced Chi Zhao, and bowed at a 90-degree angle before saying, "Arigatou gozaimasu." Chi Zhao understood that one. She was saying thank you. Grrrr. Right then, Li Huizi's stomach growled at the worst possible moment. With Chi Zhao's appearance and all the weird entities taken out by him, her nerves relaxed, and her stomach spoke up. Her face turned visibly red with embarrassment. Chi Zhao glanced at her and pulled out an energy-preserving hunger-blocking mega pill. Seeing the little fire dragon, he pulled out another. Eat one, good for 8 meals. He dropped the 2 pills into Li Huizi's hand, then turned and left the room with old Master Ren, heading straight for the staircase. After all, he'd screwed her over once and disassembled her train this morning. Saving her life made them even. Li Huizi didn't understand what Chi Zhao said, but seeing him leave, she quickly picked up the little fire dragon and followed. Chatamat Kudasai, but by the time she gave chase, all she saw was Chi Zhao's back disappearing up the stairs. By the time she reached the staircase, Chi Zhao was already gone. He left? He didn't come back here? He made it out? So the correct exit was to go upstairs? Li Huizi bit her lip and followed upward. Only to find herself back on the 2nd floor. Why? Why did I still end up here? That man really left through here. How did he do it? Li Huizi sat at the stairwell with the little fire dragon in her arms, resting her chin on its head and staring at the never-ending staircase. What did he mean by what he said earlier? Was I supposed to follow him? Will he not come back? Huo, I'm sorry. I should have run faster, but I'm so hungry, so sleepy, and so tired. Li Huizi opened her palm and stared at the 2 pill-like things that looked like chocolate, swallowing hard. She gently picked one up, sniffed it, then popped it into her mouth. Sure enough, as long as you stepped on the correct number of stairs, you could go up and down normally and return to regular floors. Step on the wrong number, and you'd end up in the endless loop. So first, you had to hit the correct step count to reach the normal 2nd floor. Then on the way up or down, if you purposely stepped wrong, you'd reach the looping 3rd floor. As expected, Chi Zhao returned to the 3rd floor, but it was just as pitch black as the 2nd floor where Li Huizi had been. Weird entities. There were clearly more of them here than on the 2nd floor. Once they spotted Chi Zhao, They let out sharp laughs and charged at him, surrounding him in a circle. Qizhao ran along the corridor, shouting, "Ah! I'm so scared. Help me." More and more weirdos chased after him, until he dashed into a room at the end of the corridor, dragging the entire third-floor horde with him. Qizhao smirked. "They're all here now. Old Master Ren, shut the door. It's go time." As the door closed, the room lit up like broad daylight. The weird entities on this floor weren't just more numerous. They could take a serious beating too. But the train coins they dropped were more plentiful too. 17 coins in total. Qizhao used 4 train coins to instantly charge his ZZ pistol's energy to a full 1,000 points. Same method again. Qizhao first reached the normal 4th floor, then deliberately stepped wrong to reach the looped version. Different from the 2nd and 3rd floors, the 4th floor's weirdos were clearly more solid. Each one needed 4 or 5 spirit-purging bullets to drop a train coin. They were also noticeably more aggressive. Qizhao didn't even need to lure them. They just swarmed over, drawn by scent, rushing to die. Can't deny it. This pistol from Kanyu was top tier. Low recoil, no need to reload, no overheating. All perks. With scout gloves on top, it felt like there was no recoil at all. The shooting experience was amazing. Qizhao fought his way from one end of the hallway to the other. Some weirdos even got fixated on his ever-bright night lamp, only to realize it wouldn't go out no matter what they did. He cleared every weirdo on the 4th floor. 22 coins in total. Same deal again. Qizhao wiped out the weirdos on the 5th and 6th floors. The ones on the 6th floor were so solid they had physical bodies. Qizhao had to use some effort. Activating word spirit, time 0 and using lust to destroy their physical forms, then finishing them off with spirit-purging bullets. Across all 5 floors, the weird entities dropped a total of 113 train coins. Qizhao was grinning from ear to ear. He wondered if they'd respawn. Kinda didn't want to leave now. Thanks to the pill Qizhao gave her, Li Huizi looked way better. After eating his pill, the flame on the little fire dragon's tail also returned to peak state. "Yo, why are you still here?" Li Huizi looked up toward the staircase corner where Qizhao stood. Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She forced down her excitement, quickly stood up, bowed to Qizhao again at 90 degrees, and said a bunch of words. Qizhao only caught the first one. "Thank you." The rest he didn't understand. He waved his hand and headed downstairs. Li Huizi picked up the little fire dragon and quickly followed. She stayed close behind Qizhao, eyes locked on him, not falling a single step behind. When there were only 3 steps left, Qizhao suddenly stopped walking. Li Huizi stopped too. A few seconds later, she saw Qizhao vanish. He disappeared right in front of her, and Li Huizi panicked instantly. She froze, unsure whether to go forward or turn back. Totally stunned. When Qizhao reappeared below, she rushed down the stairs to his side. No doubt about it. She was back on the 2nd floor. Qizhao frowned as he looked at her. He'd gone down to the 1st floor lobby and waited a while, but when Li Huizi didn't come down, he knew. This one didn't figure it out. No choice but to go back up for her. This little sucker looked smart but turned out to be a DMBSS. Walk to the 13th step, wait 10 seconds, and you'll be out. Seeing Li Huizi's confused face, Qizhao smacked his forehead. DMN, language barriers suck. He grabbed the long knife from Li Huizi's hand, then took her hand. Li Huizi was surprised but didn't resist. Just like that, holding the little fire dragon in one arm and Qizhao's hand in the other, she followed him step by step. After staying on the 13th step for 10 seconds, Li Huizi suddenly felt her vision shift. Things opened up in front of her. Finally, she returned to the 1st floor. The lobby of Hotel Number 6. Chapter 77, Li Huizi. Time goes back to before Qizhao went to Hotel Number 6 to find Li Huizi. He arrived at the last 2 carriages and saw Lao Yu still tidying up. "How is it, all done?" Lao Yu turned around when he heard Qizhao's voice. "Train conductor, everything's been moved. Every dropped item in the carriage is here, not a single piece missing." "Very good. As expected of my vice conductor." Li Huizi didn't have much stuff, not even enough to fill a whole carriage. Just a not-so-thick quilt, a tatami mat, and a few plush toy pillows. Her belongings were mostly clothes. Various JK uniform skirts, spring-summer styles, autumn-winter styles, long socks, short socks, lace socks, overknee socks, sheer socks, thick white silk. Everything was neatly stacked in the clothing storage baskets. Qizhao roughly rummaged through them but didn't find anything of value. Well, even her blue and white bowl got brought back. "Not bad, kid." "Blue and white bowl?" Lao Yu looked around but didn't see any blue and white bowl Qizhao mentioned, though there was a yellow duck plastic bowl. Not seeing Zijian around, Qizhao asked, "Where's your sister's eye?" Why are you the only one working? Sister Zai's relatives came. She wasn't feeling well, so I told her to rest. There wasn't anything too heavy anyway. I could carry it all myself. Qi Zhao nodded. Still a sweet guy, huh? Lao Yu, sweet guys rank behind dogs, you know. Any train coins? Did you collect any? None, not a single one found. Qi Zhao? That's not right. She should have had a decent amount of train coins. Could she have kept them all on her? Judging by her condition, she probably didn't have any storage tools. Don't tell me she used them all to buy that little perv dragon? Qi Zhao spotted something familiar. He picked up the broken blade that came from the level 6 treasure chest, hesitated a moment, then said to Lao Yu, finish up here, then go make dinner. I'm heading out again. Got it, train conductor. Qi Zhao stored the broken blade into the boundary bracelet and walked into hotel number 6. Back again in the hotel's first floor lobby, Li Huizi placed a hand over her chest and let out a long breath. Thank goodness, finally out. Qi Zhao tossed the knife to her. Li Huizi caught it, bowed again, and thanked him. The two of them walked out of hotel number 6 one after the other. When she saw her train had disappeared, even though she was mentally prepared, Li Huizi still froze instinctively. As expected, it's gone. The train itself didn't matter, but it was a shame about the uniforms and Huo's toys. Li Huizi didn't stay down for long. She quickly adjusted her mood. I'm still alive, and that's already great. There'll be chances later to collect more pretty JK uniforms and buy new toys for Huo. With a smile on her face, Li Huizi turned to look at Qi Zhao. Now that she thought about it, she really owed this man thanks. Qi Zhao had been watching Li Huizi's expression the whole time. When she turned to look at him, he grinned, flashing a harmless-looking smile. The two of them just stood there smiling at each other. Li Huizi bent down, bowed again, and thanked him once more. Just then, a small black dog came running over, with Lao Yu right behind it. Him? Li Huizi's face clearly froze when she saw Lao Yu. So they're traveling together? Wait, is that his son? But he looks so young. About the same age as me, right? Already a dad at that age? The black wind monster first ran to Qi Zhao and licked his pant leg, but then its gaze was drawn to the little fire dragon in Li Huizi's arms. Lao Yu walked up to Qi Zhao and reported, train conductor, dinner's ready. We can eat anytime. Qi Zhao patted Lao Yu's head and praised him. Perfect, I'm starving. Let's head back and eat. Where's your sister's eye? Still passed out? Lao Yu scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly, sister's eye's already eating. Qi Zhao? What the hell, rebelling now? Let's go. With that, Qi Zhao led Lao Yu and the black wind monster back. The sun was setting, wind swept across the vast open land, and a breeze lifted the strands of hair at Li Huizi's temple. She watched their backs as they walked away, watched them head toward that red train glowing with warm light. And felt a bit lonely. So envious. They could travel together, adventure together, eat together. Now that she thought about it, wasn't it because of loneliness that she spent all her train coins to bring Huo with her? Thinking that, Li Huizi hugged the little fire dragon even tighter. Her chin rested on its head, hair covering her face, hiding her expression. If only I had companions too. Come on, let's go together. Hearing Qi Zhao's voice, Li Huizi slowly lifted her head. When she saw him turning around and waving at her, she froze, then raised her finger to point at herself. Li Huizi followed Qi Zhao into the carriage. When she saw Zijian serving food, she paused for a second and quickly said, Sumisan, Ajamash Mashida. Zijian turned around, and when she saw the little fire dragon again, her eyes lit up. She put down the rice scoop and rushed to Li Huizi, her hand going straight to the little fire dragon's head. So cute, little fire dragon. You're the one who bought it, huh? Qi Zhao looked on with disdain. No shame at all. The two of them were speaking Sakura language. Qi Zhao couldn't understand a thing. Before long, Zijian had taken the little fire dragon from Li Huizi and was holding it in her arms. Lao Yu, serve another bowl of rice. Lao Yu had cooked the tomatoes, scrambled eggs, braised beef with potatoes, and hand-torn cabbage that Qi Zhao had taught him. Li Huizi wasn't actually that hungry, thanks to the pill Qi Zhao gave her, but she still ate a few bites out of politeness. Seeing that the timing was right, Qi Zhao said to Zijian, who was holding the little fire dragon, help me translate. Just say someone was dismantling her train. It was me. After a fierce battle, I protected her train. But since she didn't come back for a long time, and the train was about to depart, I had no choice but to take desperate measures and disassemble her carriage. But I brought all her stuff back. She can check it all herself later. Zijian looked at him with disdain. You're seriously shameless. Obviously. Do a good job translating, and be sure to emphasize how heroically I fought off the enemy to defend her train. So it's not just translating. You want me to make stuff up too, huh? Zijian rolled her eyes at Qi Zhao, then started translating his words to Li Huizi. Li Huizi kept nodding as she listened, looking at Qi Zhao with growing respect. When she finished listening, she immediately set down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and gave Qi Zhao another 90-degree bow. She said she's incredibly grateful and has no idea how to repay such a great favor. Chapter 78, You smell so good. Wait a second, there's something you need to explain clearly. I can give her stuff back, but not the upgrade supplies. Just say I used them all. Zijian rolled her eyes at Qi Zhao and kept translating. She said it's okay, as long as the stuff's still here, that's already good enough. Qi Zhao nodded. Looks like Zijian translated it accurately, without adding any personal twist. Main reason being that resource transfer records, including those on the trading platform, can't be deleted. No wonder Kong Yu said she couldn't transfer upgrade supplies to him. Only those like Qi Zhao and Zijian, who had a special trade relationship, could transfer things directly without it being logged. One day, if Li Huizi logs into the account and sees the material transfer record, she'll know I dismantled her train and took the resources. Might as well just come clean now. Qi Zhao only decided to spill it after seeing Li Huizi didn't react much to her train disappearing. How about this? Until you get a new train, you can stay with us for now. Really? Li Huizi's eyes widened the moment she heard Qi Zhao was letting her stay, and she immediately entered thank you mode. Ahem. I mean, we did sorta work together. Even though the outcome wasn't exactly great, we can at least be considered friends, right? No need to be so polite between friends. Perfect, I had something I wanted to ask her anyway. How she got the level 6 treasure chest key. Qi Zhao wasn't sure if he just hadn't come across it yet, or if the station forecast wouldn't notify him. So far, it seemed more likely he hadn't run into it. Qi Zhao still had faith in the functionality of the station forecast module. In those rule horror worlds, the rules would be displayed outright. And for seasons like Thunder Season, it would also show the latest departure time. She said she found it in a castle. She said she still has one more key. If you want it, she can give it to you. For real? That's a level 6 treasure chest key. With that, Li Huizi took off the golden ginkgo leaf-shaped brooch pinned to her chest and handed it to Qi Zhao with both hands. No wonder there was nothing good left on the train. It was all on her. Queen's brooch can open a level 6 treasure chest. Qi Zhao didn't hold back, took it directly, and said, Arigato. Zijian was rubbing little fire dragon's head, looking at Qi Zhao with disdain. After dinner, Qi Zhao took Li Huizi off the train and led her to the last carriage. He opened the door, and Li Huizi eagerly stepped inside. Her eyes lit up when she saw the clothes she'd collected and the little fire dragon's toys still there. Sort your own stuff. If anything comes up, come find me in the front. With that, Qi Zhao left, leaving behind Zijian and Li Huizi. Plus 1 dragon and 1 dog. Your name's Blackwind Monster? Then I'll call you Hi from now on. Li Huizi petted Blackwind Monster's head and carefully picked out a little yellow chick plush toy to give it. Here, this is for you. Be good friends with Huo, okay? Blackwind Monster was quite curious about the new playmate and started licking little fire dragon's butt like crazy with its dog tongue. Woo woo woo. Ha, ha, ha. Once Li Huizi finished sorting her clothes and began laying out the tatami and quilt, Zijian suddenly grabbed her arm and dragged her into her bedroom without any explanation. Inside Zijian's bedroom, the two of them lay on the bed, both wearing matching pajamas in different colors. Zijian had yellow. Li Huizi had blue. Blackwind Monster and little fire dragon lay at the foot of the bed, licking each other. So, what do you think? Isn't my spring mattress super big and soft? Hui, you smell so good. Zijian held Li Huizi's hand, burying her face in her hair and sniffing like crazy. What shampoo do you use? It has this faint cherry blossom scent. Hui, your hands are so small. And so soft. Hee hee hee. Li Huizi swallowed nervously, feeling like she had boarded a pirate ship she couldn't get off. In the middle of the night, Zijian got up to change her sanitary pad. Still half asleep, she noticed Li Huizi hadn't fallen asleep yet. Hui, why aren't you sleeping? Li Huizi had her hands over her lower stomach, legs tightly together, looking very stiff. I've always slept on tatami since I was little. This is my first time on a bed like this. It's so soft, I'm not used to it. Yeah. I wasn't used to it at first either. But you'll get the hang of it after a while. Saying that, Zijian laid back down and draped her arm over Li Huizi's chest. Li Huizi sighed, closed her eyes, adjusted her breathing, and started to sleep. In the gravity carriage, Qi Zhao turned off the treadmill, let out a long breath, and started his post-run stretches. At first, under 3 times the gravity, it took him 2 hours to finish 5 kilometers. Now it only took him 1 hour and 5 minutes. That's some crazy progress. Zhao endurance, speed, and strength had improved significantly through training in the gravity carriage. The boost in his physical abilities meant that when he activated word spirit, time-0, he could slow time even more and keep it going longer. Zhao had a hunch. Once he could run 5 kilometers in under 30 minutes under 3 times the gravity, taking down someone like Zhu Zi would be a piece of cake. While resting, Zhao searched for level 6 treasure chests on the trading platform. The price was usually around 160 train coins, with less than 10 coins variation. So expensive. A level 6 treasure chest would give back 60 train coins at best, meaning it cost you 100 coins just to open a blind box item. Even though Zhao had 237 train coins on hand, he still couldn't bring himself to buy it. He had just opened one level 6 treasure chest, and even got a crimson dice today. That was more than enough for now. With the golden egg-laying hen gone, he couldn't afford to be so extravagant. However, the magical multi-use fertilizer was cheaper than he thought. Market price was 1 coin for 5 kilogram, and everyone was selling at that rate. Zhao spent 20 train coins and bought 100 kilogram, dumping it all around the peach tree sapling. Watching the sapling glow green, Zhao silently chanted in his mind, "Grow fast, grow fast." The next day, at 8:00 sharp, once Zhao confirmed no new trains had docked, he went back into hotel number 6 to collect supplies. Li Huizi came along to help. Zhao taught her the correct way to go up and down the floors. When she asked how he knew, Zhao put his hands on his hips and said proudly, "Of course, I figured it out through trial and error myself." Her blade was super sharp, and her technique was solid. Cutting wooden doors and beds was a breeze. That made Zhao see her in a new light. He used to think she was all show, just waving the blade around to scare people. So, Li Huizi chopped up those wooden doors and tossed them out the window. Zijian and Lao Yu, along with the summoned Crimson Beast, collected them below and threw them into the material input zone. Zhao entered the infinite loop floor, bringing along Old Master Ren to dismantle more wooden doors and beds. Double the haul. Only downside, no new weird entities appeared. He really did kill them all. That night, Zhao cooked dinner. Spicy stir-fried pork, hand-torn cabbage, sweet and sour pork strips, spicy shredded potato, cheese-baked pumpkin, with watermelon for dessert. After a whole day of chopping doors, the feast made Li Huizi's mouth water. After eating Zhao's cooking, she saw him in a new light again. Didn't expect him to cook so well. Seriously, guys who can cook really are extra attractive. She didn't know why she was thinking this, and her face turned red. After dinner, Li Huizi volunteered to wash the dishes with Lao Yu. Just then, Zijian came back with a towel and kicked Zhao and Lao Yu out. "No coming in." She glared at Zhao and dragged Li Huizi into the bathroom. The door slid open again. Zijian handed out a toothbrush cup. "Your toothbrush." Not long after, the sound of running water and playful splashing came from inside. Little fire dragon, bathing with them, occasionally let out joyful squeals. Train conductor, who's she talking about? You, obviously. Who else? Train conductor, let's shower together later too. I'll scrub your back. No thanks. By the time they're done, there'll probably be no water left. Zhao waved him off and went to the gravity carriage for his evening training. All the water he had stored at the store manager's place had been absorbed by the peach tree sapling. Even though he'd added some over the past few days, it only totaled a bit over 200 liters. He still needed to figure out how to get more water. Another night passed. On the morning of Zhao's third day docked here, a black train suddenly appeared at 8:00. This black train had 12 carriages and stopped just 20 meters away from Zhao's train. They were almost parked side by side. Chapter 79. Can't believe he's a pure love guy. The train opened a door, and out walked a man with a tattoo on his face. He looked back at the carriage, then walked off into the distance. He pulled out a blue cigarette box, took out a white cigarette with a blue filter, and stuck it in his mouth. Then he patted his pockets left and right before finally pulling out a lighter from his back pocket. It took several flicks to get the lighter to spark. Once it did, he quickly cupped the flame with his hands and lit the cigarette dangling from his lips. He took 2 deep drags, and as he exhaled a cloud of white smoke, his furrowed brow eased a bit. Leaving the cigarette in his mouth, he undid his belt and started to take a leak. Fuck, good thing I got away. Dumbass, had to go head-to-head with order. Lucky for me I was smart and didn't rush in first. Gotta find a chance to get my own train. Forget the boss. Just then, a door opened in front of him. He froze. Before he could even see who it was, Zhao knocked him out cold and dragged him into the train. Word spirit, time-0. 10 times load. The whole thing took less than a second. The door shut, and everything returned to normal. In the gravity carriage, Chi Zhao stripped the tattooed man completely, leaving only his underwear. He tied up his hands and feet, set times the gravity, then slapped him twice hard across the face. Only then did the tattooed man wake up. As soon as he came to, the man shouted, "Fuck. Let go of me, you bastard. Shit, turns out you're a Korean. Damn, another foreigner." Just like Xia Yuan said, Mandarin is the official language in the New World. If you want to get by, you've basically got to know it. This Korean guy's Mandarin wasn't perfect, but it was good enough for basic conversation. Peeing wherever you want isn't exactly a good habit. Chi Zhao looked at him with displeasure. "Especially pointing your weapon right at my carriage. You motherfucker. Let go of me or I left you up." Chi Zhao pulled out a dagger and waved it in front of Li Susung's face. "From now on, I ask, you answer. Let's keep this simple. What batch are you from? Are there any others on your train? You ain't shit. Let go of your daddy now. If you've got the guts, stab me. If you don't, then you're my BTCH." Li Susung glared at Chi Zhao. "Humphrey, I can tell with one look you're a C. PFFT." Chi Zhao stabbed the dagger into Li Susung's upper thigh. "Koreans are all this trashy? Aw fuck. Fourth batch, I'm from the fourth batch. There are 3 more people on the train. Keep going. You promise not to kill me, I'll tell you their info." Chi Zhao nodded, motioning for him to continue. "There's this chick named Rihyo Young, nice body. But she's a freak. Her favorite thing is stepping on people in leather boots. Stick to the point." Chi Zhao tugged the dagger slightly, making Li Susung scream in pain. "Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out, fuck. She uses a blade. Pretty good at it too. Yoon Kim Tae's a fetus, not too smart, but he's been physically enhanced. Regular firearms won't hurt him. The train conductor's name is Lee Jae-ryong. His body's full of cybernetic implants, even his heart. Supposedly it's a nuclear reactor. Powers all his implants. In short, he's super tough. That all? That's all." Chi Zhao knocked him out again and cranked 5 times the gravity up to the max. Chi Zhao summoned the screen and opened the public chat room. In the region he was currently in, there were 8,982 people online. Unlike the newbie village, this place's online count would rise as more trains entered the area. From Chi Zhao's observations over the past 2 days, the number fluctuated between 8,000 and 9,000, never exceeding 10,000. Meaning once he left, he'd probably arrive in a new region and join a new chat group. This was the biggest difference from the newbie village. In the newbie village, you stayed in the same group chat the whole time. It never changed. Chi Zhao searched for Lee Jae-ryong. A result popped up. Level 32. Yup, Li Susung was telling the truth. There really was a Lee Jae-ryong. He ranked pretty high in the chat room, sitting at number 97. Chi Zhao was level 16, ranked in the 8,300s. Chi Zhao had Lao Yu gather Zijian and Li Huizi to inform them of the situation. "What's this tattoo on his face mean?" Zijian, still groggy, leaned in toward the tattooed guy. "It's South Korean. Let me see. Exclamation mark issues ang gai maaneo manayan, Li Susung loves Kim Hyane for 10,000 years. Chi Zhao smirked. Didn't expect this guy to be a pure love type. He's been gone this long. Bet his crew's gonna come looking soon. I've got a way. We lure them into hotel number 6. But they've got a nuclear reactor or something. If we fight here, it could wreck the train." Chi Zhao put on the 1,000-face human skin mask and started reshaping his face. He quickly morphed into Li Susung, tattoo and all. After changing into the silver combat suit, unless you looked closely, you couldn't tell the two apart. "Whoa, train conductor, you can shapeshift too?" Zijian gave him a thumbs up in approval. Li Huizi's already big eyes grew even wider. Chi Zhao began laying out the battle plan. "Me and Li Huizi will lure them into the hotel. Lao Yu, you sneak over to their train while I'm visible. If no one's there, follow the plan. Lao Yu, you're the key. I need you to relay messages for us. Can you do it?" Lao Yu stood up straight, faced serious. "Mission guaranteed." Li Huizi held black silk, unsure what to do. Because Chi Zhao told her to put it over her head. "You're playing a robber, and robbers wear pantyhose on their heads," Chi Zhao said confidently. "The main thing is, don't let them see your face." Hearing his reasoning, Li Huizi nodded and pulled the pantyhose over her head. Chi Zhao stroked his chin and nodded approvingly. "Not bad. All right, move out." "Wait. What about me?" Zijian saw everyone had a task. She pointed to herself. "What about me? What do I do?" Chi Zhao glanced at her. "You wash the breakfast dishes." Rihyo Young had long, silky hair. She wore all black patent leather heels clicking as she looked at Lee Jae-ryong. "No one selling intel on hotel number 6? There is, but it's not locked by orders system. No guarantee it's legit. Lee Jae-ryung's limbs were all mechanical, including his right eye. Half his head was bald, the other half had red spiky hair. He wore a set of powered armor, protecting everything but his head. Let's rest. No exploring this stop. Lee Jae-ryung closed the screen. Where's Soo-sung? What's taking him so long? Just having a smoke? Ri Hyo-young scoffed. Ran off probably, that coward. Go check. Make sure nothing's up. Just then, Yoon Kim-tae burst in. Boss, something's wrong. I saw Soo-sung get knocked out by a chick in a JK mini-skirt with pantyhose on her head. She dragged him into the hotel. Wait, you're sure it was Soo-sung? You didn't mistake him? It was him. Who else tattoos that kinda crap on their face? Lee Jae-ryung immediately ordered, Hyo-young, you stay and guard the train. Kim-tae, let's go check it out. Wait, why me? Let Kim-tae stay. Ri Hyo-young picked up her blade. The hotel's cramped. If a fight breaks out, his big ass can't move properly. Lee Jae-ryung hesitated, then nodded. The two got off the train, one in front, one behind, and entered hotel number 6. The lobby was empty. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. Damn it, order broke our thermal and infrared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have anywhere to hide. Just then, Ri Hyo-young walked up the stairs and bent down to pick up a blue cigarette box. No doubt about it. It's Soo-sung's. He only smokes this brand. Lee Jae-ryung looked at the stairs. Let's go, second floor. Chapter 80, 3 against 1, the advantage is ours. Hotel number 6, regular 5th floor. Just to be safe, Chi-Zhao and the others went up 2 extra floors. The wooden doors and beds on this level hadn't been messed up yet. Chi-Zhao crouched by the window in room 505, watching the black train below. He stared for a long while. Only one fat guy was sitting at the train's entrance. Chi-Zhao just flopped onto the bed, pulled the quilt over himself, and closed his eyes to recharge. Can't see anything anyway, better to just wait for Lao Yu. Lee Huizi took off her black silk pantyhose in the bathroom, folded them neatly, then faced the mirror and smoothed out her messy Heim cut. Once she confirmed her appearance was fine, she walked out of the bathroom and saw Chi-Zhao lying on the bed with his eyes closed, already asleep. Since they didn't speak the same language, there was no way to communicate. Lee Huizi could only quietly sit at the foot of the bed. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Train conductor, can I come in? Chi-Zhao shot up from the bed. Come in. Lao Yu came in with nothing but his underpants on and reported the situation to Chi-Zhao. Train conductor, a guy in weird armor and a woman in black went in. Now there's only one really tall and huge fat guy left on the train. As Chi-Zhao instructed, Lao Yu had stayed hidden in the hotel lobby. Once he saw someone go upstairs, he snuck over to the train to see how many were left. Yeah, Lee Soo-sung didn't lie. Only 3 people on board. The 2 who went in hadn't come back after so long, probably stuck in the looped floors. Anyway, those 2 won't be finding their way out anytime soon. With just one fat guy left, this should be easy. As long as we take him down, the train's ours. Chi-Zhao pulled out those 3 crimson dice and casually tossed them on the ground. Clack clack clack. Let's summon another bodyguard. Add in Lee Huizi, 4 against 1, the advantage is ours. Chi-Zhao's luck exploded. He actually rolled 3 ones. The 3 dice merged into a 30-centimeter long red snake, as thick as a thumb. On its head were 3 black dots, arranged in a triangle. 111, snake of curiosity, its 5 senses can be shared with the user. Its body can be stretched or squished at will. Not much offensive power, but extremely durable. Unlike the previous Scythe Bro, the 111 roll summoned something new. Chi-Zhao tested it with a knife. Felt like tough gummy candy. At the same time, its vision and perception synced with Chi-Zhao. He got used to it quickly. Great for scouting, not much use in a fight. Chi-Zhao shook his head. Was hoping to summon another fighter. Ended up with a punching bag. Lee Soo-sung said that fat guy's body was modified. Regular firearms won't hurt him. Chi-Zhao scanned the ZZ pistol's unlockable ammo and spent 10 train coins to unlock a type of armor-piercing round. Armor-piercing bullets. 5 energy per shot, can penetrate standard armor. I don't believe that fat guy can withstand this. 3 against 1, still our advantage. Once everything was ready, Chi-Zhao explained the battle plan to Lee Huizi using hand gestures. Yoon Kim-tae sat at the train entrance, staring blankly at hotel number 6. When he saw Lee Soo-sung walk out of the hotel, he jumped up excitedly. Soo-sung? You're okay? Where's the boss and the others? Soo-sung? What's going on? Say something. Soo-sung? Suddenly Lee Soo-sung pulled out a ZZ pistol and fired 2 shots straight at the fat guy's forehead. The bullets hit his head with a metallic clang. Yoon Kim-tae plucked the bullets from his forehead and tossed them aside. Sob. You're not Soo-sung. Holy shit, even armor-piercing rounds can't pierce him? What the hell is this guy made of? I'm your dad. Chi Zhao flipped him off. Yoon Kim-tae flew into a rage, raised his arms to shield his head, and charged at Chi Zhao. The ground trembled with each step. He charged like a dump truck. Chi Zhao quickly switched to frost bullets, retreating while aiming at his legs. They couldn't hurt him, but the frost rounds did slow him down. Go, go, go. Cover me, cover me. Hearing Chi Zhao's call, Li Huizi lunged from the side with a blade, slashing at the fat guy's waist. Thunk. Yoon Kim-tae inhaled sharply, puffed out his belly, and took the hit with brute force. Then he grabbed Li Huizi's blade and flung her with the sword across the room. Their size difference was just too big. This guy was over 2 meters tall, and his muscles were ridiculously dense. Li Huizi flipped 2.5 times midair, landed safely after dispersing the force. Seeing the fat guy still chasing Chi Zhao, she didn't attack again. Instead, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Secret technique, cherry blossom whirl, graceful dance of the flower. A light breeze swirled around her, lifting strands of her hair. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes and charged again, sword in hand. This time, she was clearly twice as fast. Even her blade glowed faintly. Yoon Kim-tae's focus was entirely on Chi Zhao. This guy was so annoying. Every time he was about to catch him, Chi Zhao somehow sped up again. Like a slippery eel. Couldn't grab him no matter what. And those freaky bullets, every few hits froze his legs a bit more, slowing him further. Yoon Kim-tae sensed a blade coming from behind and chose to tank it again. But this time, Li Huizi's blade slashed open his lower back. A clean cut. Yoon Kim-tae grounded in pain, arching forward like a giant shrimp. SB. He stopped chasing that pesky fly and turned on the woman who actually injured him. The fly was annoying, but harmless. This woman? She actually cut through my modified pigskin. She needs to go first. Seeing Yoon Kim-tae turn and brawl with Li Huizi, Chi Zhao nodded with satisfaction. That's right, make it safe for the shooter to deal damage. He didn't know what Li Huizi had done, but clearly her speed had skyrocketed. Yoon Kim-tae's clunky frame couldn't land a hit on her. It was completely one-sided. Chi Zhao kept firing from afar, using frost bullets to limit Yoon Kim-tae's movement. But even though Li Huizi had cut him open in several places, none of the hits were fatal. This guy was just too tanky. This fight could go on forever. Chi Zhao pulled out Lust, then applied the Toad Potion to enchant it. Toad Potion. Ingested, it excites the mind, boosting agility and recovery. Used externally. It poisons. Time to test it out. Word Spirit, time 0. Time slowed by 10 times. To Chi Zhao, the two of them seemed frozen in place. He dashed behind Yoon Kim-tae and stabbed him in the neck. Half a second later, he returned to where he stood. Chi Zhao sheathed Lust. That fat guy's flesh was indeed tougher than average. Felt like old cured pork skin. Hard and rubbery. A texture Lust absolutely hated. Chi Zhao pulled out a ZZ pistol again to continue offering ranged support. Yoon Kim-tae flinched, feeling like something had just pricked him. Before he could react, Li Huizi's blade slashed at him again, and he had to fend her off. Whatever. She can cut through my pigskin, but that's about it. I can tell she's slowing down. Once she's out of steam, it's over. Yoon Kim-tae was confident. These two couldn't kill him. Suddenly, his neck started to itch. The wound on his neck turned red, and tiny toad-like bumps began forming. It itched. So itchy. The red welts kept spreading, and the itch intensified. Compared to his blade wounds, this weird itch was way worse. Yoon Kim-tae wanted to rip off that layer of skin with his own hands. What the hell? That woman's sword is poisoned. He panicked and backed away, clawing at his neck like crazy. That was where the bumps were thickest. And itchiest. Chapter 81, Safe Distance. Yoon Kim-tae looked at the blood on his hand after scratching his neck. No way, that woman didn't cut my neck. When did I even get hurt there? It itched more and more. The red bumps were scratched open, and white fluid started oozing out. Something's wrong. Run. Back to the train. There's antidote in the train. Yoon Kim-tae kept backing away, rushing toward the train. Huh? My hand feels numb. Numb. Suddenly so numb. So numb it didn't feel like his own anymore. Completely out of control. It was the white fluid leaking from the bumps. Everywhere it touched went numb. If you don't scratch, it itches. Scratch it and that white stuff makes you numb. Yoon Kim-tae was on the verge of losing it. SB. Li Huizi also noticed something was wrong with him and went in for the kill. She raised her longsword, holding it 3 centimeters in front of her eyes, half crouched, murmuring softly, secret technique, Cherry blossom whirl, monarchs slash. In a flash, Li Huizi vanished from where she stood, her figure moving like a falling cherry blossom. Graceful and swift. The next second, her blade curved around Yun Kim-tae's neck, tracing a beautiful arc. With a loud thud, Yun Kim-tae collapsed to the ground, his huge body kicking up a cloud of dust. He had fallen at the train entrance in the end. Chi Zhao's eyes lit up. That blade was fast. In that split second, her speed nearly rivaled my slow time mode. Chi Zhao put away his pistol and walked over to Li Huizi. You Sakura folks always gotta shout your moves when you fight, huh? Li Huizi couldn't understand what Chi Zhao was saying, so she simply nodded. Chi Zhao stepped around the fat guy and entered the train. There was no screen inside. TCH, it's the must-have for lazy people. Headache. This is a problem. The lazy mode retrofit screen can only be summoned by the train conductor personally. 12 carriages. No telling when this thing might depart. What if it takes off while we're searching? The big issue was that the carriages couldn't be dismantled. Couldn't just let all those upgrade materials go to waste. Chi Zhao looked toward hotel number 6. Still have to deal with that red-haired guy, huh? Li Huizi put away her sword and moved aside to rest and regain her strength. Chi Zhao quickly checked through the train. There wasn't much inside. Most of the rear carriages were empty. A long-term residence train shouldn't look like this. Chi Zhao returned to his own train and slapped Li Susung awake. Did you guys steal this train from someone else? You killed Li Jieyang? Li Susung looked completely lost. Chi Zhao nodded and bluffed. He wouldn't answer me properly, so I had to kill him. I like guys like you who know how to cooperate. Li Susung froze, hesitating for a few seconds. We robbed some new players from the 5th batch. They've already arrived in the new world. You haven't run into them. What about that new player? Dead? Li Susung looked confused. Of course. Isn't that just how it is here? This world's all about you robbing me, I rob you, right? Chi Zhao's eyes turned cold. So new players are just treated like this? 12 carriages. That meant that person was at least level 12. Pretty well developed by newbie village standards, and then they come to the new world just to get killed like that? Train stolen too? Chi Zhao hit him with another knife hand and knocked him out, then left the gravity carriage. Lao Yu. Chi Zhao shouted, and a voice came from the stairwell. Train conductor, I'm here. He'd been stationed at the stairwell as a hidden scout, keeping watch. How's it look? Report. No one's come down. Chi Zhao nodded. Looked like they still hadn't figured out how to escape the looped floors. Train conductor, there's something I don't quite get, Lao Yu said, turning to Chi Zhao. Are we gonna have to fight people every time we meet someone? No, this case was special. The two trains parked too close. They've already invaded each other's safe distance. Lao Yu nodded, seeming to understand. Got it. Like if a monster suddenly appears in front of me, then you gotta fight whether you want to or not? Go up to the second looped floor and send the little snake. Chi Zhao handed him the snake of curiosity, 111, and patted his head. Be careful. Yes, train conductor. Soon after, Lao Yu returned. Now the snake of curiosity's usefulness really started to shine. To make it harder to detect, Chi Zhao stretched its body out until it reached 3 meters long, as thick as a jump rope. The snake of curiosity slithered silently along the corner of the hallway, so quiet no one would notice. Very quickly, Chi Zhao heard the clack-clack of footsteps and saw a pair of patent leather ankle boots in his shared vision. Li Jieyang emerged from the forcefully opened elevator shaft, brushing dust from his hair. Well? Find a way out yet? Rihyo shook her head. No. Whether we go up or down, we always end up back on this floor. Even jumping out the window lands us in the opposite room. Li Jieyang didn't look pleased after hearing that. Same goes for the elevator shaft. They were speaking Korean, all jabber-jabber. Chi Zhao couldn't understand a word. This new world's a pain. People from all over the place, and no common language. Chi Zhao thought of the goblins he'd seen at the transfer station. He figured running into non-humans might become a regular thing too. Brother Jieyang, we're stuck anyway. Rihyo suddenly stepped forward, pressing a hand to Li Jieyang's chest, trailing her fingers downward as she smiled. Why don't you just say yes? I've never broken in a guy like you before. Damn. These two really aren't in a hurry, huh? Just when Chi Zhao thought he was about to witness a live scene, Li Jieyang grabbed Rihyo's arm and pushed it away. Then he propped his right arm on his left, pointing the cannon at the ground. Blue ripple-like energy began to gather. Rihyo stepped back, arms crossed, watching with interest. Bong. The dust settled, revealing a hole about half a meter wide in the floor. The hole was pitch black. And another identical hole appeared overhead. Li Jieyang reached his hand into the hole, then looked up to see it coming out of the hole above. He refused to give up, stood up, and jumped in. Only to fall back down from the hole above. After trying it, Li Jieyang's expression turned grim. Qi Zhao, watching through the snake of curiosity's shared vision, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Holy shit, this dude's gear is insane. That armor of his didn't look worn. It looked built in. That cannon of his was like a laser gun, blasting through thick concrete like paper. Good thing we tricked him into the looped floor. If he were out here, we'd be screwed. So this is the power of old players. People who survive traveling through worlds are either loaded with gear or blessed with some supernatural power. Can't go up against them recklessly. Better to keep them trapped in there. If we can drain them dry, even better. Chapter 82, Sold an Egg Inside the Second Floor of the Loop. Hio Yung, we got screwed over. If we can't find a way out, we're gonna die trapped in here. Hio Yung was whistling, wandering through each room unhurriedly, still searching for an exit. Then don't die before me, I might not be able to resist while you're still warm. Li Jieyang ignored Hio Yung's joke. We can't drag this out any longer. It's obvious the enemy is trying to separate us and take us down one by one. Susung might already be in trouble, and I'm worried Kim Tae will be next. Hio Yung raised an eyebrow. What are you planning? My mechanical eye isn't broken, just the socket's damaged. I need a new socket. Li Jieyang lifted his mechanical arm and, using 3 mechanical fingers, plugged it into his right eye. He dug out his original right eye without a flicker of emotion on his face. He tossed the eyeball to Hio Yung. Hold on to it. We can still sell it later. Hio Yung caught the eyeball, looking disgusted. How much original gear do you even have left on you? Wait a second, don't tell me you've had that part modified too? Is that why you've been rejecting me all this time? Sold an egg. Otherwise, how else do you think I got the train coins to upgrade my prosthetic? Hio Yung shook her head, clearly baffled. Li Jieyang pulled out the mechanical eye that had been plugged into his left eye socket and inserted it into the newly vacated right socket. New socket detected. Reconnecting. Overriding previous system. Error. Initiating self-repair. Repair complete. Loading drivers. Drivers loaded. Activated. Li Jieyang's mechanical eye emitted a red beam, scanning footprints invisible to the naked eye on the ground and beginning data analysis. He walked to the stairway. Amid the complex crisscrossing shoe prints, he picked up on a pair of distinct barefoot prints. Nice, found a way out. Just then, he scanned something in the corner that had no business being there. It was a long, rope-like thing curled up under the baseboard along the hallway wall. His right arm popped out a laser blade, which he swung down in a slash. The snake of curiosity was severed in half by the laser blade and, with a faint sound, turned into 3 dice, revealing its true form. Hio Yung came over and picked up the 3 dice, a cheerful grin spreading on her face. It's an item. Called Crimson Dice. Too bad we can't use it yet. It's still on cooldown. What? For me? Then I won't be polite about it. Hio Yung happily stuffed the 3 dice into her pocket. Li Jieyang just shook his head and said nothing. After the snake of curiosity was discovered and killed, Qi Zhao's shared vision also vanished. SHT, from the look on his face, it seems like he found a way out. Can't let them escape. Qi Zhao pulled out the toad potion and enchanted lust. He had already tested the toad potion in actual combat earlier. It worked great. After confirming he had no cuts or ulcers in his mouth, Qi Zhao took a small sip. Smooth going down, warming the throat. It had a weird taste. A mix of strawberries and grass carp. Toad potion boosts mental excitement, increases agility and recovery when taken orally. After disguising himself once again as Li Susong using the 1000-face human skin mask and silver combat suit, Qi Zhao headed up the stairs. 1 strike, kill shot. On the final step, Qi Zhao reached the 2nd floor of the loop. At the same time, he saw Li Jieyang and Hio Yung. This time, it wasn't through shared vision. They were standing face to face. Susung, are you okay? Hio Yung saw the newcomer was Li Susung and visibly froze. A second later, a line of blood shot from her neck, splattering all over Li Jieyang's face. And Qi Zhao had already vanished from in front of them. At that moment, Qi Zhao was hiding inside room 201. He disguised himself as Li Susung just to make them freeze for that 1 second. In battle, even a moment's hesitation can lead to unpredictable consequences. Before heading up, Qi Zhao had already decided. Kill the woman first. She didn't seem to have any particular powers, so taking her out would thin their numbers. The moment they locked eyes, Qi Zhao activated word spirit, time 0. Time slowed tenfold. 1 slash, straight to the throat. Disguise, approach, assassinate. All in one fluid motion. When Qi Zhao heard the thud outside, he knew he'd succeeded. Fur. Li Jieyang's right arm popped out a laser blade and slashed open the door to room 201. There was no one inside. A second later, several bullets hit him from behind, but they were all blocked by his armor. Qi Zhao was inside room 202, holding a gun. He clicked his tongue. These crappy armor-piercing rounds couldn't break through anything. Before Li Jieyang had even entered room 201, Qi Zhao had already climbed out the window and crossed into room 202. Switch camo. Frost bullets. Bang 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 bang. Every frost bullet hit Li Jieyang precisely at the joints of his armor. The armor that had protected him now became a prison as all the joints froze solid. Perfect? It's working. With Li Jieyang temporarily locked down, Qi Zhao kept shooting from a safe position. Li Jieyang's armor began to heat up, and the frost on his joints slowly melted. At the same time, he retracted the laser blade and switched to a cannon. Blue ripple energy began to charge. Crap, it's that move. The one that can blast through the floor. Qi Zhao rolled and disappeared from Li Jieyang's line of sight. At the same time, the cannon fired. A giant hole blew open where Qi Zhao had just been standing. Because he didn't reload the frost bullets in time, the heat from the armor unfroze Li Jieyang's joints, allowing him to move again. He switched back to the laser blade and, using his mechanical eyes scan function, began searching for Qi Zhao's trail. So fast. There's no way the naked eye could keep up. Li Jieyang looked at Rihyo lying in a pool of blood on the floor, and rage blazed in his eyes. He closed Rihyo's eyes and took back his own eye from her hand, tossing it into his mouth. One bite. Goo burst in his mouth. Li Jieyang swallowed it down and stood up. Hyo-young, I'll avenge you. Just as he was looking for Qi Zhao's trace, he felt an intense vibration at his neck. Qi Zhao was behind him. Lust slashed at his neck. Qi Zhao was coming to him on his own. Vibrations. High-frequency vibrations transmitted through the armor into every inch of Li Jieyang's body. He felt like he was in a vibrating sieve, like a slab of pork being shaken and sifted. Finally, Lust's high-frequency vibrations cracked through the armor at Li Jieyang's neck. With a crisp crack, the armor there shattered apart. The property of Lust made it especially effective at breaking hard surfaces. Soft, stretchy stuff? Not so much. The tip of the blade sliced across Li Jieyang's neck, leaving a thin, long gash. Chapter 83, Perverted Style Tactics. Li Jieyang spun around and delivered a sidekick, his powerful mechanical leg sending Qi Zhao flying. He wiped his neck, staring at the blood on his hand, his expression dark and twisted. What kind of blade was that? It looked like an ordinary short blade, yet it actually managed to slice through my armor? No. No, it wasn't sliced. It felt like it was violently shattered. Like a fucking vibrator or something. Lust might have been forged by the Dragon King Norton, but in the hands of an ordinary person, it was basically just a short wakizashi made of special material. Only because Qi Zhao had dragon blood could he activate its vibration ability. Qi Zhao rolled a few times to absorb the impact, then pushed off the floor and got back up. Gulp. A mouthful of blood surged to his throat, bringing with it a metallic sweetness. He wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, forced the blood back down, and swallowed it. A cool sensation spread through his limbs and bones. Immaculate fruit had begun healing his injuries. Perfect? Got his neck. Now he just had to stall him. Wait for the poison to kick in. Not giving Li Jieyang any breathing room, Qi Zhao pulled out his ZZ pistol and unleashed frost bullets like he had an unlimited supply. Suddenly, pale blue arcs of electricity crackled around Li Jieyang's body, forming an invisible shield that blocked all the frost bullets. Li Jieyang suddenly felt an unbearable itch on his neck. The wound Qi Zhao had slashed was now erupting in a rash. Something's wrong. That blade is poisoned. He raised his right hand, popped out the laser blade, and directly cut away the patch of wounded skin on his neck. Qi Zhao caught sight of Li Jieyang's exposed trachea and clicked his tongue. Damn, that's brutal. Looks like the poison hadn't had time to spread. Li Jieyang tossed aside the piece of skin in his hand, stomped forward, and charged through the storm of frost bullets toward Qi Zhao. The tungsten filament lights overhead all snapped one by one as he moved forward. As Li Jieyang drew closer, Qi Zhao felt his hair and every strand of body hair stand on end. Li Jieyang swung his laser blade diagonally with force. But it only sliced the wall, missing its mark. Qi Zhao vanished on the spot. As he turned to search for Qi Zhao's trace again, Qi Zhao reappeared behind him, puffed up his cheeks, and suddenly spat a mouthful of toad potion right at his wound. Li Jieyang had no time to dodge. The blue electric arcs around his body instantly condensed into a circular protective field that completely blocked the potion spray. Qi Zhao saw the sneak attack fail and quickly retreated, disappearing from Li Jieyang's line of sight again. Li Jieyang was beyond annoyed. He couldn't land a hit and had to stay on guard for sneak attacks the entire time. He didn't dare cancel the shield either. If Qi Zhao popped up again and spat another mouthful, it'd be game over. This guy's speed was just too insane. Li Jieyang didn't make any rash moves. He activated thermal vision to locate Qi Zhao's hiding spot. With thermal detection, he quickly locked onto Qi Zhao. He was hiding in the room ahead. Li Jieyang raised his energy cannon and began charging it. Seeing that Qi Zhao wasn't moving at all, Li Jieyang smirked. Once the charge was nearing his physical limit, he aimed at Qi Zhao and fired. A blue wave of energy blasted toward Qi Zhao, carving perfect circular holes through every wall it touched along the way. Nothing exploded. Everything was vaporized cleanly. Got him. In Li Jieyang's mind, there should have been a gaping hole in Qi Zhao's body. But the thermal feedback showed Qi Zhao was completely unharmed. Not even a scratch. Impossible. I hit him dead on. At that moment, Qi Zhao was holding the level 8 treasure chest in front of his chest. The energy wave that could melt reinforced concrete hit the treasure chest and did absolutely nothing. It was like a flashlight beam shining on a rock. What the hell, sneak attack? No honor at all. To locate me so precisely through all these walls. It had to be that mechanical eye. Annoying. I need to figure out how to destroy that eye. As Li Jieyang began charging another shot, Qi Zhao disappeared again. He cancelled the charge, popped out the laser blade, and stabbed backward. Predicted attack. Too bad. He missed again. Even though he'd predicted where Qi Zhao would strike, he still couldn't match his speed. When Li Jieyang turned, Qi Zhao had already dropped low to the ground and slashed at his calf. That strange shield could block ranged bullets, but it was useless at close range. Shit, that shocked. As soon as Lust made contact with Li Jieyang's body, Qi Zhao's arm was numb from the current. He quickly pulled the blade back and distanced himself again. Even though Qi Zhao was wearing scout gloves, they were fingerless. Holding the blade still conducted electricity. After swinging and missing again, Li Jieyang pressed his back against the wall, not exposing it to open space. When he saw Qi Zhao shaking his arm out, he realized he'd been hit again. Li Jieyang's expression grew increasingly vicious. This guy was seriously annoying. Fast. Just way too fast. But at least all he had was speed. Breaking through my defense won't be easy. I've got a force field for ranged attacks, and he'll get zapped if he gets close. He can't beat me. Just then, he saw Qi Zhao pull out a pair of purple stockings from who knows where. At first, Li Jieyang thought it was another powerful item. But Qi Zhao just slipped the purple stockings over his hand and wrapped the excess around the hilt of his blade. Next second, Qi Zhao vanished again. Oh no. Li Jieyang instinctively raised both arms to defend his face. Qi Zhao's slash came down hard. Vibration. Intense vibration blasted through his arms. Because his arms were mechanical, the high-frequency vibration got amplified, and some cybernetic parts began triggering alarms. Warning. Z7 vector cannon disconnected, attempting to reconnect, warning. Connection failed. Please check circuit integrity, warning. Z5 eye socket detected loose. Repositioning, warning. Prosthetic temperature too high. Do not maintain static force field, or disable heating function. With the glowing silk stockings acting as insulation, Qi Zhao didn't get shocked this time and successfully damaged Li Jieyang's left arm. Damn it, I swear I'm gonna kill you. Seeing his left arm about to be completely severed, Li Jieyang gave up on defense. He threw his head back and opened his mouth. An intense beam of energy blasted out. Because it wasn't charged, it fired instantly, straight at Qi Zhao's face. Qi Zhao reacted just in time. Twisted his neck and dodged the blast. But the white beam widened slightly as Li Jieyang opened his mouth wider, and it grazed Qi Zhao. His right cheekbone was exposed instantly. The flesh evaporated like steam. By the time Li Jieyang closed his mouth again, Qi Zhao had already disappeared. Fucker. Like a damn ghost, hits and runs every time. Li Jieyang had never faced such a perverted style tactic. He'd had enough. He activated the boosters on his feet and dashed for the stairs. Chapter 84, Sudden Appearance of Li Huizi. He hurried over to Rihao Yuan, deactivated the electrostatic force field, and picked her up. Li Jieyang activated infrared scanning and followed the barefoot footprints downstairs. The footprints stopped at the last 3 steps. That must be the key to getting out of here. 10, 11, 12. Just as Li Jieyang stepped onto the 13th step, a girl in a JK miniskirt suddenly appeared. Her beautiful face was full of indifference, and she held a white longsword in her hand. The look in her eyes toward him was filled with killing intent. She was the JK miniskirt girl Kim Tae mentioned, one of their teammates. You're the one who killed my brother. Li Huizi's eyes widened in fury. She raised her longsword and charged at Li Jieyang. Although Li Jieyang was totally baffled, his right arm instantly popped out a laser blade, easily blocking Li Huizi's strike. Compared to Qi Zhao, this girl was way too slow. Li Jieyang's laser blade easily sliced Li Huizi's sword in half, or more precisely, melted it. At the same time, he lifted his leg and kicked Li Huizi flying. Her arm was slashed by the laser blade, blood dripping onto her white silk stockings like blooming cherry blossoms. She clutched the broken blade and struggled to stand, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Secret technique, cherry blossom whirl, graceful sobs. A breeze swirled around Li Huizi, and the broken sword in her hand was coated in a faint glow. Qi Zhao was hiding in the next room, having just downed a bottle of intermediate healing potion given by Kong Yu. Even though he didn't manage to destroy the cybernetic eye, that hit still yielded some results. With the immaculate fruit's help, the flesh on Qi Zhao's face was regrowing rapidly. Fuck, it hurt like hell. Still can't get greedy with attacks. But the goal had already been achieved. When retreating, Qi Zhao had left something nice on Li Jieyang. Just then, he suddenly heard Li Huizi's voice shouting. What the hell? How did she get in here? Not waiting for his wounds to fully heal, Qi Zhao hurried out of the room and rushed to the staircase. At that moment, Li Huizi was lying in a pool of blood, and Li Jieyang's laser blade was stabbing down toward her chest. Word spirit, time 0. Time slowed by 30 times. The veins on Qi Zhao's forehead bulged as his body moved at extreme speed. Li Jieyang's stabbing motion seemed to freeze, as if someone had pressed the pause button, his whole body locked in place. 1 second later, Li Jieyang's laser blade pierced the floor, hitting nothing but air. Qi Zhao stood a few meters away, holding Li Huizi in his arms. Seeing Qi Zhao appear before him again, Li Jieyang stood up. At this point, only his right arm remained, his left arm was gone, the exposed circuits inside visible at the severed end. He suddenly opened his mouth, firing another energy blast. But this time, it missed. Having learned from before, Qi Zhao was already prepared. He vanished on the spot. Li Jieyang's cybernetic eye quickly switched to thermal vision, trying to track Qi Zhao. You can't escape. Just then, a new alarm sounded. Alert. Z5 type cybernetic eye under attack, alert. Z5 type cybernetic eye under attack, what the hell? Li Jieyang wiped at his eye, there was some silver liquid on his hand. Nanobots. Where did the nanobots come from? He quickly flung his hand, trying to shake off the silver liquid. The silver nanobots swarmed like locusts, devouring his cybernetic eye. Activate disruption mode. Li Jieyang hurriedly turned it on, but the nanobots were completely unaffected. What version are these nanobots? They're resisting my interference? The nanobots clung to his eye like maggots, gnawing away relentlessly. It's that man's doing. I didn't see any cybernetic modifications on him, the nanobot control range must be close. Run. I just need to get away from him. Li Jieyang rushed back to the 13th step, but Haoyang was gone. Haoyang, where's Haoyang? Just then, Qi Zhao appeared at the stairwell, holding Haoyang's corpse. He stared coldly at Li Jieyang. Haoyang. Li Jieyang let out a hysterical roar. His right arm popped out the laser blade, and he charged at Qi Zhao again. Alert. Z5 type cybernetic eye connection lost, attempting to reconnect, alert. Reconnection failed, check slot integrity, alert. Reconnection failed, check slot integrity. Once the nanobots finished devouring Li Jieyang's cybernetic eye, he was completely blind. Having lost his most important sense, Li Jieyang slipped and fell with a thud. The nanobots crawled from his eye socket deeper into the rest of his cybernetic body. Countless alerts blared. Li Jieyang knew he had lost. He lifted his head unwillingly, opened his mouth wide, trying to fire one last blast. But all that came out was an no white beam. The energy cannon's pathway had already been destroyed by the nanobots. Li Jieyang shut his mouth in frustration, staggered to his feet, and leaned against the wall with his one remaining arm, climbing upwards step by step. The nuclear reactor in his body began initiating its self-destruct protocol. He raised his head, both eye sockets empty, unable to see Haoyang. Haoyang, I actually sold both my balls. If you found out, you'd probably laugh at me, huh? Haoyang. Not good. Word spirit, time 0. Time slowed, 50 times. The purplish veins on Qi Zhao's face surged madly, looking like they could burst at any moment. Sensing danger, Qi Zhao immediately drew lust and pushed himself to his absolute speed. At peak speed, the slash from lust seemed to tear a rift through space. With a clean arc of blood, Li Jieyang's head flew into the air. To prevent a potential detonation from Li Jieyang's nuclear reactor, Qi Zhao immediately stored his body in the boundary bracelet. Since time is frozen inside the bracelet, even if it wants to explode, it can't. That strike drained almost all of Qi Zhao's remaining stamina. It was the fastest, deadliest blow he had ever delivered. After settling Li Jieyong, Qi Zhao retrieved the crimson dice from Ri Haoyong's pocket and stored it in the boundary bracelet before rushing back to Li Huizi's side. He had placed her earlier on the round bed in room 202. The once pristine white sheets were now soaked in blood. Qi Zhao pulled out his ZZ pistol and aimed it at the wound on Li Huizi's arm, firing a shot. A healing bullet, containing medicinal properties, sterilized, stopped the bleeding, and helped the wound heal. After tending to all visible injuries, Qi Zhao removed her blood-soaked silk stockings to check her legs for wounds. Thankfully, her legs were unscathed. The blood on the stockings was just splatter. Then what caused all the blood on the bed? Her lower back? Qi Zhao unbuttoned her shirt, took it off, and turned her over. There was a gash over 10 centimeters long on Li Huizi's back. Her white underwear was stained crimson with blood. Since it was cut by a laser blade, the wound's edges curled outward, looking horrific. Qi Zhao didn't hesitate. He unhooked her bra and fired healing bullets into the wound like they were free. The bleeding finally stopped, but the wound was so large and deep, plus with the curling, that it still wouldn't heal. With no other choice, Qi Zhao pulled out a bottle of intermediate healing potion from Konyu and fed it to Li Huizi. Chapter 85, Glasses Guy is your brother? The intermediate healing potion worked wonders. Li Huizi's turned out flesh visibly began to heal, and her complexion turned rosy again. But seriously, why did she suddenly rush in and nearly mess up my battle rhythm? Looks like she's the one who chopped off Li Jieyong's left arm. Not bad, this girl's got some skills. 3 minutes later, the horrific wound had already closed, leaving only a red scar. After confirming Li Huizi was no longer in danger, Qi Zhao refastened the clasp on her bra, dressed her in her shirt and silk stockings, and carried her out of hotel number 6. At the staircase in the hotel lobby, Zijian was pacing anxiously, clutching her hair in frustration. No, I still have to go up and take a look. With that, she started heading upstairs. Lao Yu spread his arms, blocking the staircase. Sister's eye, the train conductor told me to stay here. I can't let you go up, it's dangerous up there. Then why didn't you stop Huizi? Lao Yu stammered, I did. I couldn't stop her. I didn't understand what she was saying, but I could tell she was in a rush. She just ran up with a knife. Well, I'm in a rush now too. I have to go up. What if something happened to them? Sister's eye, if you go up there, what help can you actually be? That one line from Lao Yu left Zijian speechless. He sighed. How about this, I'll sneak up and take a look. Don't make this harder for me, Sister's eye. Just as Lao Yu turned to head upstairs, Qi Zhao suddenly appeared at the stairwell, carrying Li Huizi. Conductor. Qi Zhao nodded at the excited Lao Yu, signaling that everything was fine. Huizi. Seeing Li Huizi covered in blood, Zijian rushed over. She wanted to touch her face but didn't dare to act rashly, so her hands froze in place awkwardly. She's not dead. Why so emotional? You don't care about your allies, but you're all worried over little Sakura who's only known you for 2 days, huh? Qi Zhao gave Zijian a sidelong glance. What, 2 nights together and now it's true love? Get lost. You're bouncing around just fine, and I'm supposed to worry about you? Hearing that Li Huizi was okay, Zijian breathed a sigh of relief. She gently stroked Li Huizi's cheek and called her name in Sakura's script. Alright, let's go back first. In Zijian's bedroom, Qi Zhao laid Li Huizi on her bed, then returned to the black train. With Li Jieyong dead, the train's screen was operational again. After dismantling all the carriages and transferring the supplies to himself, Qi Zhao finally relaxed. Transferred, 2,780 kg metal, 1,390 kg plastic, 980 kg wood to train conductor Qi Zhao, ID 19,990,526, huh? That's it? So the train coins used for upgrades don't get refunded, huh? Qi Zhao shook his head, returned to his own train, and after confirming the supplies were delivered, headed back to Zijian's place. Zijian had just finished changing Li Huizi's clothes, swapping her blood-soaked uniform for pajamas. Qi Zhao casually pulled up a chair, sat down, and looked at Zijian and Lao Yu. Someone explained to me why she suddenly rushed up. Lao Yu was fully dressed now, head down like a scolded kid. Conductor, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop her. No, that's not what I meant. Qi Zhao turned to Zijian. What the hell happened? Don't tell me she rushed in just because she was worried about me. After tucking Li Huizi in, Zijian took out a pair of glasses without lenses and handed them to Qi Zhao. What's this supposed to mean? You told me to search that train, remember? Huizi was helping me. After we finished searching the first carriage, I thought maybe the front of the train had more stuff, so I went in. I figured maybe something good was hidden in there, But all I found was this pair of glasses under the control panel. I thought, why would a broken glasses frame be stored separately? Maybe it's a special item or something. So I showed it to Huizi to see if she could tell. And then her whole expression changed. Out of nowhere, she shouted brother. And just ran off with her knife. Brother? What, these glasses belong to her brother? Qi Zhao was totally lost. He glanced at the still unconscious Li Huizi. Forget it. We'll ask when she wakes up. Qi Zhao casually set the glasses aside. Lao Yu, let's go. Time to get back to work. Qi Zhao left the carriage with Lao Yu to clean up the loot from dismantling the train. Conductor, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? I didn't finish the job you gave me. No, you did great. Qi Zhao patted Lao Yu on the head. Didn't you manage to stop that idiot Zijian? Lao Yu scratched his head, unsure what to say. Qi Zhao picked up a long sword from the ground. Huh? Isn't this one from Dawn City? So they went to Dawn City too. Qi Zhao suddenly stiffened. It felt like a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. No way. Lao Yu, keep hauling. I'm heading back real quick. Qi Zhao rushed back to Zijian's room and picked up the old glasses frame, inspecting it over and over. The frameless, bent glasses arms stirred his memory. That skinny guy only knew how to fight with a knife, with a weirdly wired brain. Slowly became clearer in his mind. No way. You said she shouted brother when she saw the glasses? Yeah, why? Come on, taking you to interrogate a suspect. Qi Zhao brought Zijian to the gravity carriage, where Li Susung was still lying there with a knife stuck in his leg. Qi Zhao frowned. Still asleep? Guy sleeps like the dead. Oh, he woke up once, but I knocked him out again. Seeing the huge lump on Li Susung's head, Qi Zhao was speechless. You sure he's unconscious and not dead? Zijian pointed at the knife in his leg. Maybe it's because of that? Qi Zhao rolled his eyes and pulled the knife out of his leg. His eyes popped open and he screamed, instantly waking up. Qi Zhao pulled out the ZZ pistol and shot a healing bullet at the wound to stop the bleeding. Then he deactivated the 5 times gravity, aimed the gun at Li Susung's head, and said coldly, the newbie you guys killed, what did he look like? Talk. Male, wore glasses, looked kind of dumb. Super skinny, like malnourished. Seeing Qi Zhao unmoved, Li Susung added, kid had decent knife skills, he even killed 2 of our guys. Listening to his description, Qi Zhao was certain, the train they looted belonged to the glasses guy he'd met back in Dawn City. So new players just deserve to be killed and robbed by you, huh? Qi Zhao let out a dry laugh and shook his head. What's the problem with that? Then it's only fair that new players kill you in return. Li Susung suddenly realized something and panicked. You're a newbie? No way. How could a newbie kill Li Jieyong? Do you have anything that makes your life worth sparing? Qi Zhao's finger tightened on the trigger. Li Susung gulped and shouted, wait. You can't kill me. You promised. I already gave you the intel. Seeing that Qi Zhao was unmoved, Li Susung's survival instinct kicked into high gear as he desperately tried to prove his worth. Do you know there's an organization in the new world called Orderly Heaven? Qi Zhao nodded, signaling him to go on. Just when Qi Zhao thought he was bluffing and trying to scare him, the guy lifted his head with confidence and said, I'm a wanted criminal. All of us are wanted by Orderly Heaven. If you kill me, I'm worthless. If you hand me over alive to Orderly Heaven, the bounty's way higher than what you'd get for killing me. Qi Zhao was speechless, giving Li Susung a look full of disdain. Those other guys maybe. But you? You're worth anything? Chapter 86, Why haven't I killed you yet? Li Susung lifted his head proudly and said, used to be 15 train coins, but yesterday I just had a brawl with those damn order dogs and killed quite a few of them. So now, it's got to go up to 20. Qi Zhao looked at his smug expression and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. That's it? You really are a fucking worthless piece of street. What about the others? How much are their bounties? Li Jieyong's bounty is 110. Rihyo is 30, and if I remember right, Fat Yun is 32. Qi Zhao smacked his lips. They're worth more dead than you are alive. Might as well just die already. Seeing that Qi Zhao was about to act again, Li Susung quickly shouted, No. Big bro, I've posted a bounty on a wanted platform before. If I cancel the bounty, I can get back the 50 train coins I paid up front. I'll give it all to you. If I die, I can't get it back. That actually piqued Qi Zhao's interest. There's a platform where you can post bounties. Yeah, sometimes you can't do the dirty work yourself, so you hire bounty hunters. With your pathetic ass worth barely more than a dozen train coins, how could you be willing to drop 50 on someone else? Who'd you put the bounty on? Someone from Order? Li Susung seemed to recall some bad memory. He clenched his teeth and said, she was a Fing BH. That bitch tricked me into tattooing her name on my face, said she'd be my girlfriend. But after I got the tattoo, I found out she had over a dozen boyfriends like me. Even some goblins. She'd even get them all together to fight in group brawls, and I wasn't even included in a single one. Chizhou. Zijian. Just then, the door connecting the carriages was pulled open, and in came Li Huizi. She still looked weak, unsteady on her feet. She leaned against the wall, red-eyed as she stared at Li Su-sung, her body trembling slightly with anger. Seeing Li Huizi's frail state, Zijian quickly stepped up to support her. Chizhou looked at Zijian. What did she say? She said they killed her brother. Li Huizi raised the glasses frame in her hand. She said this glasses frame belonged to her brother. Ask her, how can she be sure this specific frame was her brother's? Couldn't it just be the same model? After Zijian translated, Li Huizi pointed to the inner side of the glasses arm. Chizhou followed her finger and saw 3 small, inconspicuous English letters, LDS. If you didn't look closely, it'd be easy to miss. She said Li Dianshan was her half-brother. When her brother went abroad, Hui gave him these glasses. They were custom-made, with his initials engraved on them. So there's no mistake. Only then did Chizhou realize. So Glasses Bro's name was Li Dianshan. Li Su-sung froze the moment he heard that. Fuck, he'd run into someone out for revenge. What a small world. Stole a car, and it turned out to be her brother's. With full-on survival instincts kicking in, Li Su-sung slammed his head against the carriage floor, crying out, Wait. Wait. It was Li Jae-ryong and the others who killed your brother. I wasn't involved, I swear. I only got on the train after they hijacked it. I had nothing to do with the murder or the robbery. Chizhou pressed the muzzle of his gun against Li Su-sung's head. You say you weren't involved, and I'm just supposed to believe you? How do you prove that? Her brother was a beast. Look at me. What help could I possibly be? Chizhou thought for a moment. That kind of made sense. Li Huizi, now overwhelmed, didn't care anymore. She stepped forward and gave Li Su-sung a big slap. Then she reached for Chizhou's gun, saying she wanted to take revenge herself. Seeing this, Chizhou sighed and put the gun away. You can kill him anytime you want. But for now, we need to figure out if your brother is really dead. Did you add your brother as a friend? Li Huizi froze at that question. The group arrived at the black train, now reduced to just the initial carriage. Chizhou dragged Li Su-sung along with them. Everyone watched as Li Huizi logged into her account. Train conductor number 008555259 Li Huizi, registered. Her fingers trembled slightly as she tapped into the train conductor chatroom and opened her friends list. Chizhou leaned in for the final confirmation. When he saw the profile picture, Chizhou sighed. It really was Glasses Bro, the guy they'd fought the zombie king with in Dawn City. Chizhou rubbed his chin, then said slowly, if someone dies, their profile shouldn't go gray. It disappears from the list, right? He glanced at Li Su-sung, right? The guy quickly caught on to Chizhou's look and nodded like crazy. Yeah. Yeah. If they die, they disappear from the list. Gray just means they're not dead yet. I remember now. We just left your brother behind at Yurden. He might have been rescued by someone else. Maybe he's already fine. Chizhou chimed in with reassurance too. I've actually met your brother before. We fought zombies together, and he even lent me his clothes. When Li Huizi heard that Chizhou had met her brother before, her eyes were full of disbelief. Your brother was a good guy. And like they say, good people have good luck. From what I remember, he was pretty tough too. He's probably fine. I know some folks in orderly heaven. Once we reach Yurden, I'll find out everything. Chizhou looked at Li Huizi, gaze firm. Relieved, Li Huizi's body gave out and she fainted again. Holding her, Zijian asked in confusion, she just woke up, how is she out cold again? Maybe she lost too much blood. What do you usually eat when you're bleeding a lot? I'll get her something similar to recover. When Li Su-sung heard Chizhou say he had connections in order, he seemed to recall something. You're this year's specially recruited rookie for order? Yep, correct. But no prize. Li Su-sung let out a sigh and nodded in resignation. No wonder. No wonder you were able to take out Li Jae-ryong. That explains it. Zijian brought Li Huizi back to her room, leaving only Chizhou and Li Su-sung in the carriage. Chizhou looked out the train window at Lao Yu, still busy outside, then turned his back to Li Su-sung. All I know is, when someone dies, they're immediately removed from the chat room. A gray profile just means they're offline, not on the train. As for whether a friend disappears from your list when they die, I'm actually not sure. Li Su-sung gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Chizhou turned to look at him. You know why I haven't killed you yet? Because you're kind? Chizhou chuckled, squatted down in front of him, and patted his face. Because you've got a loose mouth. Ask you something, and you tell me everything. Chapter 87, Outsider's Opinions. Lee Soo-sung swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly like a backing chick. I get it, I get it. I'll tell you everything I know, no holding back. Chi Zhao chuckled. Didn't expect a fucking stick like you to know so many idioms. How long have you been surviving in the new world? 10 years. It's the 40th year of the new calendar now. I arrived here in the 30th year. 10-year gap between batches. That matched what Lao Yu's grandpa said. So every batch really does come in 10-year intervals. Took you 10 years just to end up looking like this sorry ass? Lee Soo-sung wanted to lash out but didn't dare. Just surviving here already put him ahead of over 99% of people. Let alone surviving 10 years. New calendar? Who said that? Your Orderly Heaven people. I heard it started the day Orderly Heaven was founded. Everyone just accepted it afterward. So, Orderly Heaven was already established when the first batch of players appeared. Chi Zhao curled his lip. Actually, I wasn't some specially recruited newbie for Orderly Heaven. I was bullshitting. Lee Soo-sung looked completely lost. Huh? I just said that to reassure her, made it up on the spot. What if she decided to kill you again? Should I stop her or not? Chi Zhao jerked his chin, giving a you-know-what-I-mean look. What's your relationship? She your girlfriend? Yep. And you're now suspected of killing my future brother-in-law. You know how big that is, right? Chi Zhao talked total nonsense with a straight face. He wanted to squeeze more intel about the new world out of this spineless guy. Especially about Orderly Heaven and the Freedom Organization. Before, the info on those two came from Kong Yu and Xia Yuan. They were from opposing sides, so of course they wouldn't speak kindly about the other. Now with a third-party source, the information might at least be more objective. Even if he himself was wanted by Orderly Heaven. That flat-chested one too, she your girlfriend? That's her sister. Chi Zhao casually bluffed. Lee Soo-sung was speechless, choked with frustration. He muttered beast in Korean. Wait, you're not some specially recruited newbie. Then how do you even know about that kind of recruitment? Chi Zhao knew he'd ask that. He'd said it precisely to toss a rope and see if Lee Soo-sung would grab on and climb. You know the transfer station, right? Lee Soo-sung nodded. Yeah, everyone comes from there. When I realized this survival game had previous batches before mine, I was totally shook. No idea what the hell the devs were thinking. I was at the transfer station when some orderly welcome officer showed up in the chat room. She posted in the group, telling all the specially recruited newbies to bring their badges to her for rewards. That's how people in this batch found out that special recruitment was a thing. And the rewards were pretty sweet. 50 train coins. That's enough to buy you 3 lives. Really envy those special recruits. Lee Soo-sung. That welcome officer was a level 52 badass. What was her name again? Chi Zhao put on a thoughtful face. Think it was Kong. Kong Yu? Kong Yu? Lee Soo-sung's eyes almost popped out of his head. It was the first time Chi Zhao had seen him this shocked. Not even when he heard Lee Jae-young died. That reaction. Good, promising. Chi Zhao kept nudging. What, you know her? She's not from Orderly Heaven at all. She's one of their biggest enemies, second in command of the Freedom Organization, a top-tier wanted criminal with a 4,400 train coin bounty. Chi Zhao put on a skeptical face. Seriously, if you don't believe me, ask around in the chat room. All the veteran players know this. She can get to the transfer station? Then the rumors must be true. She really has that station travel module. Station travel module? What's that? Chi Zhao played dumb, feigning curiosity. Lee Soo-sung explained, mainly emphasizing how rare and up that module was. Chi Zhao kept nodding along. Yeah, sounds seriously up. You said she told special recruits to bring badges for rewards? Yeah, I even snuck over to take a peek. She collected all the badges and gave those newbies a ton of train coins. Lee Soo-sung said nervously, this is bad, something big is gonna go down in Yurden. She's definitely gonna use those badges to disguise herself as a newbie, slip through inspections, and infiltrate Yurden to mess with Orderly Heaven. Chi Zhao raised an eyebrow. That did fit with what he suspected earlier. This guy's not dumb after all. So what exactly does Orderly Heaven do? Got so many enemies? They just happened to get here decades earlier and managed to take control of some public stations. They say you're not allowed to fight others in public stations, that they're building a lawful, equal zone for everyone. If we attack others in a public station, we're breaking the law and get punished by them. Like how they have the right. Fuckers. Bottom line. They can rob us, but we can't rob them. That lined up with what Kong Yu said too. And the Freedom Organization. What's their deal? No idea. Just know they were formed in the past few years. But they're growing fast, Got a bunch of badasses, and they've caused orderly heaven a lot of trouble. Just then, a broadcast sounded in the carriage. The train is about to depart. Please sit tight and hold on. Chi Zhao quickly dragged Li Susung up and hustled him off the train. The moment they stepped off, the train doors closed automatically. A flash of white light, and the train vanished. Whatever, he'd continue the questioning later. He had other things to handle now. Chi Zhao dumped Li Susung back in the gravity carriage, knocked him out, and left old Master Ren to guard him. Then Chi Zhao headed to the second-floor loop of Hotel Number 6 and brought out Li Jae-ryong's head and Rihyo Young's body. Along with Yun Kim Tae's corpse, Chi Zhao bagged them each in black sacks and stored them in the refrigerated carriage. Once they got to Yurden, he'd trade them in for the bounty. After all that, Chi Zhao washed his hands and went to Zijian's bedroom. Li Huizi was lying in bed, propped up on a pillow, eating the brown sugar steamed eggs Zijian made for her. When she saw Chi Zhao come in, she quickly set down the bowl and got up to thank him. Chi Zhao waved her off, signaling her to finish eating first. Then he looked at Zijian. You made this. Can this thing even taste good? What, you want a bite? I'll have Huizi save you a mouthful. Forget it. I don't like sweet steamed eggs. With that, Chi Zhao pulled out the blade Li Huizi had. Sliced in half by Li Jae-ryong's laser blade. And set it by the bed. Got it back for you. Doesn't look usable anymore though. Then Chi Zhao pulled out a black knife. It was Rihyo Young's. In that battle, she hadn't even managed to draw her blade before Chi Zhao slit her throat and took her out. Chapter 88, Round and Round, You're Back Again. It was a pitch-black longsword, about a meter long. Since it was double-edged, maybe calling it a sword was more accurate. Chi Zhao had already inspected the blade. Though it looked impressive, it was just an ordinary longsword with no special effects. Li Huizi's previous weapon was also a longsword. This one would suit her just fine. This is for you. It's too long for me, I'm not used to it. Chi Zhao's combat style was long-range and sneaky, preferring not to fight up close unless absolutely necessary. When he had to fight in close quarters with word spirit, the shorter lust was much more convenient. Much better suited for assassinations. Arigatou gozaimasu, Chi Zhao raised a hand to stop Zijian, who was about to translate, and said proudly, no need to translate that one. I understood it. Arigato, thanks. Zijian, tch. Oh right, one more thing. Your brother's train reached the latest departure time earlier and has already left. You might have to stick with us a while longer. Really? That's great. It wasn't Li Huizi who reacted the most to this news. It was Zijian who was thrilled. She'd been racking her brain for reasons to persuade Li Huizi to stay, had even come up with several. Now she didn't have to convince her at all. Li Huizi couldn't leave even if she wanted to. She sat by the bed, snuggling up to Li Huizi. Awesome. I get to cuddle with Huizi again tonight. Chi Zhao shot her a look and shook his head helplessly. Hungry. Let's cook and eat. Chi Zhao looked toward the unbothered Zijian. Come help out. Zijian shot him a slightly resentful glare, then said to Li Huizi beside her in Sakura script, call me if you need anything. I'm going to help this dumbass. What are you mumbling about? Zijian tilted her head. Oh, I told Huizi to eat the steamed egg while it's hot, before it cools. In the kitchen. Chi Zhao was about to rinse the rice but saw that the water level gauge had reset to 0 again. Go fetch some water from the tank, we're out again. What the hell? There were still over 100 liters when I was steaming the eggs. Is your external tank leaking? Cut the crap and go. The peach tree sapling was absorbing water again. It looked like it was going to grow. They'd need to fetch a lot more water. Soon, Zijian wobbled back with a bucket of water. She placed the bucket in front of Chi Zhao and wiped her sweat. I saw some new black plastic bags in the corner. What's in them? Meat. Oh. Zijian didn't think too much about it and grabbed an empty bucket to fetch more. Chi Zhao arrived at the initial carriage. Little Fire Dragon and Black Wind Monster were chasing each other around. Neither of these two knew what had gone down earlier that morning. Look at you guys. Nothing to worry about. Living the dream, huh? Woof woof woof. Woo-oo woo-oo woo-oo. What's that burn smell? Chi Zhao sniffed and found the source. FK. Black Wind Monster, stop licking its A. It's got fire on its tail. Look at you. Your head fur is curling up from the heat. Girly-haired mutt, trying to cosplay a daddy dog or what? Chi Zhao felt like a tired parent coming home from work to find his kids had wrecked the place. He opened the carriage door to let the two out for some fresh air. Thanks to Li Jae-ryong and the others stopping by earlier, he hadn't let them out for bathroom breaks all morning. As soon as the door opened, Black Wind Monster bolted outside and found a patch of dirt to relieve itself. Off in the distance, Lao Yu was still seriously tidying things up. Lao Yu, time for lunch. Hearing Chi Zhao call out, Lao Yu wiped his sweat and dashed over. Lunch. I'll go cook right now. No need. It's already done. Zhejian cooked? Lao Yu's face immediately stiffened. I cooked. Ah, good. Lao Yu let out a sigh of relief. With Zhejian's help, Qi Zhao had made braised beef with tomatoes, stir-fried water spinach with pork cracklings, scrambled eggs with chili, shredded pork and pickled mustard soup, roast chicken, and grilled sausages. Qi Zhao and Lao Yu returned to the kitchen. Zhejian and Li Huizi had already dished up the food. When Qi Zhao came back, Li Huizi pulled out a broken blade and handed it to him with both hands. Zhejian began translating. She said she thought she was done for. Qi Zhao, thank you. You saved her again. She has nothing to repay you with. This was the sword she got from a level 6 treasure chest. She never figured out what was special about it. She said maybe if you use it, it might reveal some hidden power. After all, it did come from a level 6 treasure chest. Qi Zhao grinned and reached for the broken blade. He turned it over in his hand, nodding now and then. Nice blade. Real nice. I'll take it then. I'll study it carefully when I have time. With that, he stored it away. Round and round. And the broken blade had somehow made its way back to him. Don't space out. Sit, eat. Li Huizi obediently sat down. Qi Zhao, accepting the precious blade, lifted away from Li Huizi's mind. That blade was the most valuable thing she had. She knew exactly how badly she was hurt before. Basically a guaranteed death situation. The fact she was still alive, able to sit here and eat, meant Qi Zhao must have burned a lot of resources to save her. She had no way to repay him. Only time would let her return the favor. Train conductor, this water spinach is so good. And the scrambled eggs with chili. So fluffy. Qi Zhao, when you're hungry, everything tastes good. Zhejian sighed dramatically. Lao Yu, how'd you get so good at flattery at your age? Who taught you? Don't throw shade. Stop taking cheap shots. I wasn't even talking about you. Why so defensive? Here, Lao Yu, try Zhejian's grilled sausage. Zhejian picked up a sausage and placed it in Lao Yu's bowl. Well? Not burnt this time, right? Thanks, Sister Zai. Zhejian looked at him with anticipation. Lao Yu took a bite. And his face immediately changed. What's wrong? Not cooked through. Zhejian. After lunch, Qi Zhao entered hotel number 6 again. He wanted to test whether taking Li Jieyong's corpse out of the boundary bracelet would trigger an explosion. He went to the second floor loop and pulled out Li Jieyong's body, then activated word spirit and quickly retreated. 3 minutes later, nothing happened. Qi Zhao was relieved. Still couldn't figure this thing out for now. Maybe he'd meet someone down the line who could handle it. That energy cannon had left a deep impression on Qi Zhao, a charging cannon that could melt walls, and that instant white beam from his mouth. If he could transplant those onto Old Master Ren, that'd be insane. If he could also equip Old Master Ren with full body armor, even sunlight wouldn't be a threat. Right now, the fact that Old Master Ren couldn't be exposed to the sun was a huge weakness. His physical strength was good enough to fight normal people, but against someone like Li Jieyong with top-notch gear, it wasn't enough. That laser blade could easily slice off his head. That's why Qi Zhao hadn't let him out during the earlier fight. After finishing his test, Qi Zhao left the loop floor and returned to the regular floors to keep gathering wood. Since he could jump out the window and ride the nanobugs down, it was way faster collecting wood from the normal floors. Chapter 89, Next Stop, Yurden. At this moment, Zhejian and Li Huizi were helping Lao Yu clean up the leftover items from Li Dianxing's train. With 2 extra pairs of hands, they managed to move everything back to the initial carriage before dinner. Qi Zhao had already looked through it all. Nothing of value. The most valuable part was the upgrade materials from dismantling the train. Except for a few things Li Huizi chose to keep, everything else was dumped into the material input zone. After dinner, Qi Zhao went to the rear carriage and grabbed a bucket of spicy kimchi beef instant noodles. Li Huizi was washing dishes with Lao Yu. Zhejian, who was wiping the table, saw this and asked, confused, what's going on, still hungry? Eating instant noodles after dinner? Want some? No thanks, I'm on a diet. Zhejian pinched her stomach. I don't know if it's just in my head, but it feels like my belly's gotten bigger lately. You've been eating too well. Qi Zhao rolled his eyes at Zhejian. Get some exercise, go run a couple laps around the train later. Zhejian shot Qi Zhao a fierce glare. Run your ass. Girls can't do intense workouts on their period. Then jog. Zhejian flipped him off. The water boiled. Qi Zhao soaked the noodles and brought them to the gravity carriage. Li Susung had already woken up. He was shirtless, leaning against the carriage wall, cornered by the old master. He looked like a dog that had lost its home. As Qi Zhao walked in with the noodles, Li Susung's stomach growled from the aroma. Having missed both breakfast and lunch, The smell of noodles now hit a whole new level. It tunneled through his nose straight into his brain. Chi Zhao handed over the noodles and lifted his chin, signaling him to take it. Li Susung raised his tied-up arms, face troubled. The next second, the ropes around his arms vanished. Like a magic trick. He didn't even have time to be surprised at how Chi Zhao did it. He didn't want to think too hard about it either. After all, Chi Zhao had already killed Li Jieyong. Pulling this off wasn't that shocking in comparison. He quickly took the noodles from Chi Zhao, pulled out the fork, lifted the lid, and took a deep sniff. Smelled fucking amazing. And it was spicy kimchi beef flavor. Tasted like home, like mom's cooking. Watching Li Susung getting teary-eyed, Chi Zhao pulled the nurse mannequin out from the boundary bracelet and set it on the ground to use as a stool. Staring at Li Susung slurping noodles, Chi Zhao asked, "Do you know if there's a way to guarantee a mod that lets you bind it to your account when upgrading?" Squatting there, Li Susung shook his head. "A guaranteed mod to follow your account? Never heard of it. The mods that refresh during upgrades are all random." Hearing this, Chi Zhao started to doubt. Does it really not exist, or is this guy just too much of a noob to know? Then Li Susung suddenly changed the topic. "But I heard there's a module that lets you spend train coins to refresh train mods. Same type as that station travel thing. Not something you get just from upgrading. You can refresh mods with train coins? That's insane. So if you've got enough coins, you can basically mod anything?" "Yeah. Those modules are insanely powerful. Just having one would be huge. I've even heard there's one that lets you see which platform you'll stop at next. Think about it. If you knew the next station in advance, what dangers or treasures it has, it's like playing a game with wall hacks. Totally op. Sounds awesome." Chi Zhao crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. With modules that overpowered and rare, of course everyone wants them. If people find out someone has a module like that, it's like bleeding in shark-infested water. They'll come swarming. There's an organization called the Pingjing Nine Thieves that specifically hunts down rare modules. I heard they just got another special one recently. "Oh, so modules like that can be taken from people?" "Yeah. Supposedly level 8 treasure chests can drop module copy cards and module extraction cards, but the chances are ridiculously low. And level 8 treasure chests and their keys are rare to begin with. Only big orgs can get them. So that stuff really exists. Module copy cards and extraction cards." Chi Zhao pulled up the screen and opened the trading platform. No results found for module copy card, no results found for module extraction card, no listings. The next morning, 8:00 a.m. after confirming no trains would stop here, Chi Zhao relaxed and returned to the train. Li Huizi was wearing a red apron, making breakfast. Zhao Shanghao. The pronunciation wasn't perfect, but it was clearly a good morning. "Morning." Chi Zhao responded. Then he looked towards Zijian, who was freshening up. "You taught her?" After spitting out water, Zijian replied, Hui insisted on learning Mandarin, so I started with the basics." At that moment, Lao Yu, who was eating breakfast, exclaimed, "Huizi Zamaris is so good." "Yeah? Let me try." Chi Zhao grabbed a spoon and took a bite. It really was delicious. The egg was tender and flavorful, the sauce rich, and the rice was cooked just right. Didn't expect little Sakura to have this kind of skill. After breakfast, Li Huizi took the bowls and washed them without being asked. Chi Zhao looked at Zijian and said, "You should learn from her. Wash the dishes you use." "Why don't you wash them?" "Lao Yu washes mine." "Lao Yu washes mine too." After breakfast, it was another day of gathering wood at Hotel Number 6. Time flew, and by evening, Chi Zhao looked up at the starless night sky and returned to the train. He pulled up the screen to check his current stockpile of upgrade materials. Metal, 600 kg out of 4,800 kg, plastic, 300 kg out of 3,426 kg, wood, 200 kg out of 9,940 kg. After dismantling Li Huizi's 8 carriages and Li Dianxing's 11, plus the wooden doors and beds gathered over the past 4 days, Chi Zhao had more upgrade materials than ever before. Especially wood. Nearly 10,000 kg now. But no upgrades yet. If it still doesn't give him a follow account mod, it'd be a waste. Until he finds a guaranteed way to get the follow account mod, there's no rush to upgrade. So there's a module that lets you refresh mods by spending train coins, huh? Can't rely on Li Susung's word alone. Better gather more intel. May as well depart now. The train would auto-depart in the second half of the night anyway. Leave a bit earlier, see what kind of place the next stop is, and prepare in advance. On the 4th day of stopping at Hotel Number 6, the broadcast sounded and the train departed. As the train started, the next stop updated. Next stop, Yurden, public station, 295,800 other trains will stop here. This is a public station. Once stopped, This station will be automatically recorded. Latest departure time, 11 hours after stopping. Chapter 90, Dream Palace Meeting Public Station Yurden, Orderly Heaven Headquarters, Dream Palace. Inside the conference room, 12 chairs were arranged around a large round conference table. From a top-down view, it looked like a massive clock face. In the center of the round table was a holographic projection displaying the meeting's agenda. About the Freedom Organization's Kongyu disguising as Orderly Heaven at the transfer station to deceive this year's specially recruited rookies into handing over their badges, thereby bypassing the inspectors and organizing many wanted criminals to sneak into the new world, which led to the attack on the Dream Palace. Currently, only 3 people were seated here. At the 3 o'clock position sat the only man present, Chief Inspector of Orderly Heaven. Zhang Nan. He looked under 40, wore a hat, a sharply pressed uniform, had single eyelids, sharp eyes, and thin lips. At the moment, he was arguing with someone. The Chief of Personnel Management, Elsa. Elsa sat at the 9 o'clock position, directly opposite Zhang Nan. She also wore the orderly uniform and always donned a white lace eye mask and gloves, no matter the time or place. At the 6 o'clock position, between the two of them, sat a woman in a black kipao with a fishbone braid. The kipao was embroidered with a golden dragon and slit to its maximum, revealing glimpses of her pale thighs. At this moment, she had her arms crossed, eyes closed, completely uninterested in their argument. Idiots. All of them are idiots. Every one of them is useless. And these are supposed to be the specially recruited rookies? Got tricked this easily. I say this batch is completely useless. Good for nothings. Each batch gets worse than the last. I don't know what kind of eyes the recruiters have, picking out a bunch of morons. Zhang Nan suddenly slammed the table. All dumbasses wearing those red freedom uniforms. If not for the frontline inspectors following the rules, they'd all be dead by now. How many of the wanted criminals that got in are long-time top listers? Even I, a personnel officer, recognize them. And the frontline inspectors didn't. That's like a chef who can't tell salt from sugar. A fucking joke. And isn't it because these special recruits are allowed to skip inspection with their badges? That policy is wrong in itself. Everyone should be checked, badge or not. Special recruits are meant for management and elite training. There are so many grassroots inspectors. If the identities of the special recruits get leaked, and other organizations assassinate them before they grow strong, who's gonna be held responsible? So what you're saying is, everyone followed the rules, so nobody's at fault? Then whose fault is it? Oh, I get it. It's the rules' fault. The damn rules made by the older generation. Well then, why are we even having this meeting? Dismissed. You saying you all followed the rules? Elsa seemed to have heard the joke of the century. You want me to spell out what your people have done? Do you know how many complaints we handle about your department every day? We're doing it all for Yurden's safety. All our inspections are legal and within orders code. Where else would the finance department get so much funding? You think your train coins fall from the sky? I bust my ass for heaven. Elsa let out a cold laugh. You conveniently leave out the first 2 words of Orderly Heaven, huh, Officer Zhang. Order is in my heart. No need to wear it on my lips. Elsa scoffed, curling her lips into a beautiful smirk. That's why I say we should focus on nurturing natives and our own descendants. There's no need to recruit these outsiders at all. Hearing Zhang Nan say that, Elsa laughed. If they could stand out in the newbie village, they must have something special. Even if it's just luck, that's still a part of strength. Besides, if we don't recruit these newcomers into our organization, they might start their own. Then we'll have even more freedom organizations to deal with. Then you'll be busy for sure. Zhang Nan sneered. Hey, and what if we do recruit them? You think that means they'll be loyal to Orderly Heaven forever? You forgot. Zhang Nan stopped mid-sentence, suddenly thinking of something and swallowing his words. Humphrey, recruit them if you must, but don't train them into key positions. The top ranks must be our own people. Only then can heaven continue. Those outsiders we bring in never truly stand with us. Zhang Nan turned and looked at Dong Hei Zui, who hadn't said a word. And you, Dong Hei Zui? Just one Kongyu. Is she that hard to catch? Still haven't gotten her. And not only that, you haven't even figured out whether she has the station travel module after all this time. Now she's shown it off herself. Congratulations, saved you some work. Seriously, what the hell are you all doing? Can't even handle a minor thing like this. Dong Hei Zui opened her eyes, sharp and piercing, glaring at Zhang Nan. Keep yapping, I'll rip that little bitch mouth right off. Zhang Nan's eyes widened in anger, puffing his beard and glaring. He jumped up and pointed at Dong Hei Zui, about to speak. But the tightly shut conference room doors slowly opened. A blonde, blue-eyed Lilai walked in. She bowed slightly to the 3 and smiled. Commanders, the king has returned. The three immediately stood up, tidied their appearances, and faced the door. A young man with long white hair walked in with light footsteps. He wore a loose white training robe, his blue eyes shining with energy and spirit. Most notably, he held 4 drinks in his hand. "Good afternoon, King." All three said in unison. "Take a seat. Elsa, your favorite Ceylon milk tea? Don't worry, it's low fat. Won't make you gain weight. And the iced tea with ice cream for Zhao Wan." Elsa accepted the milk tea and smiled. "Thank you, King. You're as thoughtful as ever." The king nodded and looked at Dong Hei Izui. Large bucket of duck shit fragrance, extra ice, 30% sugar. Dong Hei Izui accepted it without fuss, skipped the straw, opened the lid, and took a few gulps. "Zhang Nan, your coffee. Judging by those dark circles, you pulled another all-nighter, didn't you?" Zhang Nan took the coffee with both hands, sighed. "Busy, so much has happened lately. King, maybe you should remove me. I'm done." "Sure." The king smiled at Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan was stunned. The king patted Zhang Nan's shoulder. "Just kidding. Orderly heaven can do without me, but not without you." Zhang Nan froze, forcing out a smile. "King, you're joking." Zhang Nan quieted down, sat with his coffee, and said no more. The king took the head seat at 12 o'clock. The blonde Lilai handed over a thermos. It contained plain boiled water. The king blew on the rim, took a sip, and said, "How's the discussion going? Any conclusions?" Silence. "Seems like no conclusions, huh?" The king looked at Elsa. "Send out this year's special recruitment list to all frontline inspectors. Anyone not on the list but holding a special recruitment badge. Arrest on the spot. If they resist, kill them on the spot. This batch of special recruits will continue training, but with an extended observation period. Since Kong Yu has the station travel module, she must have come in contact with this batch. She might have even planted a mole among them." Before Elsa could speak, the king turned to Zhang Nan. "You got the list on your end, right? No more mistakes this time?" "With a list, no problem, King. Not just the newly docked trains. Everyone who snuck in before, and anyone still hiding in Yurden, root them all out." Zhang Nan's face darkened. "King, you know these rookies have been arriving at Yurden over the past few days. We're already short-staffed as it is." The king had clearly anticipated this. "Then reassign people from Paradise. No need to have that many over there. Focus on getting things in order here first." Zhang Nan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Understood." Then the king looked at Dong Hei Izui seated across from him. "What's Kong Yu's current bounty?"